I'm really loud. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday. This week already flew by. There was a lot of activity yesterday marked by geopolitical tensions as well as a hawkish Fed. Today you get the jobs report. People are expecting a lot. Every other jobs report this year, it has came out 75,000 jobs above minimum. So let's see what we get here today. It's going to be a fun one. A lot of people have expectations. They think the number is going to come in lower, around 200,000 or 180. That's what's been expected every time. So we're going to see. Yesterday gave us a lot. Bonds are moving, gold, oil, all of it. So in the next about 9 minutes, we are going to get all of it. So Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're having a great morning. We're going to do our whole morning routine and all of that, but we have something else that we got to deal with 30 minutes ahead, and that's the non-farm. So Chad, I hope you're living good. Let's get ahead and like the video, but now let me get you some previews, baby. Let me get you some previews. It's jobs day. Intense focus on March numbers are going to tell us about employment and wages. A strong number would reinforce the theme of enduring economic strength and lean against calls for a near-term rate cut by the Fed. A softer number than expected would have the opposite effect. Buckle in. The hardly come in bigger on the monthly jobs report. The median forecast is payrolls rising 214 in March, which would be the smallest gain since November, but still historically high. Unemployment rate is expected to dip to 3.8 from 3.9, extending a 2-year stretch of sub 4%. Average hourly earnings are projected to rise 0.3 month on month, an acceleration from 0.1 in February, and a pace economists say is still too fast to be consistent with 2% inflation. The labor force participation rate is seen picking up to 62.6, still below the pre-pandemic level. And remember, you get all the data at bls.gov. So I was just pulling that up there, so I'm ready to go. So Bloomberg's nowcast model is now flagging upside risk for payrolls. The model points to hiring of 275 above consensus, with the unemployment rate ticking down to 3.8. Notably, the U.S. economist team expects a somewhat cooler report at 3.8. On a 3-month net change basis for non-farm payrolls, they have accelerated for 3 consecutive months. As always, keep an eye out for the revisions in today's data set. The release for February showed us that December was revised down by 43,000 to 333, and January last month was revised by 124,000 to positive 353 from 229. Similarly, large downgrades today would support the idea that the labor market continues to soften in some sectors. One of the subplots from today's numbers will be the changes in hourly earnings. The monthly gain in February was 0.1, but year on year has remained steady around the mid-4s, meaning real incomes continue to climb. At what speed can payroll growth be stoking wage pressures? Colleague Rich Miller has taken a look at the speed limit kicking in. We should keep an eye out for where job gains are coming from. Many economists have pointed out that the bulk of gains lately have come from sectors that are even now still repairing damage from the pandemic. For example, leisure and hospitality payrolls have yet to get back to pre-COVID levels. Government payrolls have also been another notable contributor late. In other words, non-cyclical areas of the job market have been playing outside roles in propelling employment growth. That's a sign that there is indeed some slackening in the economy despite historically strong headline numbers. Market check, U.S. stock futures are climbing this morning, but that's after Thursday's drop, the biggest in the S&P since February, which was fueled by higher oil prices, hawkish Fed speak, and expectations of a job print coming hotter than estimated, which would prompt further bets that the Fed could keep cutting rates. As a reminder of the political significance of today's data, the White House in recent weeks has been highlighting that the economy is more or less at full employment. A robust figure today will be welcomed, even if it hoses down expectations for a near-term rate cut. A soft number, of course, would raise concerns that the job market is weaker than thought. That's a double-edged sword just 7 months away from the election. In a further hint of political sensitivity around the job market right now, there was reports on Thursday that White House advisor have called major Baltimore employers, including Amazon and Home Depot, to encourage them to retain jobs despite the bridge collapse that shut the city's port. from Anna Galvo of Bloomberg Economics. Yet another upside surprise in payrolls could push the Bloomberg Economic U.S. Growth Surprise Index further into positive range. This gauge has rebounded hot in recent weeks as data from consumer sentiment and housing sales has come in stronger than expectations. Traders have been parking their bets for when the Fed will cut rates. It'll probably take time for upside or downside surprise that'll move the needle. Seems like we are in a wait-and-see mode. The latest U.S. employment report lands at a crucial moment for Treasury bond market. Traders now expect a little less than the Federal Reserve's own estimate of 75 cuts for this year. We're in a situation where the markets have been treating 3 cuts in 24 as sort of a floor, said Stephen Bartoloni, a fixed income professor manager at T. Rowe Price. He does not rule out transitioning to a period where the market may be starting to think that 3 cuts for 24 is the ceiling. That data has been strong enough and there's been enough uncertainty with the Fed that they clearly are looking for a reason to cut, but it does feel that they are willing to wait a bit longer. Ira Jersey of Bloomberg says the March payrolls report could be a key factor in solidifying higher for longer fund position espoused by some FOMC members recently. At the start of the year, SOFR options were pricing in no chance of rate cuts before September 25. As of Wednesday, the market was now pricing in more than a 10% chance of hikes by year end and more into 25 as economic data has improved. Oh, damn, they talking rate hikes? A point for bond traders has been a recent rise in yields led by longer-dated maturities. Last seen in November, BMO Capital Markets' usual pre-payroll survey shows that the majority of investors consider a rise in yields after the data as potentially dip buying opportunity. High Treasury yields post-jobs would see an impressive 57% step in and buy, finding near top of the range since 2023. A reason for expecting Treasury yields and rate cut positioning to swing back and forth today is that the jobs report is closely followed by next week's CPI. The Fed officials are looking for clear evidence of cooling inflation. CPI figures looms as more influential than payrolls as supporting or diminishing the case by June. So, pre-non-farm checkup, March non-farm payrolls in focus this morning. Report takeaways potentially complicated by moving pieces surrounding bad news is good news theme. Macro resilience, a key bullish talking point, and Fed signaling that strong payrolls don't have to derail pivot narrative. Continued rampant geopolitical tensions blamed on Thursday's pullback. Oil a beneficiary of global volatility, though strength has been on several drivers beyond a bond yield backup that seem to be one of the big overhangs on sentiment. Rates higher and firmer on U.S. macro. Sticky inflation concerns, not new. Deficit also flagged. This plays into concerns. Fed has to ease to offset fiscal challenges. Easy excuse for a pullback has been strength in the economy. Still seems to revolve around overbought conditions and stretch positioning. Buyback blackouts are about to begin here in quarter one. And then consensus is 200,000 versus 275. All right, Chattadonia. We got a minute and a half. I think that's it. Well, I think it's simple. I mean, too hot of a job is not going to be good, but remember, the last 2 or 3 jobs reports have all came in hot. So the market finds a way to get around it, assuming wages and unemployment rate play along. So those are, I believe, going to be the big factors here today. I'm going to be keeping an eye on wages myself. So it's expected to come in 0.3 month over month, but I would just look at average hourly earnings month over month. The higher that number, the bigger the problem, and then we'll watch the revisions and see everything else. It may not be that fast. Lately, we've been getting hyped on non-farms, but the moves are within like 0.5%, all on all of it. Comes in not hot, we rip. Yeah, I think after all of the negativity and global tensions, a non-hot number, I do think will get people excited. All right, Chattadonia, you got about 30 seconds. Like that video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Good morning. Big data on the way. So let's see. Employment situation. Yeah, that's the one we're waiting for. All right. Employment and unemployment. All right. 200,000 is the estimate. We'll see what it gives us. All right. 3, 2, 1. Boop. And we're off. Bonds wrecked. Whoa. 303, bro. Dude. So another huge beat on that. 303. What's the date today? April 5th. Hold on. Damn, that's crazy. So above by 200,000 jobs, man. Yeah, that's crazy. Non-farm payrolls rose by 303,000 in March. Unemployment rate changed little at 3.8. Damn, so unemployment rate even dropped lower. Let me see wages. Wages came in hot, 0.3. They could have been a little hotter, but unemployment rate dropped. Jobs number ripped. And then average hourly earnings was still a little high. And then participation rate went higher. So you have less unemployment, more jobs off of more people participating. This is a hot report. I think that's a very, very hot jobs print, low key. So the news release represents statistics from 2 monthly surveys. Household measures labor and including unemployment by demographic. So household, both unemployment rate at 3.8 and the number of unemployed at 6.4, a little changed. Where's the survey? So non-farm rose by 303,000 in March, higher than average monthly gain of 231. Job gains occurred in healthcare, government, and construction. Healthcare added 72,000 jobs in March, above 60,000 of the prior 12 months. And then ambulatory healthcare is 28,000, and then hospitals 20,000. Market employment in government increased by 71,000, higher than average monthly gain of 54,000 over the last 12 months. Employment raised in local government by 49,000 and federal government by 9,000. No, I think this is good. I mean, this is good news is bad news. So essentially, a lot of people got hired. They're getting paid more money, and you have a lower unemployment rate. So the White House loves this release. The White House likes this release. Powell, economists, they're not really too favorable on this one because, again, this is just hot jobs market. If you're worried about inflation and even any wage pressures, it's the same set of data you've been getting for the last 3-4 months. All of the jobs data has been the same. Honestly, I'm going to scroll down to the revisions. Let's see. So the change in non-farm for January was revised by 27,000 from 229 to 256. And then the change in February was revised down by 5,000 to 270 from 275. So, yeah, they still, and the revisions were all stronger, too. I think it's a very strong print. Honestly, bonds are getting murked, but your stocks are holding up pretty well. But I do think we might go above 10. A 10-year might go above 4.5 on this. We're at 437? All right, give it a little bit of time. You got a little bit of cushion there. But again, healthcare, government, construction added 39,000 in March, about double the average monthly gain of 19,000. Employment in leisure and hospitality trended up at 49,000, up above the 37,000 a month average. Employment in other services in March was up by 16,000 versus the average of 8,000. Social assistance was up by 9,000 versus the average of 22,000. In March, employment was changed little in retail trade. Employment showed no little change over the month in major industries, including mining, quarrying, oil, gas, manufacturing, wholesale trade, transportation, information, financial activities, and professional and business services. In March, average hourly earnings on private payrolls increased by 12 cents or 0.3 to 34.69 over the last 12 months, an average earnings of 4.1 on the year. And then the average work week edged up by 0.1. So, yeah, on it, I think a strong report. Market's doing pretty well considering how bad the bonds are, but just like yesterday, if they end up catching up, that may not be good. But I do think that's hot data. So the difference is, here's what I said yesterday. Every other non-farms, the data has came in like this. There's usually been one good thing that we could focus on, but at the end of the day, the last 3 non-farms have all came in hotter, and the market has proceeded to trade higher. So look at, you're already bouncing up right now. So we'll see if any of the bond pressure, 4.5, and where we're at now has any effect. But just keep that in mind. This is still borderline in theme with the whole data that we've gotten in the last 4 months. Are y'all feeling me? So that's what we're going to have to digest here a little bit. So Treasury yields climbing, rate cut bets for June now retreat. Now priced in 14 basis points of easing versus 16. Participation rate has climbed, essentially recouped some of the losses since last November. Average hourly earnings in line, but a little bit hotter. Labor force participation has increased. And then 2-month revision is also higher, and unemployment rate ticks down. First headline suggests a solid report. Another whopper. Another red day. Well, we'll see. I mean, if the bond yields climb too much, but I think they're going to be around 4.5. But that's it. They raised everything higher. Revisions were higher. Jobs came in higher. Unemployment rate came in lower. And then wages could have been hotter, but they were still elevated. But for the most part, I mean, your jobs market is not showing any signs of cracking and is more closer to being a influencing inflation to the high side than the downside at this point. So yeah, weekly hours ticked higher unexpectedly. Fed swaps now price in rate cut to September from July. Hot dog. That doesn't make any sense. Hold on, let me see. September 1, 2. All right, that still gives you time. So that's why the market's not freaking out yet. You still would have time at September to accomplish 3. But now, remember, it was all about June or July. But now the market's going to, depending on how today plays out and the next couple days, even CPI next week, if we start pricing in the cut for September, that's your last chance. Because once September goes away, it's impossible to get 3 rate cuts by the end of the year. Does that make sense? So now, if we really do price in for September and we do wait, if by September you don't get a rate cut, you wouldn't even have any time to go in and to buy the dip or do anything of that nature. Gold. I cut out of gold last night too. I forgot if you were on the live watch list, we cut out of the gold short. We had $790 in profit. So gold bonds, they all got hit off of that. Yes, Fed swaps pricing in September from July. That might be one we need to watch out from here. Honestly, the Zazas might end up being good on that. Let me check. ZQN and ZQM. It's not bad. Imagine no cuts. Well, we wasted 4 months right now. We're slowly working our way up to that. I mean, right now it's kind of like, right now we're like, dude, imagine a couple months from now if it keeps playing. I mean, it's going to be a possibility. You know, if, again, like Kashkari said, if the data stays strong, we keep meandering here. I mean, and the data just keeps coming out like this where it's showing people are working, the wages aren't going nuts and all of that. I mean, I don't know. I think we're going to be a lot closer to that than further away from that idea. So we'll see. It's only been 8 minutes. That's the crazy part. So right now, stocks are unchanged. Bonds are down almost about 1%. Fixed income, Fed futures, they got knocked. Again, the jobs report was hot. And the household survey increased even by 500,000. So again, hiring remains in healthcare and government. I already went over most of this for you guys. So you're going to be hearing people going through the report. I read the whole BLS report already. I don't know why I was reading so fast today, but we did it. Yeah, significant job growth, concentrated healthcare and government. Honestly, I'd say we wait for the market. I'm very surprised equities are holding. I want to see where the actual 10-year is at, though, when we open up. The adjustments for last month was an increase of 20,000 on the job, so hotter revision higher, and then an increase of lower 5,000 by the month prior. And that was after they raised it last time, too. So, honestly, the revisions weren't that big of a problem, but even though they were minor, it was still towards the strong side. I think today's report was strong, but like I said, the last 3 or 4 non-farms have all came in hot, and the market has found a way to do something. But in this case, bonds got murked by it. Yields in dollars spiking on the big jump in non-farm. U.S. labor market refuses to quit, which will push back expectations. August 24 SOFR futures now are up by 1 basis point on the day. That's now 8 basis points. Today will also push the USD JPY back towards the 152 level. Oh, did gold bounce? Drop in the like. Well, thank you, my friend. 20 minutes late. No, you're good. We're early. So, again, it's not even 6 o'clock yet. We just came on early for the data. but I appreciate the likes, baby. We got a nice Friday ahead of us. Oh, my goodness. You're holding up here, too, again. Remember, there's going to be a punting element till next week. Maybe we get more off the cash open, but right now, almost 15 minutes, you're practically unchanged. Ticker for bonds, there's a few. You could use TLT, IEF, ZB, ZN. Punt till CPI. Well, a couple names are going up. Meta's on the high. Other like big tech names are holding up very well. Like I'm saying, this is kind of surprising with how bad bonds are and where you're up. I mean, where we have future. I guess you're still near the gutter. So I guess it doesn't matter too much. You're still in the gutter when it's all said and done. Damn, we've been pinned on the futures. Thanks, KP. Travel Jardy. SJ Day, baby. Thank you. RTX LMT. You could play it over the weekend or maybe intraday, but definitely geopolitical tensions are on the menu for today. After what we saw yesterday in LMT and RTX, they made that crazy move, you know. But it's hard to. I mean, I think it's a risk. You don't. That's the thing. You don't know how geopolitical tensions will play out over the weekend. Good morning, skirt. What's up, baby? Good morning. Jobs data came in hot. It was a beat by over 100,000. It came in at 300,000. Unemployment rate lower. Participation rate even higher. Overall, strong jobs report. Market had a knee-jerk down reaction. Now it's coming back pretty much unchanged. And bond yields have been murdered. Yes, so now, honestly, we'll just see how the movements go. I don't think it'll be too crazy. Let me go set up the news, baby. I got to go get Josh AI for you. So I will be right back. Good morning. And I will see you guys in a little bit. All right? All right. Is Ira Jersey? Oh, no, it's Jeff. They look alike.
On the labor market, you had the gap between the household and the establishment survey. And a lot of people saying, oh, the establishment survey, the headlines is overstated. Look at the household weakness. Well, now what we're seeing, and that's the latest theme, is no, it's the immigration that's not being captured. The labor market is much stronger. So in both cases, with respect to kind of alternative data, you had a debate. That debate is pushing more on the side of, no, this is actually a stronger economy than we thought. And that's what's validating this kind of move to push back from 7 cuts to 3 or less cuts.
It's the supply side story I think we all struggle with, Mohammed. When you really start to think about it, what the Federal Reserve is telling you is that basically don't worry about strong data like payrolls growth of 303,000 because it's not coming along with stronger wage growth off the back of that because we're embracing this big supply side phenomenon. At the same time, Mohammed, they're also pointing to the labour market as evidence they are sufficiently restrictive. And I struggle to reconcile the two things. Can you reconcile the two things? How can you use something as evidence of being sufficiently restrictive, but also acknowledge that the majority of it is supply-driven?
Because they're trying to have maximum optionality, John. And that's what they want. It's the same thing that led Chair Powell at Stanford to say, on the one hand, the inflation story has not changed after the hotter than expected print in January, February. But on the other hand, we need more evidence that actually the inflation story is what we think the inflation story is. Look, I would be doing the same thing. They are trying to maintain optionality, and they are having competing claims. Also, don't forget that the positive domestic supply side story is countered by a very negative international supply side story. So they've also got to balance these two things out.
Mohammed, I was struck by what you said a while back, where you were saying that this is going to be a Federal Reserve that ultimately will probably accept a 2-point-something inflation rate. If you take a look at the preliminary bond market action after this report, and understanding that the first reaction isn't always the right one, this bigger sell-off is in the long end. This is basically a confirmation that this market believes that the Fed will make good on its promise, essentially, that it will cut rates at some point this year, while allowing inflation and growth to continue to run at a somewhat hotter speed. At what point does that become concerning to you, Mohammed?
It only becomes concerning, Lisa, if it de-anchors inflation expectations. I think there is a slow but sure migration in markets, even among policy observers, and certainly among quite a few economists, to the view that, yes, we're not going to get to 2%, we're going to get to above 2, closer to 3, and that's going to be stable. And the policy mistake would be to go after 2% inflation too quickly. You heard Bill Dudley yesterday, and I agree with him, saying, think more about a 2.5% inflation rate on average. You've heard about how asymmetrical the Fed is to when it misses on one side or the other side on inflation. Look, we're going to settle into an inflation world that's higher than 2%, and I suspect that that is stable. The risk is to try to force it down when the economy can sustain a slightly higher one, because you then undermine economic well-being.
Which raises this question, Jeff, about at what point the bond market will adequately price in a higher inflation future. John was talking about the BMO survey and how there essentially is an inherent bias among bond investors to buy duration, to buy longer-term bonds on sell-offs, just simply because they believe the Fed will achieve their goal and will continue to set rates at a lower rate. How much can you get behind that, and how much do you push back and say, no, there is something else afoot in the long end of the Treasury curve that makes you not like them?
Yeah, I really think that with rates at this level that we're going to shift away from that view that the long end is the best place for the hedge. It used to be a long time ago that flight to quality meant that the curve would steepen, that the best performance in terms of yield change would be in the short end. And I think that's the environment that we're in. If you go back a year ago during SVB, that was exactly what you saw happen in the curve. The best performance in terms of yield change for your hedges, granted that you need to have the right notional amount to make this a fair comparison, happened in the front end. The strongest negative stock bond correlation by bond maturity was in the 2-year. The weakest was in the 30-year. And I think that's the environment that we're in. And as we start to see more evidence of that, that's going to help, if you will, to bring back in some term premium. Because part of the flattening of the term premium was the pinning of zero interest rates in the front end, which meant that a flight to quality had to be in the back end because you didn't have the room to run in the front end. With the level of front end inversion that we have today, you go back to that earlier kind of textbook that flight to quality is in the front end and a steepener, and that I think is going to help to bring back a higher level of term premium, more consistent with the inflation narrative we just heard from Mohammed.
Interesting. Jeff, before you go, I want to talk about stocks with you as well. Just to put a bow on it, is this a stock market-friendly jobs report this morning?
I think it's okay. I think when you look at the stock market, what we've seen this year is a lot less dependence on the denominator, right? It's last year it was all about inflation expectations, the 5-year driving headline equities. You've seen a lot less of that, so I think it's less of an issue because so much more of what we've seen in stock market domination is really coming out of the numerator. It's coming out of the earnings, the power of secular growers, really overwhelming the much smaller concerns in terms of the degree of change that we're seeing in terms of the denominator.
Jeff, this was great. I know you've got to run because you're at work today. We're not all in Lake Como. Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock has got to run. Mohammed's going to stick with us, I'm pleased to say. If you are just joining us, we've got the brilliant Mohammed El-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge alongside us to break down this jobs report. Jobs report about 20 minutes old now. These are the numbers for you. 303,000 against an estimate of 214. 3.8% was the unemployment rate. The number we were looking for was 3.8. That was down from 3.9. Wage growth, 0.3%, in line with the estimate of 0.3%. So here's the reaction to it. Equities just about positive, still. A third of 1% higher on the S&P and on the Nasdaq as well. In the bond market, yields do bleed higher by 7 basis points or so to about 438 on a 10-year. On a 2-year maturity, yields are higher by 6 basis points and back through 470. When you get higher yields, typically you think about a stronger dollar. It's what you've got against everything in G10 today. The euro is weaker. The dollar is stronger against the yen, the euro, sterling, the Aussie, you name it. Basically, right now, the dollar's stronger against it. We're breaking down to about 108 on euro dollar. Mike McKee with us around the table to break down some of this jobs report. Mike McKee, you've had about 20 minutes to pore over this one. Anything else jumping out to you about what's behind some of this?
Well, obviously, the big rise in the labor force is what's going to intrigue a lot of people because of this debate over whether undocumented workers and immigrants in general are propping up the labor force and helping it grow. We don't have exact numbers on, they break it down by foreign-born and native-born, but the foreign-born slipped a little, the native-born rose a little bit, but it doesn't really tell us the answer to that question. Other interesting thing is the government employment continues to rise significantly, up 72,000. In this case, the biggest part of it was in local government, excluding education. We'd been seeing big gains in education, but now it's local government, not education. It's not the federal government, so you can leave that part out of the politics. Only 9,000 jobs created there. And looks like, yeah, none of those were in the Postal Service. Oh, they were in the Postal Service, 9,000 in the Postal Service. Beyond that, it's not a thing.
As I've mentioned a few times, at the Empress Eddie Forum, Mohammed Al-Emin of Queen's College, Cambridge, alongside us. Mohammed, let's get into a piece you wrote earlier this week on American exceptionalism for Bloomberg Opinion. You've mentioned that a few times. What you didn't mention was something you pointed to in the piece and really, really highlighted, and it was the difference between what's happening in Germany versus what's happening in the US bond market. Mohammed, how important is that spread between the two at the moment?
It's important, and it's the reason why you're seeing the dollar strengthen. Look, John, it's gone up to about 200 basis points. If you look at the last 3 years, the low was 97 basis points, and it reflects two things. One is that U.S. economic growth has and will continue to outpace Germany's and the rest of Europe. And the second thing is that inflation will come down in Europe faster than it will in the U.S., and you may well end up with more ECB cuts than the Fed, even though the ECB didn't hike as much as the Fed. And I think the markets are starting to incorporate these two things, and that single differential captures really well these different factors.
Yeah, I'm struck by the idea that the U.S. immigration story is so different from other areas around the world that are facing real demographic problems, like the Euro region. From that point of view, when does the Euro become a problem in terms of a weakness and an importing inflation issue, or is that almost a welcome development so that the European region can compete against American exceptionalism?
It would be at the margin welcomed. I think more concerning is what's been happening to oil prices, and that's something we don't talk enough about. But when you see Brent in the 90s, that is going to have a stagflationary impact on Europe. You know, it's good to come and visit and participate in these European conferences, and the one here at Ambrosotti is excellent because you hear a completely different narrative about the economy, about what's happening to the supply side, and you realize how exceptional the U.S. is right now. And this divergence is not just going to stay, it's going to increase over time. And that's something important when people want to rush to fade the U.S. in terms of equity allocations elsewhere. Just look at the underlying stories. They are very, very different, Lisa.
Well, just to put together some of the things that you said, given the fact that we are seeing oil prices rally, are you saying that that could be a stagflationary shock for the European region, and that, frankly, it could only widen the divide between Europe and the U.S. that also stands to benefit on the other side from higher oil prices?
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't say shock as much as I would say stagflationary headwind. And it makes a transition that Europe needs to make, which is the U.S. is making, from an old, exhausted growth model that depended on exports to China, that depended on all sorts of things that are no longer happening, to a new growth model that stresses things like generative AI, life sciences, sustainable energy. It makes that transition for Europe even harder. So yes, it is an important factor to keep in mind because Europe doesn't need additional headwinds right now.
Mohammed, we'd love a final thought on what we got this morning and what it means for Fed policy. This from Torsten Slock of Apollo. He said, the source of this strength is easy financial conditions. We are sticking to our view that the Fed will not cut interest rates this year. Mohammed, what's your reaction to that? And do you agree?
So I understand where he's coming from. He even had a non-voting member of the FOMC yesterday roll market by a statement. I think that if this Fed is continuously overly data dependent, then maybe we don't get cuts. But I'm hoping that they will see through the backward-looking data and look forward. And I think we will end up with two cuts this year. It may not start as early as a lot of people thought initially, but I do think we will get 2 cuts.
Mohammed, this was great. Thanks for making time for us today. We appreciate it, as you often do on Payrolls Friday. Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge, working through another upside surprise, Lisa, on the jobs report.
You mentioned Torsten Slok, the headline of his piece, the economy is reaccelerating. And that, I think, is going to be one discussion point for a lot of people. How much acceleration is going to be a problem for the Fed, or is it just simply welcome for one that really is prioritizing inflation coming down, even a little bit being the most important aspect?
I like to go up to Mike's point earlier where he said this is going to be welcome in the White House. But you have to think, in December, Biden said we were in a sweet spot. The Fed shouldn't be hiking rates. Potentially they're going to cut. Is good news actually bad news for them? Because it means going to an election year, they might not get a rate cut.
You know what I haven't said once all morning?
What?
Let's get you to the weekend.
Thank you.
Let's get you to the weekend. There you go.
Phew.
35 minutes away from the opening bell.
Let's
Equity
get
futures
you to
positive
the
by
weekend.
0.4%. It's another rock-solid jobs report.
My goodness. Chattadonia. So honestly, even in that last couple of minutes, everybody's still kind of picking this apart. A lot of people are saying this does not confirm a rate cut coming up anytime soon. You do have all of the rate odds moving around, but the market's barely moving. It was unequivocally a hot print. It showed the jobs market is still strong. Everybody is debating whether or not that's going to move the Fed. And now so far this year, the non-farms has had the biggest effect on bonds in terms of basis points after the release. So, yeah, TLT's moving a lot. Again, a lot of people have even talked buying the dip if it falls today. I do think bonds are probably going to be the play today because literally nothing else is moving. This is a very, very wide range right there. So we'll find out. I think today's data is going to slow down gold a little bit simply because it's bringing up the dollar. So we saw some of that effect yesterday, but you never know. Gold has been crazy, but for the most part, this data does not really indicate rate cuts, and everybody is trying to argue or interpret that right now. I don't know how to describe it. Again, I've read a lot of different comments already just from that time frame. So we will see. But on that note, Chattadonia, now we are getting back to our normal schedule. It's been about 30 minutes since the data. You have barely moved on the equities. The bond market is down. And now Chattadonia is here, live in the flesh, baby. What's going on? Good morning, baby. How you live? I know a lot of y'all are in here now, so these good mornings about to go crazy. What up, we? What up, Pear, Anza, J-Max, NRG, Daffler, Mark J, Tim Whitman, Mopar, Mr. Maniac, or Mr. Market, Mr. Maniac, Devlin, baby. Good morning. Fox, Sitzo Ninja, Gary Avari, baby. Regal, Carson, Bolt, baby. Good morning. Brandon, Sean Murphy, Mo, baby. Myers, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Tyree? What up, Kelly? What up, Jerry? What up, Oaz? You feel me, baby? Good morning, Jeff Kent, Zach Claiborne, Exodius, Turbo, Max, me, not you, baby. Good morning. Good morning, Alejandro. What up, Josh Jacobs? What up, Can? How you living, Max? What up, Danny Monroe, baby? Max Guest, Stony, baby. Good morning. What up, Nepal? In the house, Ali. Prince Ali Adala. Strong as 10, regular, yan, equal as he. Okay, I see I can do the sound of... okay, what up, baby? What up, Jerry? What up, Kirby? Brian Fierro's, Mr. San Diego. What's going on? Do me. What up, STK Colin? Good morning, baby. Oh, I hope y'all ready. So, Chattadonia, beautiful morning. It's Friday. I was turning up on Friday Junior, man. Let's get this bread. I'm kind of feeling the bonds. Man. I don't know if the bonds could get... It's like down another 4% this week. Maybe if they go a little lower, but a lot of people talking about the bonds. That one should be a lot of fun there. We'll see what ends up happening. But, Chad... God bless you all. I hope your morning is good. We have 7 hours here, so I got some news for you. We're going to cover all of that. All I need from you is a like on the video. Even if you don't give me the like, I'm still going to give you the news, but if you want the plays, then you're going to need the likes. I'm just saying, we need 1,000 likes, baby, so run it up. And good morning, but now let me have my brother speak to you. My brother, Joshua. We have the same name. Treasury yields climb after solid jobs report. Bond yields climbed after the latest jobs report reinforced speculation the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut interest rates. Treasury 10-year yields rose 6 basis points to 4.37%. S&P 500 contracts struggled to hold on to gains. The dollar advanced. U.S. job growth in March rose by the most in nearly a year, and the unemployment rate dropped, pointing to a strong labor market that's supporting the economy. Non-farm payrolls advanced 303,000 last month, following a combined 22,000 upward revision to job gains in the prior 2 months. A Bureau of Labor Statistics report showed Friday the unemployment rate fell to 3.8%. Corporate highlights. Tesla Inc. is slashing prices of its best-selling vehicle in a bid to clear its biggest ever stockpile. The company is marking down Model Y sport utility vehicles it has in inventory, with the rear-wheel drive version going for $4,600, less than the cost to custom order the sport utility vehicle. Long-range and performance Model Ys are discounted by at least $5,000. Johnson & Johnson agreed to acquire Shockwave Medical Inc. for about $13.1 billion in enterprise value to bolster its expansion into making medical devices to treat heart disease. Apple Inc. laid off more than 600 employees in California as part of the decisions to end its car and smartwatch display projects, according to filings with the California Employment Development Department. S&P 500 futures rise. Gains in S&P 500 futures suggest the index will rebound from its worst day since mid-February. A stabilization in oil prices is helping calm the mood after Brent futures blew past the key $90 a barrel threshold, though they're still near a 5-month high. Traders are now weighing the possibility that $100 a barrel crude could make a comeback, and the OPEC Plus alliance may be risking a repeat of last year's boom and bust cycle. Gold is falling for a second day after setting a fresh record earlier this week, while the Treasury market is currently steady after Thursday's safe haven bid. Plus, this is why a ratio comparing Bitcoin and Ether hints at waning risk appetite in crypto. Fed speakers after Federal Bank of Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari floated the possibility of no rate cuts at all this year. There's quite a long list of Fed speakers to watch out for today. Fed Governor Michelle Bowman speaks on risks and uncertainty in monetary policy at an event in New York and Dallas. Fed President Lori Logan will make remarks at an event hosted by Duke University, and a reminder that the Fed's March meeting minutes due next week could help explain why the dot plot shows the risk is skewed toward fewer rate cuts for 2024. Rush into cash. Investors are still flocking to cash funds, which received $82 billion in the week through Wednesday, according to the latest Bank of America Flow Show report. Money market funds are now annualizing $1.2 trillion of inflows, the second highest ever. Inflows into cash over the past several months far outstripped the money that's gone into other asset classes, even U.S. equities. Past trends suggest redemptions from cash funds could begin a year after the Fed starts cutting rates. The Bank of America strategist said, betting on Japan's yen. The yen climbed to a 2-week high earlier as investors bet Japan's central bank will deliver an additional interest rate increase sooner rather than later this year. The currency already rallied the most in nearly a month on Thursday, pulling back from levels that traders speculated would spark intervention. Still, one investor is positioning for the yen to weaken with a bet that policy action from the Bank of Japan will fall short of market expectations. The currency isn't far from last week's 34-year low against the dollar, prompting a pledge from Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida that authorities will act appropriately against excessive moves in the yen, a continuation of the nation's verbal defense. Top overnight news. Bojes Ueda warns that inflation will likely accelerate from the summer toward the fall due to strong wage hikes, signaling another rate hike could arrive over the coming months. RTRS, the Indian central bank's key interest rate, was kept unchanged for a 7th straight policy meeting on Friday, as growth in the economy is expected to remain robust while inflation stays above the 4% target. Robust growth prospects provide the policy space to remain focused on inflation and ensure its descent to the target of 4%, RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das said in his prepared statement. Inflation was the elephant in the room for the Indian economy 2 years ago, Das said. The elephant has now gone out for a walk and appears to be returning to the forest. We would like the elephant to return to the forest and remain there on a durable basis, RTRS. Samsung Electronics plans to more than double its total semiconductor investment in Texas to roughly $44 billion, according to people familiar with the matter, a significant breakthrough in the U.S.'s quest to make more of the world's cutting-edge chips. WSJ, the EU launched investigations into 2 Chinese solar panel makers, the latest sign of Brussels taking steps to defend itself against Beijing's alleged anti-competitive support for certain industries, including solar panels and autos, EVs. Argentine President Javier Milei said he won't touch existing trade deals with Beijing, including a gigantic $18 billion swap line, walking back his campaign pledge to curb ties with China. BBG, the Biden administration is drawing up plans to require goods produced in Jewish settlements in the occupied West Bank to be clearly labeled as coming from there, according to U.S. officials, another sign of White House unhappiness with the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. The final go-ahead for the move and its timing have not been decided, but it is intended to increase pressure on Israel over rising settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank, and comes amid U.S. frustration with the Jewish state's conduct of the war in Gaza. FT. The Biden administration is poised to issue a proposal aimed at reducing or eliminating student loan balances for millions of borrowers, according to people familiar with the matter, marking President Biden's second attempt at large-scale loan forgiveness. WSJ, the global supply of public equity, is shrinking at its fastest pace in at least 25 years as economic and geopolitical uncertainty weighs on new share sales while companies keep buying back large volumes of their own stock. Data shows that the global universe of public equities has already shrunk by a net $120 billion this year, exceeding the $40 being taken out over all of last year. That puts the net figure on course for a 3rd consecutive year of decline, a phenomenon not seen since the bank's data series began in 1999. Net U.S. immigration surged in 2023. Recent reports from the Congressional Budget Office and border encounter data from the Office of Homeland Security suggest that net U.S. immigration was running above the estimate implied by the change in the foreign-born population in the household survey over the last couple of years. We estimate that net U.S. immigration surged to roughly 2.5 million in 2023, the highest level in the last 2 decades. GIR. That's the source. That's the source, baby. Y'all are tripping out a little bit. S&P futures are up by 0.4 Friday morning trading. Comes after, actually 0.2. Comes after some volatility following hotter than expected March payroll report. Also shows stocks coming under pressure on Thursday, with S&P falling over 2% intraday. Index currently on track for the worst weekly performance since October. Treasuries notably weaker across the curve, adding to the big yield up run up for the week. Dollar index up by 0.5. Gold is flat. Bitcoin futures down by 2.7. WTI is up by 0.2 after gaining nearly 1.5 yesterday on the latest Middle Eastern headlines. The week has been characterized by concerns about the Fed potentially delaying the start of cuts. Hotter than expected data, including ISM manufacturing and today's March non-farm payrolls growth, playing into this theme. But despite that and a few more hawkish nuggets in this week's barrage of Fed speak, market pricing still sees a June cut as more likely than not. Note that the March FOMC press conference, Chair Powell said strong job growth in and of itself is not a reason to be concerned about inflation, and March CPI data is also coming out next week. Macro resilience has been a key bullish talking point. Still, some market discussion of pressure of the recent Treasury yield run-up, high commodity prices, and overbought conditions. Headline non-farms grew by 303 in March, well above the 205 consensus. February revised slightly lower, but January data adjusted up. Unemployment rate remained at 3.8. Average hourly earnings up 0.3 month over month as expected. Average work week ticked up slightly. Report likely to add to the angst seen earlier this week with ISM manufacturing. That stronger economy may not give the Fed confidence to begin rate cuts in June, as has been generally expected, though the March CPI data next week likely to be scrutinized as well. Outside of the data, Fed Collins, Barkin, Logan, Bowman cap off a busy week of Fed speak. Not so much on corporate news ahead of unofficial start of Q1 earnings season late next week with the banks. Street looking for S&P earnings to increase by 3.6% year over year in Q1. AI theme in focus. Samsung guided Q1 operating income well above the street on a largely inline revenue outlook, with takeaways flagging stronger memory. J&J announced acquisition of Suave in a deal with an enterprise value of $13.1 billion. And then NSC announced new initiatives to drive further productivity and accountability. And then Teladoc announced departure of CEO Jason Gorovich, effective immediately, but did reaffirm Q1 and full year guidance, full year 25. 1,000 likes, baby. We're almost there. Hit that thumbs up, baby. Good morning. U.S. job growth likely slowed in March, but remains strong. Wage gains stayed high. U.S. small business hiring plans in March weakest since pandemic lows. German industrial orders continue to decline. U.K. economy shows signs of strong rebound in all major sectors for the first time in nearly 2 years. Retail sales in U.K. have been declining for 6 straight months. U.K. firms see lower wage growth, which may allow Bank of England to cut rates sooner. U.K. Halifax house price measures register first drop in 6 months. Japan household spending contracts further as inflation weighs on consumers. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda signals chance of another rate hike. Central bank ramping up the use of Fed's foreign reserve repo amid FX intervention warnings. Economists eyeing RB&Z rate cuts in Q3 or Q4 of 24. Pressure on yuan may complicate PBOC easing. Money market assets hit new all-time high as weekly inflows rise to the highest in 3 months. Global supply of public equity contracting at the fastest pace in at least 25 years. Yen volatility dictated by U.S. data as Japan engages in more verbal forex intervention. Oil prices up for its second week as tensions in Europe and Middle East limited supply and strong global demand. Samsung expects tenfold increase in Q1 profit on chip demand. Apple laying off more than 600 employees in first major round of cuts since pandemic. Boeing and Airbus working towards coordinated deal to split operations of Spirit Aerosystems. NVIDIA plans $200 million AI center in Indonesia, targeting broader expansion in Southeast Asia. Activist investor wants more BlackRock board oversight and sustainable investing in independent board chair. Senate GOP set to oppose House-passed $78 billion tax cut legislation. Israel announces new measures to allow more aid into Gaza, including opening Erez border crossing. Biden says further support for Israel contingent on lowering civilian toll and potential ceasefire. U.S. raises market access problems over capacity concerns with China as Yellen kicks off her visit. And then GPS is being blocked across swaths of Israel to disrupt missiles and drones as tensions rise with Iran. Wow, that's a lot of headlines, Chad. That was a lot of headlines. Whew. That's it. Good thing we started earlier here. We got a lot of time. Baby. My goodness. So now we're coming lower here, but it really is about the jobs and where we end up. But again, I think there's already 3 mentions of the CPI next week. There's not that many plays, believe it or not. So we got a couple of pre-market movers. WDC is up by 2.9. Rosenblatt upgrades to buy. Snowflake up 1.3. Rosenblatt upgrades to buy. VRT up 1.2. Oppenheimer initiates outperform. AXP up by 0.6. Monis, Crespi, Hard & Co. upgrade to buy. SMR trading 5.7. No news. DNUT 5.3. Piper Sandler upgrade to overweight. Cinemark 4.5. Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight from underweight. Zeta up 4.4. Nothing. Perigo up 3.6. CVS Caremark to cover Perigo's OTC daily oral contraceptive. active. O-pill at zero cost for many plans. Bloomberg citing pharmacy update. GCTS up 99%, MOU with Aramco for development of 4G and 5G ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. GRIN up 26.3, proposed selective capital reduction for $14.25 a share. TARA up 25.6. Alignment with FDA on registrational path forward to IV choline chloride. Move up 15.9 off earnings. Cattle 15.3 follow through interim data yesterday. IVVD up 7.8. Guidance. Guggenheim Securities upgrades to buy. GLYC up 6.6. SNSC up 6.1. Nature Communication publication describe mechanism of action of SNS 101. ANGO 5.9. Oppenheimer upgrade to outperform. CNF 5.9. AXTI 5.9. ATOS 5.2. EBS 4.8. OMA 4.7. CRBU 4.4. Expands clinical development of CB01 with FDA clearance of IND and lupus. Enphase down 2.3, Citi downgrade to neutral. ATUS down 4.7, Wells Fargo downgrade to underweight. Plug down 3.2, Citi downgrade to sell. CCCS down 2.0, 20 million secondary share offering. Sticks down 43%, voluntary delisting. HWH down 17, and then Nutex Health, NUTX down 14, 1 for 15 reverse stock split. Wow. We did it, Joe. So Chattadonia, that is all of the plays, man. There's not that much. There is not that much. So I got a couple that I'm going to be looking at, watching WDC, Baba, Baidu, China plays. I am going to keep an eye out on gold now that I covered the short. We got a little bit of movement. Gilead, that's the one, or Gilead, Gildan. That's the one from yesterday with the buyout. Perigo, we had a small option play. We'll see if there's any follow through. Again, the market wants to be in its own world. News will be very good. And then Tara, they had a biotech update. And then ATUS, I like ATUS because they got downgraded today. But remember, they were in like buyout talks for like $2.70 or $3, I think. Remember, that was a couple of weeks ago. So might keep an eye on that. Otherwise, just going to be watching bonds. I think bonds and gold. And then maybe anything happens in the Middle East will be on oil. Marvel, I like Marvel. We talked about it on the watch list yesterday. It was actually my third play. I gave a strategy for going about Marvel. So I like Marvel a lot. It's a good one. It just depends. You have two options to go about playing it. So we will see. But Chattadonia, that's all the news. Is this someone from the White House? I don't know, but I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go get me my water. We've gone over everything. I'll come back. We're going to have a lot of time to cover questions. We can recap what happened here in the morning. Again, hot data. The market didn't respond that much. You could evidence that by the 0.25% gain we have, even though it is trading a little lower. But bonds, that is another one of the big story. And then President Joe Biden hails the jobs report as a milestone in America's comeback. Oh, yes. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Marvel, go to the watch list. Go to the watch list. Second link, baby.
Are you seeing
second
that
link
as well?
So our numbers demonstrate that particular data point is coming from young workers, but certainly, a positive economy, a strong jobs, situation is good for all workers, immigrants included. So we are certainly also seeing, immigrant workers and native-born workers really be part of this this overall story of growth that's much higher than expected, not just this month, but over the last several months.
Jay Powell talked about this earlier this week. He didn't want to get political when he talked about immigration policy, but he said he wants to call the strikes and the balls of how he sees it, which is more immigration, creating a bigger economy with more capacity instead of a tighter economy. Is that what you see, a growing economy, maybe because of this influx of immigration?
Well, so we continue to see this tight labor market, in part because we're seeing growth in jobs and labor force participation rate high, right? But to your point, immigrants have long contributed to a strong economy. And so this overall high GDP, yes, is a function both of, again, immigration and immigrant participation in the workforce and overall participation. These unemployment rates being at historic lows are true pretty much across the board.
One area where we didn't see any improvement was manufacturing employment after a drop last month. We spoke about this last month where there's a loss of 10,000 jobs in February. The president likes to talk about boosts in manufacturing space. Why are we not seeing more of that?
Yeah, that's right. So we've seen about over 700,000 jobs in manufacturing created since the president came into office. This last month, we saw one of the industries of large growth was in construction, especially specialty construction. So these are carpenters, these are electricians, and so there's building going on. And you gotta build the factories before you have people working in them. And so we've seen steady growth, but the manufacturing kind of follows the construction, and this is a moment of historic investments as part of the president's Investing in America agenda in both of those industries, and 2024 will continue to be a big year in manufacturing.
But Julie, when you look at the blue wall, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, these three key industrial swing states, a collective 39,000 fewer people are working in manufacturing than 5 years ago. Where are those manufacturing jobs going? And how uneasy does it make you that the blue wall is losing key manufacturing jobs?
So the president's been very clear. We are going to make things in America. We've invented them here. We should be able to make them here. That is part of the truly unprecedented investments in industries, including in manufacturing. I've been to Michigan. I've been to Wisconsin, and we're seeing working people in apprenticeship programs that are bursting at the seams. We're seeing people talk about a sense of security, about a career that they're now going to have that they didn't see possible just a few years ago.
This is the labor secretary.
That's the trend.
Bursting at the seams. Bursting everywhere. Oh, man. It's very clear. It's a government officials are very clear, if you guys haven't noticed by now. But Chattadonia. So we got a lot of time, baby. We're here ready to go. 10 minutes till the bell. About 5-6 minutes till the pledge. We almost got them 1,000 likes, baby. So good work, Chattadonia. Way to show some love. But you're here now. You heard the acting labor secretary. But tell me, all of the data, all of the bonds, everything going on. What is your first play of the day, Chattadonia? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? Spy puts. Marvel call, Marvel call, Marvel call, long AMD, D-Nut puts, they call, SPY puts, SMCI, AMD long, SPY puts, confused, SPY put, SPY put, SPY put, AMD, Tesla, good morning, Coke puts, flipping long, Kava, CCJ puts, SQ calls, hidden GCTS shares, AMD, UVIX shorts, Meta shorts, daily ES short, Apple call, Nike, 88, ACB, RTX puts, QQQ call, SPY put, SPY credit spread, ET, let's go, baby, non-correlated longs, sitting on longs, Tilray flip, Tesla call, SPY put, Dell long, TZA, Meta long, Ouse long, call my mom, buy Snap, Terra call, Beto short, Microsoft put, let's go, Chad is the cult, baby, Nike shares, SPY calls, IWM, you Ulta long, sit and cry, Abivide, Nintendo, United Cell, McDonald's put, S&P 500, NQ long, Y Marvel calls, Tesla, levered SPY puts, climb Mount Everest, long UVIX, XAYO, and the final plays. QQQ calls, AMD, and screaming that 10%, baby. Oh. So, what's my only concern? I only have one concern. I only have one concern with all those plays. I don't know. I've done this for a while. Every time every mother effer says puts in the morning, this thing rallies up. So there's a lot of puts out there. I just see a lot of puts. That was a lot of puts. You better have fun today, but I just said puts. It's a lot of puts. It was a lot of puts. So Chattadonia, we got 3 minutes until the pledge. Any questions? Any questions about today? The jobs number came in hot. Wages were hot, but not hotter than expected. And then unemployment went down. Participation went up. All in all, it was a hot print. Bonds got murdered off of it. SPY is a little bit lower, but still holding up from that craziness. Remember, we had a very bad day yesterday. So that's kind of where we're at right now. If you have anything, you let me know, though. Any questions? Now is the time. Yesterday, you just missed a lot of global tensions and then a couple of nuggets from the Fed that got people reacting and then, again, reigniting the theme that Powell is not really going to cut 3 times this year. That's what we started with at the beginning of this week, and really all of the data moving forward has kind of showed that. I don't think we have any bond auctions today, no. The futures are still holding up green. Again, bonds are the only casualty. Dollar is up. Again, SPY is holding pretty good, but let's see intraday bonds open up. We'll see where that 10 years at, if it's near 4 or 5 or not. And then I think it's going to do its thing. And then can we get 1,200? Maybe. I mean, I'm cool with 1,000. Like I said, you get 1,000 before the bell. Like, shit, we good. TSMC maintains full-year revenue guidance of low to mid-20% growth at January Institutional Investor Conference. TSM is at an investor conference right now? Hey, yo. And then TSM manufacturing, apart from some production lines, equipment in Taiwan fabs have largely been fully recovered as of April 5th. Maybe we should throw TSM on the list. All right, Chad, 1 more minute. 1 minute till the pledge. Any final questions? Any final questions? Morgan Stanley economists, led by Ellen Zentner, maintain their forecast for first rate cut in June. Is it over for the Bulls? Not yet. I mean, the Bulls are definitely fighting back. Again, if this data was like, if wages went up today and then you had a strong beat and wages rocketed, I would have said today would have been a very bad sign, but it's just we're slowly paranoid month after month, but if the situation is deteriorating, it's very slow, not enough to cause panic yet. So I don't think it is over for the Bulls. No, not yet. If today was really bad in wages, yeah, but you did not get that at all. So Chatadonia, any final questions? You got like 20 seconds, bro. You got like 20 seconds. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, I think you ran out of time now. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service and dedication. I hope you know, here at the Cult, man, we love and appreciate you, and I encourage every single one of you, man, the least we could do as a society for a group of people that has made such a sacrifice is show the appreciation. Probably one of the most forgotten groups of people, man. So show love to the vets, man. God bless you, veterans, and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, garbage men, coaches, anybody giving back, making their community run. God bless you, baby. That's where all the action happens. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Oh, let's go, baby. It's Friday. It's Friday, baby. The data has came in. The market, man, has all a little sticky. It's sticky. It's sticky, you know? It's sticky. Things get sticky. So get ready for it. Again, you still got like 3 or 4 Fed speakers. So we got fuel for the flame with the data today. We'll see if any of them address it. Again, you do still got some of those geopolitics in the background, so maybe middle of the day we'll get some headlines. Don't forget about oil. Watch the dollar. Keep an eye on bond yields. And literally by the end of the day, I mean, just remember what you've already gone through this week, okay? Because you've had a lot of weird moves, a lot of doing nothing for 4 hours, and then in an hour and a half, you could move the entire week's range, okay? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Drive slow, homie. You got CPI next week. People are talking about the bird flu. Yeah, so yesterday, remember Corinne? She came up on the press conference and they talked about it as like an abundance of caution. But apparently, I think in Texas, there was a case of the bird flu and people are starting to freak out. I think it's a little dramatic for now, but we'll see. You never know. But people are already reacting to that. You getting Aritzia ads now? That's good, man. Go get your girl something. Unless it's for you. They don't have guys' clothes, but then again, I mean, shit, man, everybody got their own style. You know, they got socks. I don't know, but they're expensive. That's what I was saying. Aritzia is mad expensive. I don't get it. All right, Chad, 30 seconds. You guys got to like the video. And I forgot to tell you, new change of policy. We need 1,200 likes before the bell. Otherwise, I can't give you plays. I'm sorry. I should have let y'all know earlier. My bad. I'm just messing with you. I'm totally messing with you. Relax. I know somebody got really mad. It's okay. You guys did it. You did good, baby. Thank you for liking the video. Let's have a good Friday, okay? Relax. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. Calm down. April Fools. April Fools. My giraffe joke didn't work. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Fed Barkin says quite a strong jobs report. Well, there you go. You already got Fed Barkin speaking on this. All right, we're opening up a quarter on the SPY. Russell's down by a quarter. Dow is like break even, and then NASDAQ is leading. I'm watching chips go up. Man. Oh, TSM. Let's see. Balkin. Fed Balkin. Thomas Balkin. You've heard him. You've probably seen him. Let's see. Enphase. I think Enphase got a downgrade. So some people were saying there. I believe. That's a big spread. Hold on, I'm looking at a play. Jobs data did come in, and it was higher. Pfizer is cheap. Oh, I didn't see Pfizer. I forgot about that. Shout out to long term. Oh, scam. All right, I grabbed some shares. I'm doing 100 shares of TSM at 140. And the reason is they literally have an investor conference right now. So they just came out with guidance pre-market, some of the other chips, but I'm scared. I think there's a $4 risk with this. The stock's been pinned. You either go down to 136 or it just holds up. Oh, they do have earnings in 2 weeks, huh? So I have shares. I'm probably going to flip out of this one. It's up for now a little bit, but we'll see. So, again, TSM, though, that's one thing. Yeah, Pfizer, 26.48. What's this down? Another 0.7? The lower Pfizer goes, kind of better. So, remember, we made our play on there, of what, 2 months ago? Or no, we haven't made a play. It was like 2 months ago, but 26 something. Let me check the long term if that's below our price. And then bonds going lower, SPY climbing up a little bit, NASDAQ still leading, Russell still negative, TSM popped there, so we got just under 1% on that. Yeah, Apple news, Disney on the high, and then CNK again. CNK got an upgrade. Cinemark. Chips are going hard. Yeah, CNK's up 8. They got an upgrade in the morning, and they're running. There's a couple of upgrades. I think Snow and someone else. And then Datadog, that was the play from yesterday. Microsoft on the low. Google's on the high. All right. Some CI put premium up on the daily. Did Nike keep dropping? No, Nike went up. Dude, Nike hit like $89 flat the other day. I thought that was kind of impressive. And then PayPal at the low, Roblo on the high, Palantir. Again, Snow's going up. They got to upgrade Marriott. See if any travel. Bonds near the low, or bonds near the low of the data. I'm going to keep up extended hours on bonds, because if they do hit a low here, I think that's where we'll start. You'll probably see the day looking different. Boeing on the high, Riot's going up, Airbnb back to 60. Yeah, Pfizer's down 26.50. Meta's starting to drop. Google's on the high. Remember, Google was weak, and then Google's in the green. And then Amazon's down 1.5. Apple is actually in the green, and Microsoft's in the green too. So big tech is kind of holding on a little better. Meta, heavy clapping. And then TSM, was the other one BHC? I forgot. We have the Bosch. That was from the other day. That one's going up. And then where's the other one? Lunar. Lunar got Merck still. Bookings on the high. Gutierrez says troubled by reports Israeli military bombing campaign. Includes AI as tool of identifying targets. Yeah, Google, Mike, again, some of the big techs up there. Bonds getting a bounce. SPY near the high, 515. I don't know. Usually there's follow-up data, but I don't think there is today. TSM daily. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any other follow-up. You got Fed Barkin. He already spoke. Yeah, you're not getting anything. You're going to get rig count at 1. And then TSM came down. Marvel chilling a little bit. Microsoft, and then see if the bonds come up. Is that silver or SILJ? UNH on the high. DraftKings and Spotify, they're starting to move up. REITs got murdered. Yeah, I'm sure with the bonds. Card on the high too. TJX, Snap, Uber. High tickers getting some steam there. I'm seeing a lot of bigger names. Live in the hills, but I still get a spread. What's up, baby? Good morning. Yeah, 117 on Disney. Booking climbing as well. DHI, Nike now. So you're getting some movements there. I think everything except chips and Apple. So the chips, they started off good. Now ARM, NVIDIA, SMCI, AMD, Micron, all on the low. Intel, every chip maker on the low. So TSM, I'm now negative on that. Was just green real quick. Adeyemo says seeing wages growing faster than inflation. Adeyemo. The results on the non-farms was that they came in hot. Marvel even starting to drop. Oh, Gildan. Oh, shit. I forgot about Gildan. That's down from yesterday, though? No way. So it had a gap down? That's weird. Again, they had the HBI stuff, too. Bonds coming up. iRobot down 3. ARM is on the high. Or on the low, excuse me. Oracle on the high. He's waking up. Who was it? Oracle, IBM, and then Dell. Those are the big earnings. MCK, is that TLT? TLH. TLT starting to run up, though. So, again, bonds are trying to catch a bid here. TSM going lower. I'm down 40 on that now. GCT. Oh, where's gold? SPY coming down a little bit. I don't have VWAP on here. Let me see. Gold. Gold is at 2. It's literally below the price I shorted at. Again, I closed that play. Oil just staying pinned at 86. Yeah, nothing's really moved yet. And then we're at 51.62 on the SPY. So I don't know. Where does this level stack up? I guess, remember, it's like 51.50 and then 51.25 or 51.30, then the 20s. Or we just go back to the higher levels. Bonds starting to bounce a little bit more. And then TSM flipped red now. Microsoft in big tech is going up. Apple's chilling out a little bit, but I think Google and Microsoft, they're a one-way ticket up. Amazon was up and just had a big candle. SPY coming up. You guys are saying Tesla. They just broke down. JP Morgan on the low. Don't forget earnings next week. Let's see. Cattle halted on the downside, barking inflation coming down, but it's been an unbalanced mixed. He said business still looking for opportunity to hike prices. SMCI flushing badly. MDIA on the high. Yeah, SMCI down too. Again, NVIDIA started flushing. You even got Dell, and then bonds ripping. I wanted a double dip on those, but it might be taking off. NVIDIA's only down a quarter. Why is that? Netflix has earnings around the corner, and remember, when Netflix is in its own little world, I mean, it does its own thing. Peep Marvel. It's probably dropping with all the other chips, no? They're still in the green at least, but literally all the chips, the first 3-4 minutes, they were on fire, and then they all just dumped right there. And then Microsoft going up. All right. Home builders, XHB is ripping. I mean, I don't even think the home builder data was good, but could be off of the idea with everything everybody's saying about real estate and not really expecting too much in prices moving, at least from the Fed. But then again, home builders, they've been on fire. And then SPY bounced off of that. Bonds are breaking out, still breaking out relative to the range here, but they're just getting to those pre-market levels. I covered my gold short. I made about $790. We covered it on the watch list last night live because I did a live watch list and we noticed it was up and I was like, I could cover it and then I could come in clean to the data and then I could double dip on gold if I would like. Okay, does that work? Abivai. And then SPY running up here. No, I won't have enough. All righty. I have made a play. How many did I get? Alrighty. TSM back up. Now we talking, baby. Now we talking. Alright, let me see. Is this good? I think I'm good, man. Alright, I just did something. I made a play, ladies and gentlemen. And this time, I added that play into the long term. I used the deposit. Today is April 7th or 5th. I didn't hold off for too long. But what do you think I grabbed? Oh, you may have got the text already. Yep, I grabbed your boy Pfizer. I put the whole deposit into it. So I wanted to stack it up like I was talking about yesterday. I did want a little bit of BABA, and I did want, even Nike, but I want to make sure I make progress because now Pfizer's a big position. It could work for us, but I bought 116 shares on the big account for $26.48, and then I bought 8 shares on Colt Sister for the same price, and then I bought 3 shares on Colt YouTube because remember I accidentally used the money on the YouTube account and like my margin price was like weird. So I only had a little bit of cash in there. So put it towards Pfizer and then now we should be all leveled out. But yeah. And then our dividends went up a little bit. Now Pfizer's a pretty big one in the portfolio. And then we go for, I think it increased the dividends by 180. We'll see. I'll let that do its thing. Where's Pfizer? Yeah. So Pfizer is now our 5th largest position. So we got a little bit more Pfizer than we do JP Morgan. And then that's trading at a discount. So now how much do I have total? I have 491 shares of Pfizer. So with drip, we'll probably get to 500 shares soon. I'm kind of cool keeping it there, and then we'll call it a day. All right. Well, there's your long-term, not a recommendation. You will lose money. Good luck. And then TSM did come back up. My average on the big account, I'm still down on it, 29. And then on the smaller accounts, it's around like 27. Yeah, like in the YouTube account, we're break even on Pfizer. And then in Colt Sister, we're up like 1% actually. LW. And then SPY holding up here. Again, bonds. They had that little rally. Haven't gone too crazy. Maxing out Roth, using all the funds. Good luck, my friend. Amen. I think, yeah, Pfizer yields 6 around here. Which can't get too mad at. Yeah, 6.3. We put $3,000 every month into the big account. Yeah. And then $300 into the small one. And we started at $200. And then Colt Sister, we put $200 a month. Wheat is up too. I mean, commodities all across are starting to get hyped up. So, I mean, it's a weird one. SMCI still at the low. Tesla from the bottom. XOM. Oil came down. Interesting. Gold about to break out. Gold is breaking out right now. GLD on the high. 3M. What was the other one? Solventum. Are these Amazon candles fake? Because every time I go to Amazon, it shows me a big red candle. DraftKings up. High ticker's gassing now. So, again, we are starting to move up. Bonds kind of led the way. You're getting into yesterday's level. Remember, yesterday was a huge flush. You're still like another what? You're another 30 points below like the halfway point of freaking out of Kashkari from yesterday. And then DraftKings breaking out. TSM trying to go back up there too. Intel bags. Forgot about Intel. Airbnb on the high. Spotify, that's going up again. Price target increase news this week. They have been running since there. And then SPY near the high. Bonds kind of meandering, but still near their high of the day. Still below the data. I don't even know where we're at relative. Man, you're right at the high. That's crazy. So you're still within the range of when the data came out. So we need to get above or below one of these ranges and like actually hit something new. Otherwise, this is still off the morning. I only bought 3 shares on the YouTube account, yeah, because my check-in and my savings. No, so like I have margin on the YouTube account, the small one, but I don't know what happened. I guess apparently on one of the purchases, I guess I didn't keep track of my balance, but it said I used my margin. So on my last deposit, I was negative cash. So my other deposit came in. It brought me to positive cash, but it only brought me to positive $90 versus the $300 I would have had for my deposit. So just to balance it out, since I made a mistake somewhere, I figured I'll only use that whatever I have so that next deposit it matches up. But I used a little too much on the long term on the small one, so now it balanced out, and that's why this deposit I was only able to buy 3 for that account. Idea Airbnb will kill it because of eclipse bookings. They may do a little better. Did you see that infograph? There's like a map of the Airbnbs, and like if you go see the eclipse and like a map of all Airbnbs that are booked out for the week, it's insane. It's insane. So like there is a lot, like bro, Airbnb is popping for the eclipse stuff. The money in the YouTube account, the small YouTube account is just under 20,000. We started it at 2,000 and we deposited $200 a month, and then we raised it to 300. And then Colt Sister has 10,200. That started at 2,000, and then the big account has 173. It actually came down $5,000, so 174. Remember, we were at 178 at the beginning of the week. DraftKings, gold, DraftKings on the high, giraffe. Maybe I should have bought into gold. I bought Pfizer for the long term. I made my long term, I used my long term deposit today. White House Brainerd, I think it's a really encouraging report.
Can you?
With Jim Brainerd and Jim?
Yeah, so I can't give you any specific numbers. I'm looking at the jobs market from this morning. You're looking at the same numbers. What we see is that the employment to population ratio is very strong, close to record highs. Labor force participation, the number of Americans that are participating in this really good labor market under President Biden, very high, and that allows the economy to keep growing, businesses to keep expanding, consumers to remain resilient because those paychecks are better than they've seen. So all of those things bode well.
Gold breaking out. Dollar came down a little bit, but still high.
In this economy.
Dash on the high.
Director, I'm sure you know that oil has gotten the market's attention. Year-on-year gasoline retail
high
prices
takers is
no
gassing
longer,
right now. You're ripping up
negative,
551.75.
12 months. To what degree are things, options like jawboning or the strategic reserve entering the conversation again?
Yeah, so gas prices at the pump are so important for American families, and a big focus of President Biden. We are pleased that gas prices have come down by $1.40 relative to that peak that was caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But as you say, we are watching carefully to make sure that those gas prices at the pump don't go up, don't squeeze Americans. And, you know, we're going to continue monitoring and making sure that we see the continued strong production here and around the world that's going to be necessary for that important price at the pump.
Bonds catching another bid. So the bonds have been rallying from that
Director
bottom.
Brainerd on energy, immigration, of course, the jobs number today. Have a good weekend. Thanks so much. Good to see you.
Thanks so much.
Good to see you.
Always like to hear Dude, they're going on the pump. Like I said in the morning, this jobs report may not be the best for the market, but it was definitely good for the White House. Because, dude, you already had Biden, the Sue lady from the Labor Department, And then now you got Brainerd. They're coming out. It's not even 9 o'clock. That's crazy. Datadog almost break even from yesterday. That's good. Apple on the high again. Dollar dropped a little bit, still elevated on the day. Apple is starting to go, and Microsoft, and then there is Datadog. So high ticker is still gassing. Again, Snowflake got to upgrade. They're near the high. I don't know. Did chips come back up? TSM meandering. AMD came back up. SMCI is back to green after that little sell-off. NVIDIA. So you're rocketing up right now. So again, markets, NASDAQ almost 1%. So this is like what? Is it? How? Yesterday was only 0.8 down, but we were up 0.8. I thought we would be like right around here. So interesting. A little bit more to go. My Amazon chart don't load up. It shows a big drop, but yeah, I think this candle's glitching out, but they are going. Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Meta ran yesterday. Meta's still up because Meta held up those gains. And then Marvel came back up 1.8. Celsius on the high. Disney coming up here too. Where's energy? Cus Gonzalez, baby. Welcome back. Spotify's been on fire all week ever since they raised prices. I think it's been over 10% on the week. Yeah. They went up over 25, more than that. It's almost 20%. Signed up for long term, not getting text. It depends when you signed up, and then make sure you got the short codes activated. That's usually it. And then make sure you're in America too. Yeah, Spotify's still running. I don't know if I'll play that, though. It's good. Remember, we have Spotify in the small long term. That one's doing good. Activate. You just make sure I think usually it's like T-Mobile has the most issues, but you just got to contact your phone people and just make sure you have short codes enabled. It's my birthday. Jiggly Bonds. Oh, no. Happy birthday. And wait. Isn't it Tim Whitman's birthday? Oh, happy birthday, Timmy Whitman, toe baby. Oh, no. Oh, are you kidding me? Happy birthday, Jiggly. Happy birthday, Timmy Whitman. God bless both of y'all, man. Are you kidding me? Tim Whitman. Yeah, I know. It's his birthday, too. You got Jiggly in here. She been showing love on Twitch and YouTube. Stop playing with me. Hey, man. You stop getting the text and you switch. If you were already getting the text and you switch carriers, just try to go find the number from your other phone, like that you were receiving it from, and just try to text that. Otherwise, hit up your phone provider and enable the short codes, or make sure they got that. You were right. So much puts in the morning. Now we're ripping up. It happens almost every time. There's a lot of bearish data. So we'll see. Today's my birthday too. Y'all share the birthday? No way. Horna. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That end of day drop, baby. I mean, we'll see. We don't have any data, but I mean, you got a lot in store, and there's still, halfway through today, we're gonna start preparing and getting ready for we're gonna be getting ready for the CPI. So we'll see. Mine was yesterday. What? You're not kidding. Yours was today too. A happy birthday. I think y'all trolling me at this point, but that's amazing. That is amazing. What's up with the Pfizer buy? I like it. It's my last time, the last time I picked up Pfizer was like 26.30, and then it ripped from there. So we came back to it. I'm like, I like this price. It's in the lower range. It can go down a little bit, but I'm cool with that, if anything. But I'm like, and then I think their ex-dividend is going to be within the next couple of weeks. So you're even going to hear about that. Raise our dividend, put all the money so we could stack up, and I like it. It's good, 6.3. No troll minds today. No way. Well, happy birthday, man, to all of y'all. That's insane. Say, I like Nike, but I talked about Nike pretty in depth on the watch list yesterday. That's kind of what fueled this. Is like I like Nike, but it's at the top of my buy zone. Nike would have had to been at like $80 to get me to buy it. And while I was waiting, I mean, Pfizer kept going lower, so I just said maybe we'll grab it and call it a day. Happy birthday to the April Chaz. That's crazy. That's a lot of April birthdays. Amen, man. And remember, it's another year, baby. The long term. You know what I'm saying? It's a long term. Look at Lulu. I'm not going to know. I played that one post-earnings play just for the sake of post-earnings, but I don't think I'm going to come back to it. Her mom's V-Day was on the 3rd. That's crazy. I think I have a sister with an April birthday. Oh, dude, do you... Man, I'm going to just tell you how, like, messed up my family is. Like, this is how you know we're, like, foreign as hell. So, like, my sister, I don't really know what her birthday is. Because for half of her life, we celebrated it a month earlier. I don't know why. I think my parents were just fobs. And, like, they, like, confused her birthday. So, for, like, half of her life, yeah. We celebrated it a month earlier. We would celebrate her. So I don't know if it's like April or May, because then like half of my life we celebrated it early, and then the other half she was like, "That's not my birthday." Like I don't know. Like she got conscious enough or something, and then we were like, "Wait, that's not her birthday," and then we moved her birthday, and then so welcome to my Middle Eastern life. So yeah, I don't know. I think her birthday's in April. It might be. It might not. I don't even know, bro. No, that's a true story. I'm being dead serious. It's kind of sad because I can't like explain it because we don't know. We don't even know why it happened or anything. Like even if you ask her, yeah, we have birth certificates and everything too. But like that's why like eventually the truth came out. We're like, that's not your birthday. Can we talk about the stock market? No, I'm timing you out for 24 hours. Because you'll ask me to repeat the same question several times. And then on that little tangent, you're going to ask me to go on the stock market after we just made long-term purchases and discussed several things as well as the data an hour before the bell. And we'll time you out for 24 hours. You know what I'm saying, Sarah? That's not good vibes. Not good vibes. So thank you. And then I know you would ask. The long-term play today was Pfizer. You always ask me afterwards. Not a band hammer, just a timeout. Just like, just calm down a little bit. Calm down. And that's it. Oh! I can't stay calm when the peach has arrived. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the peach. It's here. Horna. Oh, WDC on the low. They got an upgrade today, too. Wow, the peach is in, baby. That's it. So watch out. The market may start moving a little weird. Now that the peach is in, Peach Nation, get your ass up. It's here. Amen, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Consistency. And it's April. My man did it for another quarter. Stop playing with him. Stop it. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. And then high ticker is still gassing. So you got a couple of moves down here. Bonds are in the middle of when the data came out. Pfizer went a little lower. You got a couple things moving. Again, chips in between wanting to go up and sell off. And now they're right there at the morning. I'm at peace. Christ remind me no one will know the end. And not getting worried about it. Amen, bro. Amen. Be at peace, my friend. How early are you up before earnings? Like how far? Oh, like does it run up? It all depends. So like honestly, I think if you guys were here for our last earnings, again, we hit like what? I think we hit 10 or 11 in a row and then another 5,000 percenters after, and not in a row. There's like a 1 week break. Last earnings was amazing. And here's the deal. last earnings, you got to learn a lot. I really think, like, you know, like, for real, I know it's very cliche where everyone's like, oh, you get to learn something whether you win or lose, but it's like, for real, I really want you to take a step back. And if you were going through all those earnings plays in the last 3 months, like, bro, do you guys not realize how much info you got? You got to see the earnings when they report on Mondays and Tuesdays versus Thursdays and Fridays. You got to learn about the earnings scams when it opens up, when the options don't open up. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like coming around to it. One of the biggest lessons we saw was playing before. There was half of the plays, if you played them before, that was the real money. And then the other half, you got burned. It's very hard to tell. So last earnings early on going for the banks, we got burned on the early run-ups. Usually, it's kind of like until there's a company reporting, you may get burned on the earnings. And then after there's a good earnings, then the pre-earnings run-up plays start to ramp up. Does that make sense? So, like, if there's no earnings and you're going early, I don't really like those because there's not hype. But after the first set of earnings gets hyped, then you start to watch the pre-earnings kick in. So other than that, though, it's a hard answer. I can't tell you confidently, oh, play the pre-run up or don't play it, because it depends on market volatility, because even then the pre-run up may be there, but then if you run into geopolitics and the market dumps, it's going to mess up your premium, just like some of the plays yesterday. I think you did well with Tesla. Happy Friday. Let's go, Bradley. The Tor amplification. Metagas, even the SPY gassing up right now here too. And then I kind of need a gas. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll go pee, not like gas, you know. But follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you all. I will be right back. And listen, it's Friday. You guys are here right now. I hope you're having a great day. Say what's up to someone in the chat. Just say hello to someone in the chat. Just type out their name. Say hello, Bradley Frizzle. Hello, Silver. What's going on, Tiffany? What's up, Greg? Just say hello. Like, greet each other in the chat. Say good morning, baby. Good morning. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. BRB.
Expensive to short, and it seems like when it comes to buying puts to sort of get around that, you're not the biggest fan there.
Well, there's no free lunch to it. In many ways, if you buy puts, it avoids the vagaries of the stock lending market, which is very expensive, very volatile, and literally you are putting out money every day to maintain your short. At the current stock lending rates, it costs you essentially $1 a day to short it. But I think people think there's a big free lunch in this. But to me, the key is if you look at an options monitor, look and see where the put and the call converge in price, and that you will find is usually about $3 or $4. Maybe even $5 below this current stock price. In a normal stock, that's right around the stock price. In this case, that's telling you that the market is factoring in the cost of borrowing, because if you're buying puts, you're buying them from someone, that person has to then go out and short and deal with it. So that's my little key for analyzing where the rate is, from a quick and dirty way.
So unfortunately, if you're still looking for that free lunch, you're probably not going to find it here. But speaking of what's going on in the options market for DJT, there was a really interesting tweet from Bill Gross last week. The tweet in question was, a genius can have a high IQ or invest in the stock market during a bull market. A genius can also be an investor with the courage to sell DJT options at a 250 annualized volatility. I mean, how brave do you have to be to do something like that right now?
Well, you need a high risk tolerance. I mean, in many ways, as I said, there's stuff priced in that helps you do it. I mean, remember, the market makers are not suicidal. Right. And having been one for a long time and lived to tell about it, things get priced accordingly. And so there is an insane volatility put on it. It deserves it. There's an insane stock borrow rate put on it. It deserves it. There's a very small float and a crazy valuation. That's what brings out the shorts. So you can try it, but you better be well capitalized, and you better have a giant risk tolerance.
Absolutely. You need a really strong stomach for that one. Let's quickly, zoom out here and talk about volatility overall, because I've spoken to you when the VIX has been super, super low. And relative to history, maybe it's still low, but we're currently at 16.5 on the VIX. We haven't seen this level for a while. What do you make of the fact that you're starting to see volatility come back at a broad index level right now?
Well, I think it means, number one, that people are getting a little bit of more healthy reality check about, risk and the lack thereof. One of the things that we saw, and that seems to be reversing a little bit, is, remember, the options market, although we like to think about it from speculative viewpoints, it's still the best vehicle for hedging, especially for institutions. And they kind of got away from hedging downside risks and hedging what I instead call FOMO insurance. They didn't necessarily want to be buying NVIDIA at 900. They didn't necessarily be wanting to be buying the markets in big ways at all-time highs, but they didn't want to miss the performance. Well, now that we've kind of stopped going up every single day all the time, I think there's a little bit more of a healthy respect for the idea of maybe we need to balance out our longs with our shorts from a hedging point of view and a speculating point of view.
All right, Steve, sit tight for a couple minutes. We have a lot more to get to. We do want to take a quick look at what's moving underneath the markets right now. We're going to do that with Bloomberg's Emily Griffeo. And Emily, we have a bit of M&A news.
That's right. Shockwave Medical is now being acquired by Johnson & Johnson in a deal valued at about $13.1 billion. Shockwave is a company that creates medical devices that treat heart valve disease. Their technology works with calcified blood vessels. I'm not an expert in this, but Shockwave, the name really makes sense for a heart disease company. And Johnson & Johnson is going to be paying $335 a share in cash for the company. That stock was up about 2% after the bell, but up almost 70% year to date. There's been a lot of speculation about which medical company was going to be acquiring it. And right now, Johnson & Johnson is the one for that deal. That stock, J&J, not really doing much after the opening bell, though.
Yeah, down only slightly. So we have some M&A. We also have some sell-side action as well. What's going on with Enphase?
So Enphase Energy down over 5% right now. This is a solar tech and a clean energy company. They produce EV devices, but they got a downgrade yesterday from Citi, cutting to neutral. Their price target over at Citi, they're also trimming from 126 to 121. The analysts over there said that Enphase reached its full valuation and that the residential solar outlook is uncertain in the near term, but remains bullish long term as interest rates come down. We'll see when those rates come down. And then they also downgraded Plug Power, which is another clean energy company. So we're kind of seeing the whole sector this morning when it comes to those clean tech companies moving lower. Enphase also said that their chief commercial officer is going to be resigning. They announced.
Goodbye. My goodness. It went up for, I swear I left, and then it popped up, and then it came back down. But then bonds are going. Should have bought the dip there early on. But we'll see. Vanny, they got an event in May, a data release. So I'm gonna average down on Vanny prior to May. I want to say May 11th or May 12th. Prior to that, they have an event where they will be releasing more of the GLP-1 data that they were working on last time that got it hyped. So there's still a catalyst in store. It's kind of been dry since then, but yeah, there's still something right around the corner for that one. The long-term alerts. Well, make sure you signed up. Make sure you filled out everything completely. Make sure you have a U.S. number, and then if you're still not getting them, just hit up your phone provider and ask if short codes are enabled. And then if you were receiving them already and you switched phone numbers or something, or you switched like carriers, just text the number that you were receiving it on your old one, and hopefully that'll reactivate it. SPY going for it. It was waiting for me to come back. It just wanted it. It said, okay, Josh went up, so let me, yeah. 5180, man. It's crazy. It's crazy because when we flushed into this, remember, just level at a time yesterday, we were just dying. So now, again, you're above the 5170s. Remember, this whole entire candle is a range, which could have been a lot more stickier. Disney on the high, GLD's going up, man. SPY's going up, and then even the bonds. So you're getting a move. Yeah, it's up there. We going up on bad news? Yeah, I mean, I said this I think after 5 minutes after the release, I just reminded everybody, and I said this on the watch list yesterday, unfortunately, the whole entire year, as it pertains to the jobs report, every jobs report has came in hot, substantially, even with substantially higher revisions. And what's happening? the market has gone up every single time. Bonds have reacted. The dollar's reacted. It factors into the story. It's data that the Fed chairs and all of them will talk about. However, every single time, it has been extremely hot by more than 2 standard deviations, and we still proceed to go up. So I do think today, if the wages rocketed up, that wouldn't have happened, but that didn't occur. So, I mean, unfortunately, it's not too uncharacteristic for the last 4 months here. Like, literally all of 2024 data has played out like this. I made a long-term play on Pfizer today. Just about 30 minutes ago, maybe. You texted help. Well, maybe wait for the next alert. It's not going to, like, text you back if there's nothing to text you, you know? Yeah, I grabbed Pfizer. Pfizer has ex-dividend, too, right around the corner. Or they haven't announced it yet, but, like, that's why I kind of think it's dropping, mixed in with some of the healthcare stuff that's gone on. Well, when is their ex-dividend? They haven't declared it yet, but it should be soon. I got Pfizer near the low and on the divvy. That's one of the reasons why I like it. I already have a position, so I get to build up the portfolio. And then again, I really believe Pfizer will be around in the long run. I mean, they make a lot of money. I'm not like the biggest, sadly, I'm not the biggest fan on like a social, personal level of Pfizer, but as a market behemoth that is going to control the world and be around here, I think it's going to be here. So then to buy it at a price of, almost a decade ago with a yield higher than the Fed funds rate right now, I'm totally down. And NVIDIA's still working its way up. AMD on the high. Marvel and TSM, they didn't move much. Pfizer on my wrist. I think there'll be 2 rate cuts. What do you think? I don't know. Again, I'm glad that I didn't play this game this time because it's Powell. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter when they do it. All that matters is that he does it. And then, you know what I'm saying? And like lately, you're watching everybody go back and forth. Powell seems like he's buying time. I have a lot of theories. I mean, I could say they're going to cut 3 times. Maybe he's going to cut sooner off of a random black swan. And then in the same breath, I could tell you that I bet you he had a talk with Biden and they were just like, talk about rate cuts, but you don't have to do it unless it actually happens. And they just wanted to talk about it to boost things up. Because I'm telling you, man, there's this game that we're playing of the last, again, it's been about what? It's almost 6 months since the SEP updates. And like you're watching the back and forth and what the market was like prior. And I just genuinely think Powell is buying time. And unfortunately, Powell and the Fed are in a situation where they haven't done anything. They got everybody and their mom moving, and they know that. That's the forward-leading comments, and they know they could do that. But, like, dude, rates, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed at all. We are still at 4.99 on the interest rate, higher. It's technically higher, and it's just like you are just as close to not raising rates as you are to cutting them. Even though there's a lot of communication, and although you want to believe the Fed and they seem confident, but then again, I mean, it's not. I mean, we have seen them do the opposite. We've many, many times. So sadly, situationally speaking, I think you're just as close to rate cuts as you are to rate hikes, and or doing nothing at all. And that's just based on the timing and the calendar. And Powell has time and data, and they could just play this game until they actually get into it. Another bank will go under. It seems like they got that under control. If another bank is going to go under, it'll be because of bonds, or it will be because of an external event, like a default, like NYCB, were they the one that just got the clap with the commercial loans? It was just one tenant. One tenant can fuck up half of your loan book if they're big enough. So just like an external shock like that would probably do it. Other than that, though, I don't like bond rates. Just don't forget. I think we forgot. And, somebody was even asking, why does 4.5% even matter? I'm talking about 10-year 4.5, and we're talking about the market getting sensitive. What could be another reason to think about 4.5 10-year? Think about it with banks. Remember, these banks hold till maturity. So remember, every time the yields were climbing up, it was hurting the bank balance sheets. So that could be another reason here. I wouldn't blame it as the main reason, but that would definitely be another thing underneath the surface why the higher we go on bond yields, the kind of more negative it could be all around. Yeah, I bought shares today. I just bought Pfizer shares in the long term. I bought Pfizer shares, 26.48, and then I bought in the big account, Colt Sister and Colt YouTube. And then I flipped TSM shares. I'm still in them. I'm like right around break even now, a little lower. And then SPY near the high. It's been just under an hour, believe it or not. I put the whole deposit. So I got like 116 shares on the big account. Then I grabbed on Colt Sister, I grabbed 8 shares. And then because of the YouTube account had weird deposit amounts, I only grabbed 3. Is it surprising, unusual that MPW has yet to say anything about the dividend? I want to say kind of, but I remember they've done this before, and there's still a couple of companies that have yet to do it with their announcement. But, I mean, it definitely will get more concerning because, again, I think their earnings is in April 25th, right, in 20 days. But I think they've been selling more properties. That was the little secret update we got on it yesterday. Pfizer reminds you of AbbVie back in the day. Well, AbbVie didn't. I mean, Pfizer has a way better history, low key. AbbVie was still kind of new. It was a spinoff, but I mean, shit, I'd like it. I hope it does what AbbVie did, though. MO? What do you mean? MO? No, I didn't. I bought MO last deposit, not this one. AbbVie, I think there was another generic drug the other day, but I don't know if that's what got it. But lately, it fell with all the other healthcare stocks too. And then again, they were on a tear, so we'll give them their little drop. But that was a big drop. Amazon 52-week high, 185.31. Wayfair breaking out on the high again. Bonds still near their high. Intraday is still below the other one. I'm still in BHC. It's right around my price. And Lunar from yesterday. That one got clapped. No catalyst for today. AbbVie, I may add at 130, but I would like 119 or lower. I'm cheap with AbbVie, but I do want to add more to it. It'd be sad if I went a couple years without buying it. But shout out the drip. I have the Datadog option from yesterday. I think the play came back up to break even. Snap is not on my radar, no. I would need Snap to either get really cheap or get really good, but even then, we got good exposure in the space already. We bought Snap early, didn't buy it at the crazy prices, and then we got Meta now at the lowest price possible. So it's balanced in the portfolio. I think I'll let growth be growth and probably focus elsewhere. Strong jobs report still leaves wiggle room for the Fed, but not much hurt on the street. Well, that explains your upside today. They're like, okay, it's tight, but there's still a little bit of wiggle room. I added BABA around 73 or 74, I believe. 74.60, I think. So I'm slightly down on BABA, but that fluctuates. Yeah, I'm down 4. I bought BABA at 74.63. I did not buy Nike. We talked about it. I was going to buy Nike, but I like Nike too. We talked about this on the watch list yesterday, is that Nike is at like the top end of my buy range. So like if you really wanted like a high quality name in your portfolio, you got a shit ton of cash, you know what I'm saying? It's like I could probably justify this one, you know, at this range. It's at that higher range, but it's like I would no brainer buy this at like low 80s or like 7 in the 70s, 7 handle. I would buy it. But like it's like if you need it and like you've been watching and you want that, but I was like I don't want to add to I don't want to add to like a new play when I already have something I could build from it. You know what I'm saying? So it's good. Josh, earthquake? No, but you guys are saying New York City earthquake? New York what? My house was shaking in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania? What? Yo, I think you just had an earthquake in New York. Chat is going off right now. Check Twitter. Yeah, 13. I believe we just had an earthquake. I don't see like a thing going on it. Like I don't see like usually when I search it, it'll show me like the earthquake map. Yeah, man. You got an earthquake in... I don't have any, like, magnitude. Earthquake just felt in New York. That was my first earthquake. Everyone at the NYSC just gave each other a big look. Yeah, earthquake in New York. But I don't see the... Like, usually there's a seismograph thing on it. Is that what it's called? Seismograph? That is crazy. In January, you had a 1.7. Slow on the magnitude. That's so weird. I've never seen this. It's what I don't. When do you guys get? I've never seen an earth. Because I'm in Cali. Anytime you have earthquake, you get the chart showing up. You get the seismograph. You get to see where it was affected. I don't even think y'all have seismographs in New York because y'all don't. It's just everybody on Twitter saying their house is shaking. I don't want to be that guy. Okay? I don't want to be that guy. I really don't. Okay? I don't want to be that guy. But don't they say that the, what's it called? Don't they say that the eclipse raises earthquake activity? I don't want to be that guy. I really, really don't. But, or it was Donald Trump's fault. But it's one or the other. I heard it's either people say that the eclipse raises seismic activity, or Donald Trump caused it. It's one or the other. I don't know if there's any in between. People saying phone's not working. Man, I just want a seismograph. It's kind of blowing my mind. I'm not used to this. You New York mother effers. This is weird. Yeah, it was, I guess, by I found a map finally. Man, it was a month ago. It does not even showing up. Bro, I don't think it was an earthquake. I don't want to be that guy now, too. There was a 1.7, but that was a month ago. That's the one I saw when you, like, search everything. But, like, bro, everyone's saying their house is shaking, but there is no seismic activity on any of these trackers yet. I don't think we're too fast. You say 4.8 Lebanon, New Jersey? Let me see. Earthquake, March 15th. There's a 4.8. The strongest quake in New Jersey was a 4.8 in 1938. I don't think that's correct. Dude, I don't know. This shit's weird, bro. I can't find a East Coast earthquake like seismograph. All right, I have one magnitude 5.5 earthquake strikes greater New York area region, EMSC. I have a source right now. Tremors felt throughout EMSC. That is a earthquake source, which is weird. There's a new version of last quake. Click see more. See more. No, New Jersey was the biggest ever. If it hit New Jersey, it would be the biggest ever in that area that somebody said in Lebanon. Bloomy says 4.8. I have one source that finally says 5.5. Magnitude 5.5 strikes greater New York. Yeah, you got that too? Is that what's going on Bloomberg? So it's ESMC or whatever. EMSC. That's the only one we got. That's weird though, man. There it is. Yeah, I have it now. Now it's starting to get confirmed. They put it on the government website now. Oh, shit. Now it does say. So, wait, that might have been the big. It does say Lebanon on the government website. So, 5 kilometers. That could have been the biggest earthquake since 1938 in that area. So, now government website says it 4.8. No shit. Right there. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Welcome. Y'all don't really get earthquakes. Again, the biggest earthquake in that area in Lebanon was 1938 for a 4.8. Y'all ain't used to that, huh? How was it? Isn't it weird? Welcome to Cali, baby. Welcome to Cali. Mm-hmm. Yeah, chat. Well, you guys were living through it. You guys are like, ah! Our scale goes up to 10, yeah. In Japan, the scale goes up to 9, I'm pretty sure. 7. I'm not too sure. Japan has a different earthquake scale. Yeah, I send my regards. You guys don't know about that. It's a trip. Earthquakes are weird. I've always told you. There's nothing like when the world moves, man. It's like, it's the weirdest feeling ever. You're like, what the? It's like it's a trip, bro. You're going to be you're going to feel like a little dizzy afterwards because it's like when you get off the treadmill. Oil's growing. They're like, man, earthquake. Buy oil a little bit, but oil's just holding up the high, which is good in and of itself. It does make you feel like an ant. You're like, damn, I ain't shit. You're like, this world, the floor is moving. The floor is moving. Like, what? Remember I told you guys the other day, were any of you upstairs? Remember I told you I was in my house and I had an earthquake and I was like, dude, my house is a piece of shit. This thing is going to fall. If there was a bigger earthquake, I'm fucked. I think a couple months ago, I was in a 5-something, and I was upstairs, bro, and my house I was like, oh, hell nah, bro. So if you were, like, upstairs and that happened, you'd be like, nah. That's when you really are like, whoa. They hit and you were in the tunnel. Oh, that's creepy. Do you run outside? Sometimes you do. Usually I don't have time. Usually they come and go by the time you realize what's going on and you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to run outside. Usually it's been shaking for like 20 seconds already. And then by the time you are like, oh shit, I should protect myself. And then it's over. And then you're like, and then you're like, I could have died. Yeah, gold. Damn, new high. Well, I'm glad we covered it. We made money on it last night, covered it. I would have been down. But now it's at 23.40 on gold futures. It's literally at 1.3. Is the dollar coming down? Yeah, dollar is coming down. A super chat, baby. Let's go. Let's go. But did I miss it? Again, I'm sorry. We were just going through a very random event here of an earthquake in New York. Again, potentially one of the largest in almost 100 years. Again, of the coast of or Lebanon, New Jersey, has not seen an earthquake of that size since 1938. I don't think anything happened. Earthquakes impact stocks if it leads to like supply disruptions and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's issues with supply damage, like or like gas lines, like the 1993 earthquake in California, in Northridge, like that actually had like devastating effects because like things blew up and people got hurt and injured and it affected the movement of stuff. But in this environment too, that would probably be the only way. That's why TSM and everybody from the Taiwan one the other day, they weren't that like bearish because it didn't cause that much disruption. So it really does depend on the level of disruption. Cattle on Halton. SPY holding up here. Bonds gave up some of those gains. That was crazy, man. Then 1 hour in, 16.5 million in volume. That's a lot. That is a lot. I don't know. I don't think you might have usually there's follow-up data, but nah. My mom said CERN probably confirmed. Well, there you go, the 10. I was just saying, I was like, I know all the people who were watching all of those tinfoil videos on the eclipse. Now that earthquake, they go, mm-hmm. Are buildings in New York built for earthquakes? I'd imagine to a degree, but then again, I don't think y'all experience earthquakes, so I'm sure the level of preparedness is much different than like Cali or like Japan. All right, bonds came down a little bit. TSM holding, we're green on that a little. So bonds, stock chips are slowly starting to run up. Hezbollah head Saeed Hassan Nasrallah says strike on Iranian consulate in Damascus is turning point in events since October 7th. Hezbollah leader says Iranian strike response will definitely come against Israel. And then gold at 20. I'm down to short gold again. We should have bought it after the data today, but it was a little weak. But we got out of our gold short with profit, saved ourselves, and now it went up another $20. A lot of people felt that earthquake. The Chad went crazy. I thought you guys were tripping, and I was like, there's no way this many Chads all felt that. And then it took a while to update some of the what's it called? Took a while to update some of the seismograph stuff. Why short it, go long? Because I think gold is going to have, I think gold is bullish. I still like it. I just think it's going to have $50, $100 pullbacks because it's went up, $300, $400 in a couple of days. It's taken gold a couple of years to do that sometimes. So that's all it is. What does Swiss Miss think about CERN? It's in Switzerland. I don't know. I haven't asked my girlfriend about CERN. I have not had a CERN conversation. That's concern. I'll ask her. I'll ask her today. I don't even know if she knows what it is. She's not in the tin foil that much. She could use a little bit more tin. She loves the tin when I tell her it, but she doesn't have that much of a tin library. Oh, Nordstrom's came up. Gildan barely up, but we're a little lower than the other day. And earthquake. Isn't that crazy? So hopefully you guys are okay. I think you all got a little bit of an event. Some of you, that was your first earthquake in a while. So that was good. Thoughts on Cat Williams? I like listening to him. That's about it. And then somebody told me he bought a Maybach EQS. I think that's a little weird, but you do you, boo-boo. Tesla under 170. We've had an earthquake in San Diego. Yeah, several times. I think there's already 2 earthquakes this year in 2024. So just a couple weeks ago, I went through one. And even last year, they're smaller. But it's weird. Gold hitting a new high, man. 23.41. Wow. That one's crazy. All right, Chad. We woke up early. I had a lot of water this morning. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you all. I hope your Friday is doing good. We got a couple more hours. We've been here for an hour and 10. So still just starting out big data. And I will be right back.
But then someone else might come back and lock them up in prison for doing that.
These might all be very admirable reforms, but at the moment, if you are an Argentine living here at the moment, there is short-term pain in the same way as there was with Margaret Thatcher, with all the people who you admire. And I just looked at the statistics. They're quite frightening. The average salary in Argentina is at its lowest level since 2003. 57% of Argentines live in poverty. Consumer spending dropped 23% in February. So far, the interesting thing is your support has stayed high at 50%. But do you accept that there is a time limit on how much pain Argentines can take to take these reforms?
The first thing is, the way we see it, there has been a cultural change in Argentina. And most Argentines have understood that the solution is not populism. Today, wages are miserable, not through our own fault. That is due to 20 years of populism. When you take the average wage of Argentines back in the 1990s and update it to today's currency, that would be $3,000.
And that was Argentina's President Javier Milei speaking with John Micklethwaite, Bloomberg's editor-in-chief. Let's turn back to these markets right now and get a check with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster this week, Katie, because earlier this week we had losses, and then we had some gains, and yesterday down. Now today is up net, though we are looking at a loss for the S&P 500. At one point, the worst down week for the S&P 500 going back to October of last year. At this point, it's since the beginning of January. Yields higher, and of course, we had this blowout jobs report report, or I should say hot jobs report. Next week we have CPI, so some investors worried that maybe the Fed won't be raising until September. I think that some of the rates markets are pricing that in. That 10-year yield at 436, pressuring stocks to some degree on the week, but again, not today, which is interesting. Gold up 4.1% as we have yields go higher. It could be an inflation hedge. It could also be some sort of a hedge against the idea that if the Fed does cut as much as expected, a bit of a hedge on that potentially dovish action. Oil up 4%. If we take a look at the NASDAQ 100, and this is actually the QQQ version of it, that tech ETF in the Bloomberg terminal, we are going to see something that we've been watching in a lot of charts, individual charts. This is the uptrend out of the October lows. It's been reversing for a while, but this is the third wave of reversal. That's usually considered to be when a reversal is actually happening. The QQQs and the NASDAQ 100 hitting on the 50-day moving average for the first time since last October. So we're seeing some weakness here for big tech. And then finally, where we're not seeing weakness at all, the commodity complex, especially oil. Take a look at Gush, the oil and gas ETF. Year to date, this is really incredible, Katie, up 32%.
Absolutely. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Thank you so much. Now, coming up, navigating markets in an election year, we'll hear from Neil Ferguson. He is Hoover Institution Senior Fellow. This is Bloomberg.
Dun. Ooh. Earthquake was dope. It's random, bro. Random. A lot of random things been happening. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I was just saying, man, this year's been relatively quiet. You know what I'm saying? Relatively quiet this year, but maybe we start getting some action. Nothing is random, or everything is random. I don't know. You never know, homie. Might need some long term. You better pump your brakes and drive slow, homie. You yelled at my kids to stop jumping upstairs. Why? They're jumping this early? I guess 10:45 if you're on East Coast. No, that was crazy, man. The magnetic field is gonna flip. I've heard everything. Wait. I don't know. If I look outside, I think it just started snowing in San Diego. What? I didn't go outside. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it is flipping. It's snowing in Idaho. Yeah, that's a little bit more normal. Cicadas. Aren't those the little bugs? I've heard. Did you guys hear about that? I think that's it, right? The cicadias or whatever. You guys know those little bugs that are like, and they make like that noise? Apparently 1 trillion of them are about to be born. Yeah, but essentially, yeah, people are talking about that. Apparently there's a forecast for like trillions of them to be born in the next couple of months. Yeah, bro, it's like hailing snowing in San Diego. It's not like all, like it's just like little, like you could see like little white shit, but it mostly looks like rain. Probably just hail. I don't think it's ash. I don't think there was fires. Gold Ripper. I'm very glad I got out of that play last night. So shout out to Watchlist, baby. We put out a stream alert too since it was live. But I kind of want to short it again. I keep the first one I lost. That one we made money on. So then now, I don't know. But maybe to the up. I mean, then I've only done good on long, actually. But gold has been good to us this year so far. I don't have any agricultural plays, no. I don't think agriculture, I mean, if oil keeps holding around these prices, we start seeing like 90 and above, then maybe SPY's coming up towards the highs. So bonds gave up a little bit of that rally. They're kind of staying pinned towards the data with like trying to have a little bit of a tilt towards a relief, but so far they're just right in the middle. A MasterCard high tickers gassing, bro. MasterCard, Microsoft, ASML, Costco, Teladoc, Uber, NEM. All of these are on the high ticker right now. You're hitting another high. The crazy part is, like, this is so much lower, though, than yesterday. Like, you're still 80 points off of the high from yesterday. That's actually wild. Yeah, you got a longer 70 points. So at least this time when it like feels like it's going up, at least you know, like it takes a while to chip back into yesterday. Well, I mean, you could say it makes no sense, but it's like it's not like this is progress. You know, albeit today's data was hot, so maybe you're like, why would we ever show green? But at the same time, this is at like the low end of the week besides where we just were. So we'll see. Again, there's still the rest of the day. But then again, too, everybody was very bearish coming into it. The bonds got a little bit of a floor after dying, or some people said they were all going to buy the dip. And then again, next week you got your CPI. Yeah, U.S. stocks extend gains. NASDAQ up over 1.1. SPY up 0.85. Dow Jones 0.5. And then Russell 0.3. Let me get you a breakdown. Been here for about an hour and a half, just under that. S&P 500, 332 names in the green, 169 names in the red. Dow Jones, 21 names in the green, 9 names in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 21 names in the red, 79 names in the green. So you still got names red. A majority of the names are green. We are still in the lows of yesterday, but recovering a little less than half of it, almost halfway points, like right here. We get back up to 5,200, you recover like half of that. Since I mean, again, you hit 5,150 yesterday, so yeah, literally 5,200 is the halfway point. So we'll see where that takes us. But then again, a little bit more data coming in next week, not anything else for the rest of the day. TSM going up, Meta, again, big tech is leading on all of these, I'm pretty sure. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla is chilling, 0.77. I think Microsoft, Amazon, those are the ones on a tear as far as big tech. Apple trying to go up. We dropped yesterday. I mean, we're still lower. Like, so literally right here, right now, hitting a new high of the day. You are at a lower point of yesterday. And the reason yesterday, the global tensions, Israel, Iran, all of that stuff, and then a little bit more of the hawkish Fed. And then today, again, today was bad. Today's data was not good. Why you're still up? I mean, you could probably blame some of the headlines and people saying there's still hope. People are still kind of holding on, thinking that the Fed has wiggle room. You just heard Powell say they're going to ignore data, but then again, I mean, this just confirms another fourth set of data for 2024 coming in extremely hot. But then again, the last 3 times the market did go up too. So I wouldn't say this is too atypical, but we'll find out as we get in. We'll see where it closes. And then like we've been talking about too, the other event is getting into next week in the CPI. There's hope. They like the hope. A small earthquake. We had that. You should have seen the Chads freaking out when it came out. Very interesting. Where is it? How bizarre. Dut, 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 dut. When it came out, yeah. I'm sorry. It is. I talk about it like it's like a news. When they released the earthquake, whenever the 4.5 dropped, yeah, whenever that news hit. Mavel with a little candle. TSM, SPY as well. Pfizer was trying to work its way up. Still dancing. MDIA, Mediaco. Yeah, PayPal's up a little bit. Where's Square? Remember, Square got that downgrade yesterday, so they're coming up nice. CRM got clapped off of HubSpot. HubSpot went up another 3. Remember, potential offer from Google. Datadog near the high. I mean, high ticker, everything is on the green. TTD, even a couple of small caps. Bonds came down now. Bonds are almost back to open. So literally, bonds almost gave up all of that rally there, which isn't that good because, again, I mean, just the last couple days, the more divergence between these two, by the end of the day, that's, we got more fireworks. So we'll see how it plays out. TSM, though, that's moving up. Meta on the high. Dash, Eli Lilly, Jumia. Again, everything's on the high right now. You're getting a lot. 1.1 on the NASDAQ, 0.9 on the SPY. Dow Jones, 0.58. Russell is the one that's lagging. The Fed speech? Yeah, whatever Fed speaker we have. I think we have 3 of them today. We had one earlier. Yeah, I think you have a Fed speaker in a couple minutes. 8:30. I got Bowman at 12:15. So no, you'll have like an hour. Jobs data was very strong. I don't have Dallas Fed on my schedule, but sometimes it comes out when it's not on there, but it's possible. Is Lori? I don't see Lori Logan on here, but let me double check. At least on the Fed website. I got Bowman at 12:30. So we'll see. But no, I don't see that 11 o'clock one. TSM popping. Yeah, that's through the high. SPY's going up. Apple, bro, high ticker just going insane. Coin. I don't know, man. Once again, I think data, everybody was bearish, and then you're running up. It's just this time the only, recourse is that you're still lower than yesterday. So I don't know. So it's like, yeah, you're running up here. Interesting given the situation, but you have seen this before, but then it's like you're lower this time. Any other day this would happen, it's like we would be higher, so every little move you would be near the highs. But this time you're getting your upside today, and it's big upside. It's 1%, but it's still well off of everything you did yesterday, and then bonds are murdered. Bonds are diverging a lot. Like I'm saying, by the end of the day, stocks or bonds are probably going to have to make a bigger move here. No bank earnings plays, no. An APR. Again, Apple, TSM, Galt. I mean, almost everything. What was that other one? Bosch Health chilling. Meta's killing it. Again, Meta had the upgrade. Meta, what was the high it hit yesterday? Yeah, it was around here. It might be near another all-time high. I think Netflix was doing good, and then Amazon is a terror. Microsoft on the high. Dell's starting to come up. Micron's still red. Marvel's in the green. Intel's down again, too. Remember, they had bad news yesterday. Who else was there? Qualcomm. Nvidia on the high. And even SMCI. Remember, that thing was down 2.5 at one point this morning. SPY near the high as well. Pfizer came down. MO drop. I don't think value's moving as much. A lot of NASDAQ names. Join the Pfizer buy and put in my first PayPal purchase. Let's go, Wolfie. God bless you, my friend. Airbnb was a lot higher, though, man. They gave him a little baby haircut, but at least he's home. At least he is home. That's all that matters. Appreciate the continued dedication. I do, too. Well, that's why I bought it. I just, I talked about this on the watch list yesterday, is that, I just said I'm not really ready to start a new relationship right now. I'm not really ready to start dating. It's a lot of work to, meet new stocks. And I'm just, I already got something with Pfizer. I built it up. I'd rather add to the progress so then all those little additions can compound to something big, Oh, there is Logan. Fed Logan, much too soon to be thinking about rate cuts. We missing on the SOMC? So, yeah, I was going to buy Nike and get, another name, but I was like, Pfizer, you could buy another one. Pfizer is anti-American. I mean, that's aggressive. I don't want to be that guy, but Pfizer has probably been in America longer than you. I know. I get it. It's hard to at least even my family, they've Pfizer has been in America longer than my whole entire lineage. So dating back to the first Egyptian answers, there's not literally Pfizer has been in America longer than all of us combined. Times maybe 50. It's a lot. So Fed Logan believe it's much too soon to think about cutting rates. Given upside risk to inflation, need to see more of the uncertainty resolved about which economic path we're on. Increasingly concerned about upside risk to inflation outlook. Difficult to predict exactly when overnight reverse repo balances will be depleted. Fed Logan believe it will be soon appropriate for the FOMC to decide when to slow, not stop. The runoff of our asset holding, the slower but still meaningful runoff pace, will provide more time for banks and money market participants to redistribute liquidity and for the Fed to assess liquidity conditions. Taper will also reduce the risk of going too far. Taper should not have much effect on broader financial conditions. Taper is unrelated to considerations of appropriate degree of policy restriction. Not ready to put higher trend productivity in my baseline of outlooks. And then PIMCO trims Fed rate cut expectations to 2 after jobs report, says portfolio manager. So literally, you have banks, you have PIMCO adjusting rate cut targets, and then you have Fed Logan. Fed Logan's talking about tapering, which I like. I think that's more bullish than not. So she's saying too soon rates, warning about inflation. I mean, you've heard that before, but a little bit more discussion here on tapering, it seems like. And then I guess Logan did come out right now. She was not on my other calendar. Lori Logan, Dallas. Bronny James declared. Really? I feel like I didn't even see him play college. Are you for real? That'll be cool, though. Lori Logan. Oh, yeah, so her speech is already out. The whole speech on, they put it on the website. She's speaking at Duke. FFA says ground stop at JFK and Newark airports. Yo, they just stopped traffic at JFK and Newark airports. Is there another one? I think there could have been another one. Chad's saying earthquake, but that's just Sam. I'm about to clap you again. Sam, never mind. Sam made it look like it was 5 people. No. It's just a ground stop at JFK, though, FAA. That makes sense. Well, did anything happen from the earthquake? Wouldn't you want planes off of the ground? I'm just saying. They check in runways. Oh, that makes sense. The whole bank was shaking like crazy. That's not, bro. 4 points, big. It's enough to make you feel it. Like, definitely, it's not like if it was like a 7, you'd be like, oh shit. But especially if like you guys aren't used to earthquakes, you'll definitely feel a 4.6. You're like, whoa. Tesla nasty. Even Pfizer, oh yeah, Tesla 169 to 167. So, okay, kind of bouncing up there, but decent sized candle on Tesla. Tesla, bro, what's going on with Tesla? Tesla rumored to scrap low-cost car among Chinese competition. Ooh, they went up when they announced that, didn't they? So Tesla scraps low-cost competition car for China. They're dropping on that. And then Southwest. MDIA. Wasn't that running earlier? That one's still going up, 380. I mean, we saw that one. It was not up that much, but that one's your small cap runner for the day, it looks like. Bro, Tesla's still dumping. Again, news, they're getting rid of their cheap car. It's a rumor, so be careful. But again, last time, I think when they announced the car, the stock went up a lot. I remember one of those days, it gave Tesla a boost. I think that's why. That's a 2.5% reaction in 2 minutes. That's pretty big. They've canceled the long-promised, inexpensive car that investors have been counting on to drive growth in the mass market, according to sources familiar with the matter and company messages seen by Reuters. Dang, Reuters. Pfizer dropping. No. Yeah, Tesla cancels low-cost platform. Again, this is all based on sources and Reuters. So take that as you please. Yeah, Pfizer a little lower. And then bonds, too. That's what I'm kind of worried about. Watch if that goes anywhere below. That is not good, Habibi. Neo, XPEV, are they all moving on that? Yeah. Oh, I think they got killed that day. So, yeah. It was one of these days they got clapped. Damn, Neo, 450. I don't know how speculative you're feeling. Yeah, Neo and XPEV moving off that. Because they got killed that day. And then Li Auto as well. Not bad. Meta, just remember, Meta got an upgrade the other day. Literally yesterday, that was the big driver for it. China EVs already selling off. Well, yeah, NIO's near the low. NIO's underperforming some of the other China plays, but that one, I want to say it moved like 17% that day of the news, but hard to say. We'll say just wait till Elon tweets. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. That's it. Wait till your boy Elon. Wait till he tweets something about it. Because it's Reuters. Reuters will get stuff early, but sometimes they're either really right or they're really, really wrong. So you'll probably make a tweet depending on how much there is to it. SLV. And then is gold still going up? NIO's still running. Tesla dropped. Yeah, gold's still near the high. SLV. What is the spot price of silver right now? That is a good question. $27.28. What was it at? I need the other chart. Go 2020. It hit 30. We still got a little bit. You're getting there. So again, I mean, like silver's doing very well now, actually. Because, like, again, it was only a couple days. We were just talking about China. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, take a look here. Remember, might I remind you, last time silver was in any price that said 27, literally the last time, maybe the time before the last time, a part of it going up was because Wall Street Bets thought that they could squeeze a silver ETF. Okay? So now you don't even have China rallying yet, and we're already back to that with not even that much hype. So this is kind of nuts. It still has a little bit more to go. You'll see here again, 28. That's like its own little, only a few times we've been there in the last 4 years or so. But then once you start getting above that, then it's another level. But that's pretty wild. Like, this is a high price. And then considering, I mean, last time you were in this range, I mean, there was people really loving it. Tesla's still flushing. So Troy says it's confirmed. And like Bloomberg and other places are confirming it, but like I'm saying, if it's really true or not, if it's true, Elon's not going to say anything. If there's anything fake to it, your boy Elon, he's probably going to make a tweet. No, I'm not. Hey, I'm not canceling nothing. I'm canceling Democrats. I'm Elon Musk. I'll buy your company. Stop it. Screw you, Wall Street Journal. This is my new Elon voice. Okay, buy Tesla. Thanks. No, I feel like that should be the new Elon. No, okay. We'll just go home. I'll just go home. You love the Elon? Oh, that's good. Sounds just like him. That's what I was thinking. You was. No, I like Elon, but we'll find out. Like I said, with Reuters. We'll find out. Like I said, with Reuters. Reuters is an easy one. That one, I'm telling you, Reuters didn't remember where the guy got fired? You guys don't remember that? Y'all don't remember there was a fucking Reuters headline that almost started World War III? Y'all don't remember that? And Reuters was like, yo, a Russian missile just landed here. No, it landed. They hit the Russian missile hit Poland. It hit fucking Poland. And they're like, breaking news, early scoop. It hit Poland. Russia has just hit Poland. And then they were like, even America was like, nah, dog. And they fired the guy the next day. They fired the reporter the next day. And then, America was like, well, technically, where it fell, he only had 1 foot in, 1 foot in. It wasn't 2 feet. They challenged the play. America said, nah, we can't confirm that, actually. 600% Tesla on dailies? Let's go, baby. Good hit. Amen. The latest family travel trend, ditching the parents and hitting the road with grandma. I mean, grandma's down to buy Dogecoin. Your mom and dad just judged you. So maybe, maybe. I felt I should share that. It's always a good headline. Lending tips, just heard about the earthquake. How do I know? He texted me. He just discovered it. He's like, oh. He just woke up. Nah, he was up. He was up earlier. He'll text me sometimes before I even wake up. So what did he text? He texted me. I think he texted me tinfoil in the morning. Yeah. He was texting me tinfoil about the jobs data. Animal. And then SPY coming down just like every other day. Hog Chicle. So we'll see how far this goes or not. But bonds already led the way down. Damn, Hog, big Chicles. And Gallant ready to respond. Skydance offer for Paramount will give large stake while keeping the company public. And then they dropped, I think the Paramount people, are they talking on CNBC? No. Yeah, and SPY came there a little bit above VWAP. Hog just died. I don't have any headlines on that. Do you? Doesn't Hog have to do with Tesla? Did Hog make a plant in China? I want to say that sounds familiar, but initially I want to say no. Tesla motorcycle? That would be insane. Isn't that just called a scooter? Just correct me if I'm wrong. New Tesla e-bike, also known as a scooter. It's literally a bird. No, Hog happened a little later. Tesla just got murdered prior. Hog. Harley Davidson schedules earnings for April 25th. Harley Davidson turns negative down as much as 5. Yeah, it could be an event. Anytime you get the headline about it moving, that means people see it, but They don't have anything public yet. Cattle on the high. That one's been going crazy all day. Harley Davidson. Event calendar. Oh, no. April 25th. That's all I see. VIX positive? No shit. I guess VIX didn't really move much. Remember, yesterday was the highest close on the VIX. So you still got the market kind of worried. No shit. That's actually quite interesting. And bonds, too. There's just a very wide gap between bonds and stocks. So there's a lot of ways for things to play out by the end of the day. Either stocks with bonds or bonds with stocks. Oil higher. And then gold is right near the high, 23 at 44 on the futures. Again, we were just talking about silver. What do you say? Oil. Damn, oil hit 87.40. Bro, we should have held that other oil we just sold out of a couple weeks ago. That would have been beautiful. End of the day, I have no idea. I think end of the day, it's either stocks flush and catch up with bonds, or stocks end up holding up, and then bonds don't necessarily catch all the way up, but kind of rebound a little bit, and then we get into talking about what's going to happen next week. 4.5 on the bonds, talking about the 10-year. Right now, where are we at? That bomb. It's at 4.38. So it's still the highest we've been at in a while. Again, the 30-year bond is already above there. The other day we were at 4.42. So it's weird. Long-term bonds are moving. That's the thing you got to notice. TLT is getting wrecked today, but honestly, the 10-year, it's still kind of holding decently within the range. That's what you see right here. So, again, the other day before ISM services, it was about to hit 4.5. So, there's just a lot of reasons why 4.5 and above gets worrisome. And just remember, like I've always told you guys, you've seen it any time on the bonds. Chad, if you start going from like 1.7 to 2%, what starts to happen? And then if you start going to 2.5, what do people start talking about? And then once you get to 3, what do people start talking about? And then once you get to 4, 4.25, what do people start talking about? Are you understanding what I'm saying? That's the next part of the whole bond thing. Exactly. Next leg up pretty much every time. That's how kind of the next 25, 50 basis points. Exactly. So every time the bonds, it's one thing about the rate and what that means. Real rates, where's interest, are we restrictive, all that good stuff. But then on the next level, once bonds get momentum and they go above 4.0, everyone's like, well, shit, if it goes to 4, we should start talking 4.25, 4.5. And then once you get to 4.5, then you start talking about 5. So last time we went above 4.5, yeah, we talked a little bit about 4.75, but we started talking about 5. So once you get above 4.5, we're talking 5. And then if it gets to 5, then we're talking 5.25, 5.5. And that is a way different story than what you are responding to right now. So that's where we're at now. But 10-year long-term bonds are still getting killed, but 10-year holding up a little bit more stabler. Yeah, oil's right near the highs. 5 cents off of a new high of the day. 87.40. Again, Brent is already above 90. Hog is near the lows. No news on that. Biden has been briefed on earthquake. We don't want to talk 5 yet. We have, though, before. But last time we broke above 4.5, that's what happened. We went to 4.5, and then in 2 days we were at 4.75. So we were really talking about 5 last time. It's hard not to. So if rates get to 4.5 on the 10-year, I mean, why? Like, what puts 5 out of the question? Like, again, that's 2 rate hikes, 2 rate cuts, however you want to look at it. And then bonds near that low again. I don't know. This could be a double dip. Cattle on the high. That thing's been running all day. Non-farms came in hot. So again, I mean, this reaction kind of melt up off of hot jobs data has happened every single month since December. That has happened here once again. But the wages didn't go up hotter than they could have. And then unemployment went down. And then the, what's it called? There's one more. Participation went up. Non-rates up. Golden path is what people want to see. Means the economy will be good for 10 years. Yes, if the short-term rates were not higher. So if the curve could normalize, then that would normalize into higher for longer. If rates stayed at 5 and the 30-year, 20-year, 10-year found a way to get above 5.5, yeah. But that would be true without that, essentially. So the inverted yield curve is what throws a wrench in that. Pfizer's dividend yield at this price is about 6.3 to 6.5, I think, if it goes a little lower. Elon tweeted. He got a Reuters article and he tweeting about Epstein. Come on, Elon. No Model 2, says Tesla. Can short end normalize without Fed intervention? Yeah, we talked about that a couple of times. I mean, every time the yield curve moves, but technically, yes. So if the 2-year can get lower than the 10-year, the yield curve would uninvert and it would normalize. So essentially, how that could happen, you would need, like right now, the 10 years at 4.38, the 2-year is at 4.7. So like essentially, if the 10-year right now went to 4.75, the curve would uninvert technically. And then, or if it stayed at 4.75, let's say, 4.7 on the 2-year, and then the bond yields went up to 5.25, then you would have your curve would become normal again. So that is a way that it could happen. But we've been close to it too. There has been, that's kind of what we saw a couple months ago on the uninversion, but it just stopped like 10 basis points shy of it, I think. Tesla's still flushing. Oh, yo, I didn't even see that, man. Thanks for the call out. I got you, baby. Even though I papered it, you're the GOAT. God bless you. Shout out Patrick Toe. And then Vance. Yeah, we got that. We got that pretty quick. That was a big drop. It's still going. Let's down 5% now. My goodness. Intel in the gutter. No more low cost. Pen on the high. KO. Coca-Cola. Tesla. Bro, Tesla's the worst on the S&P 500 this year. It's kind of nuts. Every tick Tesla market cap is moving 15 million. Well, 161. Remember, didn't I just tell you guys the other day I thought it was going to come back and retest this low? I was waiting for those puts to come. The puts never came up. Like, I don't know. Tesla's kind of hard to play there. Shares would have been good. Now we got to listen to Ross Gerber all weekend. Damn it. Oh, damn. Some of those contracts, though, if you picked them up today, no, we could have grabbed those. Those were cheap. Those went nuts. Well, they lowered prices, and then again, the news that they're not making this cheap China vehicle, the Model 2 or whatever. Again, that news came out a couple months ago that they were going to do it, and then all the China EVs got clapped, but then apparently they're not doing that. Oh, Marco. Yo, and Yama. Oh, no. Ocho Cinco, man. You got a lot going on. Chattadonia on a Friday. Oh, no. God bless you, baby. Gifted to Chad. Bravo, bravo. Fed Logan, there's no urgency for the Fed to cut. That was a little earlier, I think. She talked a lot about quantitative tightening. Which is kind of good. Ocho Chico. The FAA just issued ground stops. Yeah, it was like 20, 30 minutes ago. I don't know if they reopened yet. RTX. Oh, honestly, don't forget, after yesterday, we got to watch LMT. Because remember, you got to see some of the tensions take off around there. Fed Logan, we can't wait till inflation reaches 2%. Are these new? I feel like these are the old ones. I know I'm seeing them come up, but it sounds like the same thing. Maybe she's getting asked another Q&A. Happy Friday, Josh. Thanks for all you do for the Chad, for the win, baby. LT for the win. And Brian, I know you enjoy this. Horn off. Happy Friday, baby. God bless you. Electric cars. All electric. Kelly Klein. Are you an actress, Kelly Klein? That sounds like an actress named Kelly Klein. Or it sounds like a makeup like Kelly Klein. You could buy it at Ulta. Kelly Klein Beauty. No, that's a good name. You got a good name, Kelly Klein. See, Kelly Klein. It's fun to say, Kelly Klein. Well, welcome. Thanks for the profits. Tesla puts in and out 10 minutes. I think a lot of y'all hit that. They were cheap. Looking back at it, I'm kind of mad because I wanted some of those earlier. But, yeah, those Teslas are great. They're great. Well, welcome. Good to have you. Kelly Klein. And then TLT coming back up a little bit. It hit that other level. Is that 3M on the high? SPY's climbing back up. Again, you gave a little bit of that pullback. Fed Logan, risk of cutting rates too soon is higher than being late. So she says higher risk to cutting too soon than being late. Kelly Klein is Calvin Klein's sister. Oh, my gosh. Wait, that makes sense why. Kelly Klein, Calvin Klein. Whoa. Oh, dude. We're trying to be slick. Mm-hmm. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. We got Calvin Klein's sister. Too early for 10. What do you mean? We had earthquakes. We had all of that. Thanks for the call out, my brother. Oh, that Tesla gang right there. I'm glad y'all hit that. Good work. Horna. Let's go. Friday. Net acquires baseline. Terms not disclosed. No reaction yet. See if they pop or lock. Elon's directive is to go all in on robotaxi, that person said. Oh, but what about Uber? Oh. Yeah, wasn't that? Remember when Tesla was going to take over Uber? I ain't heard that all of 2024. Ain't nobody hit me with that. I've gone through one quarter without hearing that Tesla is going to overtake Uber now with self-driving robotaxis. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Tesla will overtake Uber. Well, Uber is still smaller than Tesla, but just on the year, I mean, Uber's doing better, but remember? Everybody thought they were going to... Everybody was really worried about Uber. I remember back when I would first buy Uber, they're like, well, isn't Tesla competition? And I was like, not really, no. Tesla's always like, why are you buying Uber? Mm-hmm. Pop on Tesla? We were just talking about the puts. Did Elon tweet? There you go. Did he call it a rumor? Come on. Elon tweet, yep. Ah, come on. You guys. Come on. I got you, baby. I got you. I got you. Wait, where is it? Did he delete it? Yeah, Reuters is lying. I told you. He said Reuters is lying again. So there you go. We told you how this would play out before it played out. That's it. It's the same exact thing as every other time there. Because I'm like, all right, well, news comes out. It's a rumor. Then Bloomberg confirms the rumor, but then it's from Reuters, and Reuters is really right or wrong. And then Elon said, wait for the Elon tweet. There you go. So, ta-da. Reuters losing all credibility. I mean, the fact that I could call out all of that before it happened, that should already show you that credibility has declined. And that's not just Reuters. That's all of them. Because again, it's knowing how it's even knowing how Bloomberg works and how Bloomberg will confirm the rumor, and then just reading it's a rumor, and then it's Reuters, and then Reuters will get things very early, and it's either really right or really wrong. And it's just the fact that we could kind of forecast that happening, it already shows you some of the damage already done. All right, well, Tesla's popping now. RT, oh yeah, I wanted to keep up LMT. Gold's coming up. SPY, there's your Tesla bounce on that. No one's getting fired. Even though, again, we talked about that guy getting fired, literally explaining how this would play out. I know, it would have been cool if Elon replied, right? Why didn't Elon reply to yours? You should reply to him. Say, Elon, reply to me. I had it first. And say, Elon, we were talking about how Reuters was lying. Come on, Elon. Love me, Elon. Where was it? B&B was running. Then we have Marvel. BHC's popping again. That's actually on the high right now. Lunar ain't do shit. How many of those that reported do you think shorted? I mean, again, even we got the news early, and y'all made 1,000% on the downside, and then and that's even we were even expecting this to happen, to the whole it's lying shit. But you could have made. I think anybody could have made money on that both ways. But once again, just Elon bash. Or maybe Elon's lying, and now he's like, fuck, I wanted to cancel it, but now I can't. Y'all thought about that? How bizarre. And then SPY going up again. Again, some EU headlines right now. 5,200, so halfway point of the lows of yesterday. That's crazy. That's quick. But again, once again, hot non-farms, we've seen this before. Every single time. And then SPY still going 58.44. 5,200, though, is the spot on the SPX. Bronny James. Dude, is that true? How is he? I could go for the draft then. Obviously, my dad is not LeBron James, and I'm 5'6", but still, I swear he averages 4 points a game. Why? Who is gonna draft Bronny James? I've never seen. I think I've saw one play of him. I've seen him play one time. I'm not Jason Williams, okay? I'm not white chocolate. This guy, really, you gonna compare me to the guy whose nickname in the NBA was White Chocolate? You know what my nickname is? Malibu's Most Wanted. Okay, I'm not Jason Williams, bro. Have you ever listened to Jason Williams talk? Y'all should listen to Jason Williams talk. Have you ever heard him talk? Oh, y'all don't understand. You ever hear Jason Williams talk? Oh, yeah, he's pretty gangster, bro. Let's just say he earned the name White Chocolate. He really, honest, I don't even think he's white. I really don't. If you know the story of Jason Williams, honestly, he's a different breed, man. So no, I can't make it to the NBA. Jason Williams can. He's one of my favorite players. Cattle has been going nuts since the morning. There's that other one, like MDIA. All right, man. Ripping away to 5,200. Half of yesterday has now been recovered. So whether you wanted to blame half of yesterday on the Fed, or you wanted to blame it on global tensions, half of it's gone right now. Back to 5,200, still 60 points off the all-time high, 56 points off of where you were at yesterday. But my goodness, 5,206. $6J selling off. Well, where's the dollar? Because dollar, watch gold too. If yen, because dollar's coming down. And then GLD, though, that's still up there. But watch, if yen makes a move, you may start watching gold move. We saw some of that yesterday. Stay patient. I mean, it's just another one of the non-farm days. Look, sadly, the last 4 non-farms, hot data, just buy the damn dip, and it's melted up and then either continues on Monday or sells off for 2 days and then comes back up on the next data set. But low-key, it's all it is just that data. Bonds moved around a little bit, and then that's it. I see the interview with AMD CEO. No. Oh, dude, this no way. This is not real.
For you. Excuse me, ma'am, do you speak English?
Yes, I do.
Well, you're Marty's random person, the first one of the year. How are you, and what are you doing on the grid?
I'm doing great. I'm with AMD, so we're sponsoring the Ferrari car.
Okay, yes. So we're right. So you got VIP access. Look, you've got access everywhere, by the looks of it. So that's
Lisa
the secret.
Sue.
Become a sponsor of Ferrari.
Yes, thank you. It's great. Fantastic.
All right, good to see you. Back to you. For you.
Jeez, bro. That's awful. That's awful, bro. That's awful. That'd be like going up to Kendrick Lamar and being like, oh, my God, Drake, so nice to meet you. Oh, cool. What's up, Drake? That's crazy. This lady, one of the most important people with AI right now, he's like, yo, you speak English? Come on, bro. Are you kidding me? Who even opens up like that? It's 2024. Since when are you allowed? Are you even allowed to ask that? Can you be like, hey, yo, you speak English? You speak the English? You just a random person out here. See if they fucking speak English. Fuck it. That's what he literally just said. Jersey Mike subs considers sale could fetch $8 billion. Ooh. Who owns them? Who would want to buy them? Subway? Subway Mikes. That's crazy. Closely held company is on and off discussions with Blackstone, according to people familiar. It's the second largest sub-style company in the U.S. following Subway. Mike owns them. Who owns them? It's easy, Josh. Mike. Fucking what kind of question is that? Amber Alert for aftershocks. I don't think that's how Amber Alerts work. But I feel you. Maybe a warning. I don't think anybody kidnapped the earthquake, sir. Bolo out on the core of the crust. Mm-hmm. iRobot on the high. CVS on the high. SPY running up again. I'd say I'm chalking this up. Typical melt up on hot jobs data, man. The only thing I like about today, the only way I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous, is if we go to the high. Because at the end of the day, even if you're melt up straight on the data, at least you are lower than the last couple, because that usually doesn't happen. So I'll take it. And then remember, you got more on the way. Go to some high. If we get to highs, then I'd be like, all right, that's nuts. And then if the bonds don't bounce anyhow, I'll be like, all right, it's a little crazy. You just experienced the aftershock. Are you okay? Hopefully you're okay. XOM. Did oil come down or no? Oil's at 87. It hit 87.45. Gold is still near the highs. So is the market. And then Tesla. Tesla's still down, though. So the Reuters article still had some damage on it. NVIDIA going up. Your aunt felt her desk shake. Everybody said they felt their houses shake, like it was kind of violent. So welcome, man. California welcomes you guys to earthquakes. I hope you guys enjoyed your first one. That's what it feels like. And then you guys get to experience what we do. Welcome is your first time. You guys get to feel an earthquake and then go on social media and be like, oh my God, earthquake. Oh my God, anyone feel that? Earthquake. Was that just an earthquake? Question mark. You get to tweet about it. That's what happens. That's the right you get. That's what happens. You could Google it, look it up, but you get to tweet about it. You get to talk. That's one of the best things California people love about having earthquakes. Every time it happens, like, oh my God, earthquake? Was that the world shaking earthquake? Oh my God, did you feel that? Oh, you feel the earthquake start shaking? Earthquake, you feel it? So it's good. Like, yeah, TikTok, you're going to get all of them. So you guys get in on the trend now. Welcome. You didn't have to get to do that for a while. So I'm glad I get to. Did you feel that? Did you feel that? Earthquake? Do you feel it? So it's good. Melt up. I mean, that's what happens on non-farms, and that's low-key what's happening now. So it's possible. Anything is possible. Your chia pet fell over? Oh, man. We were just talking chia pets. You either have one or that's an elaborate joke. Either way, it's cool. Elon tweets Reuters is dying. Technically, the stock is dying from the Reuters tweet. That's what I'm saying. It still took damage, but yeah. Gil went down. Stupid pop on Tesla was Elon saying Reuters was lying. Reuters made a comment on the cheap Tesla being produced, saying it's getting canceled. Stock dropped 6%. Elon says they're lying. Stock pops about 2.5, 3, and then now it's like pretty much right in the middle. Dell on the high. Where's the other chips? Marvel's trying to go. Oh, I forgot. We had TSM. That was our play from the morning. You're up $1.50. Not bad. Not bad at all. Seeing how the market reacts, everyone lying, just hedge. I mean, the same thing happened at the last 4 non-farms. So, like, no exaggeration, the last 4 non-farms, I'm pretty sure we did the same exact thing. Hot data go a little bit lower, then randomly melt up, and then we just move on while bonds get damaged, and then equities just keep melting. And then even the Fed, we were, everyone, the whole theme of this week is that Powell's not doing 3 anymore. And now everyone's just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So I do think it's going to be, I kind of agree with you. It's not like you have to hedge or they're all just hedging, but it's just like, bro, just take it slow and we'll know when we see it. But for now, nothing has really changed. These guys are insane. The market, it's not fully ignoring the war tension. No, I think it's getting distracted by the data, but price of gold, dollar, oil, I mean, hard to say that I don't think you've unwound any of the tensions. If anything, it's just been quiet out of the Middle East here on Friday, but we'll see what happens over the weekend. It's easy, though. Sometimes it's very easy to have global tensions go into the weekend really hyped up, and then nothing happens over the weekend, and then you watch the global tensions pull back. But it kind of depends what happens this weekend. I'm still in Vanny. I like it. They have a data event in about a month. We're probably going to be averaging on that in the next couple of weeks. So they do have something in store. We talked about that one earlier. What time? 8:50. Oh, wow. We missed push-ups. Get your body up. I'm sorry. Don't let me yell at you. I want you to relax your shoulders. I've been doing it a lot lately, man. Just dropping my shoulders, clearing my mind, focusing on relaxing my shoulders as I trade, you know? That's all you got to do, baby. So get up. Move the body, though. Okay? Relax the jaw. Good posture. Chest to the sun. All that good stuff. I'm going to go pee and move around a little bit. I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And good morning. It's 9 o'clock.
PHILO seeking to avoid what happened with Disney. You know, a big public dispute with activist investors where they're airing dirty laundry, and you have to go on Twitter and take out ads to say, hey, vote for us, don't vote for the activist investors. What we're seeing here is a classic tale where a high-growth software company hit a wall, right? They had their growth plummet. All of a sudden, they had to do layoffs. Their future seemed uncertain. What happens? Activist investors show up, right? They have been agitating for changes for a couple months now, and we've seen Twilio make a number of changes over the last couple months to keep these activist investors happy and to prevent getting themselves into some kind of public proxy battle, which very few people are willing to take on.
Proxy battles is where it's at in the news flow right now at the moment, Brody. And I'm interested, like this, of course, comes after Jeff Lawson himself, CEO, had to stand down amid all of this. Is there now a viewpoint that ultimately the fundamentals of the business will be changing enough and swiftly enough?
Well, that's a great question because we've seen some changes here. As you mentioned, the well-known founder CEO stepped down. They've changed some of the board terms. And when board terms are changed in this way, where you can vote somebody out each given year, what that means is, hey, improve your business fundamentals, or we're coming back next year and we can vote your slate of candidates out very easily. Right? We saw a statement yesterday from one of the activist investors saying, we will continue to put pressure on this business. And keep in mind, these activists were hoping that Twilio would sell itself. They were hoping that it would divest things. So I think they were hoping for more drastic changes than we saw. So, you know, the odds that we see some red headlines coming out about Twilio further, very possible.
Brody Ford, always a joy. Thank you very much indeed. Meanwhile, wow, thick and fast on the headline front, Ed.
Yeah, incredible Friday. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. You're going to have to recap the whole episode to understand what happened on the pod. What a week here with you in NY. This is Bloomberg.
Everything for me starts with my Dell. It allows me a platform to dream without boundaries.
Oh, they got that one in quick. I said, drop the Dell ad. They got that one in quick. I went to go get me something. You know what I got? I said, it's Friday, baby. I'm going to go get me a damn Celsius. So I'm going to get me some caffeine today. I'm not going to DoorDash it. It's going to take too long. I woke up early. I got a long day ahead of me. We got a long day, Chatadonia. Oh, you hear that? A leanie is better. A loony, a Lonnie. I tried it. It tastes like a Otter Pop, but just different. They use sewage water for Celsius. Oh man, y'all just ruin everything for me, huh? Sorry, let me go grab something else then. Hold on. No, man, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, sewage. My sister's B-Day. Man, tell her happy birthday. Everybody's birthdays today and yesterday. That's crazy. Months of saying we will get pullback once Fed shifts the rate cut narrative or jobs come in bad. Both those happen and we're up almost 2%. How does this change your outlook? I don't think that it has happened. So you got the outline correct, but the Fed has not moved. The Fed has not done anything at all. That's what I keep saying. Like right now, interest rates are 5.25 to 5.5. The Fed has not done anything. So when I say like the policy shift, I don't know if this phrase sounds familiar. If, when, and how. It's if they shift the policy, and that hasn't even happened. The if hasn't even occurred. How and when and by how much they're going to do it. We're talking about all of this stuff. So the only thing is the jobs market. The jobs market has come in a little bit stronger, and the only way it's affected my view is that I don't think the Fed cares about it anymore. And that's something where it's kind of showing through where they don't need the jobs market to necessarily have this plan like they're saying, but then again, they still haven't done anything. So I think that's the problem with everything going on right now is like, you're like, well, Josh, this happened and this and this. How does this change your view? But it's like, I would argue we've spent 4 months, and although it seems like those things have happened, they haven't. And literally, I'm just saying, like, no policy shift has occurred. The dot plot is almost exactly the same as last December. Nothing has shifted. They are talking a little this, a little that, a little this, but nothing, even this idea of any rate cut, that is not changed at all. Like, so none of that has changed. And then again, the jobs market, it got stronger, but remember, they had these weird ass revisions, and then people are saying, well, it's stronger, not to the point where wages are going up and it's hurting, but then again, people are only viewing it as 3-4 months of this data, and then not to mention all the delays and everything else. But point is, 3 and 4 months have happened, data has came out, but nothing has actually really occurred. We are still in the same storyline, and that's why I think the markets are up, even with rates coming up now, because it's just like, well, no matter what has happened, everybody is sticking to a broader path and story rather than more so the individual stuff. And then nothing has really changed. So it's very hard to say, oh, well, are the jobs like really how we say they are? And like, has Powell really done anything? That's why this week hit so hard when all of a sudden people are like, oh, well, maybe Powell doesn't do this. And meanwhile, last 4, 5, 6 months, all Powell's saying is the same thing. And he's saying, I'll do this, and that's it. But nothing has actually happened as of yet. So, yeah, that's how I view it. And that's why I'm like, man, I'm trying to keep the patience, go little by little, and, try not to guess too much by trying to predict and, taking what's at hand. And all that matters is the shift. So, like I've been saying, and to make it where if you're even like, oh, I got to be more patient, just like I'm saying, there's going to be a lot of noise. But when the shift actually occurs, when the rates actually move, or when they're one meeting ahead of like, okay, we're about to really do it, and then it actually happens, and then we start getting real shifts, or even like the dot plot, those are the things where we need like a real change, and that's where we'll probably be able to react, and then the market will move. But you could just wait till the event. I know it's easier said than done, or sometimes it's easier to get impatient, but wait till the event. Key Corp maintained to outperform. Man, gold's still going up. Savage. I mean, even the market, everything is. Everything but the bonds. 5213. So you're a little higher. I mean, this is way, way better than where you were at earlier. Can you keep it until Bill? Until then? Until what? Excuse me. You're up 2,300 on your Tesla, but you were in class and didn't sell. No. Everyone says puts, the market rallies. Well, I said that this morning. There was a lot of puts, and then just, again, the last 3 or 4 non-farms, we have had a very, very similar setup, to say the least. Oh, Pfizer popped a little, but still red on the day. NVIDIA's coming up now. NVIDIA's up 2.9. Damn. It's kind of wild. Is in the question on my email? No, I've not checked. So you said I was trying to ask if you think limiting myself to 100 shares of every stock is a bad idea. I set this goal when I first started the LT, but now, for example, I already have 100 shares of Pfizer. Would you keep adding to it or add to other names you're down on? I mean, I like buying names that I could get good value and good bang for my buck on, but I don't have any weird share limits. Like, I don't care if it's 1 share, 100 shares. There's no limits. It's all about ownership. You want to own the company. So even then, I'll even tell you, like, I bought Pfizer today, and if you were there last night, you know, or you remember I was talking about how I wanted to build on my progress. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to start dating and add to a new stock, right? That was one part that I was bringing up, but another part with like shares and the quantities, you don't need to like one part, like one reason why I didn't add BABA. Remember I was talking about like adding some BABA and then going Pfizer. Today I put all of it into Pfizer because I was like, I'll buy BABA when I want BABA for more ownership, but I shouldn't buy BABA to achieve some arbitrary share goal. Does that make sense? So remember I was like, oh, maybe I'll get 100 shares of BABA. In the grand scope of things, it doesn't fucking matter. That's why I was like, why am I going to make an action based on this? Like, is that like a goal, like 100 shares? It's just like, it doesn't change anything because 100 shares can mean anything depending on the company. You know, hopefully you get a stock split and your 100 shares becomes 500. You know, hopefully your 100 shares goes bigger when you get dividend drip. But I was thinking that even yesterday. I was like, you know, there's no point of like getting just a random number. It may look good or you may want 100, but that's why I chose, I'm going to put my whole deposit in, add to what I've been doing, stick with the plan, and then buy it for the reason I want it rather than buy it or don't buy it just because of a number. You know what I'm saying? Like 100 shares or this and that. It's like, what's the investment? And are you willing to hold it for 10 years? That's more important than how many shares you got. 100 shares only just gives you the ability to sell covered calls. Disney Williamson, who served as ESPN's executive editor and head event at studio, has been with the company since 1985. Is he leaving? Yeah, for covered calls, that's the only thing you get. But besides that, it's a very arbitrary measure. I could agree with that. Because like I was saying, I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, well, BABA, I like it. I'd be down to add a little bit more. But I was like, well, I'll wait till China. It's either going to rip and I like what I have now, or it's going to further die. But I'm like, I don't care about 100. Like, who cares if I have 100 shares or not? It would be nice, you know, again, covered calls down the line, but it has no relevance to the investment. Just like it has nothing to do with what I'm buying, why I'm buying it, and how long I'm going to hold it, right? So I don't think ever, don't buy because of a share count and don't not buy because of a share count. You know what I'm saying? Don't buy to get 100 so you could sell covered calls. Don't buy, I bought this stock just because I could get a lot of shares. Like, no, it doesn't matter. You could do a lot with even one share, 2 shares. But don't put limits on the shares. I would disagree with that. Cash Secure puts on Pfizer. So what do you think I'm about to do, Chad? It's a Friday morning, and the Chad asks me if I would do Cash Secured puts on Pfizer. What do you think I'm about to do next? What do you think I'm about to do next? Let's go 30 days out. 30 days out. That's 42. That's 35. That's 28. We'll go with 28 days. That's about right. Let's check the numbers. Remember, quick math. If you're going to sell a put to collect premium, make sure that you're receiving more than the risk-free rate on money market and bonds right now. So to calculate that, Pfizer, what price do you want to buy Pfizer at? Which put would you want to sell? We could go 30 days out. We'll calculate the 1 month rate. But let's say we'll go with 25s, $1.50 lower. So if you sell the 25s, one contract represents $2,500 of value, right? So you're going to collect $26 in premium. So 26 divided by $2,500, you are collecting back 1%. Okay? So, is this good or bad? What is the current risk-free rate on 1 month? Is it bad? So 4.99 divided by 12, you're getting back 0.41 a month versus 0.1. Wait, did I do this right? Times 2,500. No, that doesn't make sense at all. No, I did that wrong. Divided by 25. No, I did that wrong too. Is it divided by 2,500? It should be 0.4. Oh, no, I did the wrong. I'm calculating the dividend. The 4.99. No, that was right. It's 0.04. It's 4.99 a year. I'm just doing 0.3. I'm just doing 1 month. So instead of doing 1 year like we were doing yesterday, just calculating 1 month. So in this case, 25 divided by 2,500, you're literally getting back 1% or 0.01%. No, this is 1% on it, but the other one you get back 0.5%. So actually, this one's not bad. So Pfizer, pretty much, if you took $2,500, I think times, what is it, it's 0.0049. That's what it should be. You'll get back $12. That seems more appropriate. So Pfizer is paying you double. So in this case, if you sold a 1-month contract on Pfizer, you would be getting double you would get if you committed $2,500. So honestly, I don't think it's that bad. So it's up to, if you want to commit to that, you have a little bit of risk, but you're going to get back pretty much double you would get if you held the cash. So your risk to reward is, if the stock bounces, you get paid double you would have if you just held your cash. And then you don't get to own the shares. But then if it drops, you'll get double the premium than holding the cash. But then however low it goes, you'll be susceptible to the opportunity cost or may have to purchase it higher. So that'd be the only other problem with that one. So not bad. At least it's higher. I didn't check out with more time, though. And then SPY's still near the high. Does the overall trajectory of Pfizer worry you? No. Because the overall trajectory is been around for hundreds of years. You see what I'm saying? So if anything, I mean, I'm just taking advantage of this short-term decline. And that's hopefully ideal. But I do think Pfizer is going to be around till the day that I die. Like, I think maybe Pfizer dies before me, but I think we'll be about the same. Oh, damn, Oxy on the high again? Is their payout ratio is high. Some say 400. I think on like an adjusted basis, it's 76. But no, it may be high. Let me double check. Yeah, but if you bought Pfizer or Intel back in 2000, you'd still be break even on the equity. Yeah, but are we buying it there? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's like kind of the whole point. Like, you're not buying it at the level, like you're buying it at a discount. So hopefully. So it's not like we're buying into Nvidia at $900 and then the market turns around and then you have to wait 5-10 years to break even. You know, we're talking about being one of the worst performing stocks in the market for a couple years now, and then giving up all the gains that previous investors had. So it's a value play, but it's not necessary. Like, if we were paying a higher price, I would be more concerned about that comment, more or less. I mean, yeah, and if you drip the dividend, you would be looking good. I mean, that'd be like what? 20 years of dividend? Job postings and techs are getting thousands of applicants. Senior devs are taking entry-level jobs, and new grads can't break into the field, yet the job data is great. It's mind-blowing to me. I mean, where are you getting this info from? But I've heard so many things on the job market. It's so wild. As far as, again, even just the hiring thing. You applied to 20 yesterday. That's good. Didn't you do 20? It took you like a month to do like 20 of them, and you did 28 yesterday? Damn, son. All right, SPY, Meta, new high, Marvel, Amazon going crazy. Bro, SPY's ripping. Bonds are staying pinned. Biden spoke with New Jersey Governor Murphy about the quakes. SPY's at 5217, so this is actually a lot better. You're getting into above one of the levels here, one of the other closes. Now you're getting back into the low end of the day before we had that little move. Oh, my goodness. Hub G on the high. Absurd market. 5217 on the SPX. 5217, yes. 5217, like 5217. SPX, not SPY. Und da ist ja Pfizer. I said SPY, my bad. NVIDIA, Biden said will provide assistance if needed after the earthquake. NVIDIA holding up a little. Tesla's starting to move up here too. Where is it? TSM still doing good. No, we're up on TSM. It's been holding up pretty decent. Again, NVIDIA and SMCI though. SMCI actually gave up some, but NVIDIA was looking really good. Michelle Bowman. Is she speaking? Oh, she was on the Fed website, I think. Hey, Mrs. Bowman, can you tell me where you been? Around the world, now back again. This thing's been going on for a while. I see y'all, man. Yeah, it's intermission. When Bowman's not on yet, but when she does come on, and I see Chads, I'm like, I was like, y'all toxic and other Chads too? Crazy. The dog. Data dog. Gildan, I'm still down on that $80. That one didn't move today. And TSM. Everybody in the TSM. Added 50 more shares of Pfizer to the long term. Good luck, my friends. Good luck. I don't even know how much we have now. We said, I think, just under 500 shares on the big account and like 50 or 60 on the smaller accounts. And long term came up a little today. Uber went up. Meta's all-time high. Airbnb. Pfizer. Yeah, so now, I mean, here's the good news. The good news about Pfizer now and the dividends. Pfizer is now our second. Oh, yeah. I thought it was just theirs. It's our second highest paying dividend. So now we have, we've pretty much are making more in dividend on Pfizer than AbbVie. But that's very good. So it's the second largest, $826 a year. Not bad. Can I sue Reuters for my Tesla loss? I don't know. Ask your boy, Elon. 5334. So it went up like another 100-something bucks. But it's good. We need $700 more a year, and we will reach our goal of $6,000. Mo is number one. Mo is my number one dividend payer. Now Pfizer number 2, AbbVie number 3, MPW number 4, 3M number 5, JP Morgan number 6, Walgreens number 7, O number 8, AT&T number 9, Coca-Cola number 10, Baba 11, Disney 12, and then Meta 13. Is it possible it doesn't grow like Pfizer? Like the stock? Yeah. But then again, assuming they don't cut their dividend, even if the stock stays at the same price for 10 years, I mean, you'll make back more than half of your money. So that's kind of the beauty of the value. Coca-Cola, I mean, any price really, if it just could come back down to like lower than the prior years, you know, it doesn't really move too much, and we got it at a good price. But I like it. I don't know you, but it hasn't moved too much. Like, it's been a couple years, we're up 20%, and it just holds that range and doesn't move that nuts. Pfizer does make net money, yeah. What can Walgreens do? Profitability. You know, like if they could find a way to lower their costs, sell other assets, which some other places are doing. And then just, honestly, I think if they could lower costs, like most of these companies that you own, especially if they're not doing good, but they like make a lot of money, most of the time it's because they just spend too much. That's it. Like the number one killer of companies, usually if you have a good business, the problem isn't your business. The problem is your spending. So I like realistically, any company can turn around if you cut enough costs. That's like, maybe that's too much of an old boomer look, but I do think Walgreens, you know, they already have infrastructure. They're already everywhere. They just have to really not blow money and waste money. And then again, that's kind of what's, you know, hurt them over the years, is that just poor management and high spending, and then profits stay the same. You know, you get clapped. Earnings are this month. Yeah, end of next week, we start with bake earnings. And SPY still, bro, high ticker. I don't know if you've ever seen this. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the chart's a little bit over. I don't know why it looks like that. But, like, dude, this is almost gassing 100%. Everything. 30-second, 5-minute, 5-minute, 30-second, 1 minute, all going up. 519.91 on the SPY. SPX, 5217.24. About to hit another high. Bank stocks on the high right now. Chips kind of did their own little move there, but my goodness. SMCI, Biden said he'll provide assistance after the earthquake. What's the other one? Bonds kind of moving up. TSM still there. Exactly. Rennie. You sold Oxy, now jumped. Yeah, I told y'all. That's what I said. I told y'all, some of you hold it, do your thing. I was just over it. Who's speak? You got Michelle Bowman. I think she's about to come on. It's intermission. Is it? Yeah, it's an intermission. She's about to come on live. Other than that, I think you got like one or two more. And then it's done. Uber price target raised 100 by Jeffries. Triple digit Uber. She's like Kashkari. Be careful. Well, Kashkari kind of came out of nowhere yesterday, so we'll see. We'll see. Kashkari. That did catch people by surprise. That's why it was interesting. Made 223 on my 0-day test. Oh, you got the calls? Wow. God bless you. That's interesting because the first set of people are like, thanks for the call out on the puts. So you got both ways, baby. Both ways. That was a lot of fun. You know, crazy moves, man. Crazy moves. Played Tesla 3 times today. Ooh. You rebought your Eclipse puts? Oh, you could get Eclipse puts? I didn't know that was a thing. Saudis scale back ambition for 1.5 trillion desert city NEOM. Fitch raises United Power. SPY near the high. NASDAQ up 1.5. SPY 1.3. Again, I'm not going to freak out till we get near the highs, but like I said, it's still, you're just at the halfway mark. Remember, this is where like we started really dumping. We were like, oh, what happened here? Oh, Kashkari. And then it was like, whoa. And then like everything started hitting at that point. So you got to watch out. RTX running. It's weird because LMT, they were up yesterday. Did they go green? I guess they're holding, but this is just all of the tension still holding up. And then again, RTX, they do make the dome missiles. Am I concerned about CERN? Earnings $240 a year from Pfizer. Billion? And then DraftKings going up still. That one's interesting. Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain. Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. HWH on the low, XOM on the high. And then we're kind of calming down. It's still early. It's 9:30. Halfway through the day. We should get some push-ups in. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys know we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. But, Chad, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go on this Friday. We've actually been here a little longer than that because the non-farm. So, Chad, sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups, okay? Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the wire, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Ah, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Fed Bowman says framework for cutting rates too soon risks rebound in inflation pressures. While not likely, it's possible Fed may have to hike again to cool inflation. Change neutral rate could limit how much central banks. Bro, she said they could hike again. Hold up. So she said it's unlikely, but her written statement's kind of hawkish. Inflation faces numerous upside risks, expects more declines in inflation amid stronger economy, expects slower progress in cooling inflation this year. So she thinks inflation's going to slow down less. If they had to, they would raise rates. Still too early to cut. Some job market vigor tied to part-time workers. Immigration. Bowman calls for careful deliberations over increasing bank capital rules. So we're going to hear her. She's not speaking yet. I have the live, but she ain't talking. But the statements are already hitting. Let's see. Bowman. I think it's a little hawkish. So again, her statements aren't out yet. Eventually, Fed will cut. She's not speaking live yet. But it's weird that bonds didn't move. But watch like yesterday. Remember, Kashkari was talking, and it just slowly started hitting. Fed Bowman will likely, not but likely, it's possible Fed may have to hike again. Yeah, that's the worst headline out of all of it. All right.
Monetary policy. The talk will be on risks and uncertainty.
Oh, they're quiet.
Policy. And after the initial remarks, we're going to have a brief conversation. And thank you very much for letting us have a Q&A and an open discussion. Floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Athanasios. Thank you so much. Well, it's really a pleasure to be here with you, even on a day where we're having some earthquakes or some emergencies. But I won't follow Jeff and have ground-shattering things to say, I don't think, but you can tell me if I do later. But thank you so much for the opportunity and the invitation to come and speak at the Shadow Open Market Committee. The SOMC has a very distinguished reputation for fostering substantive analysis and debate.
This thing's called the Shadow Open Market Committee?
And systematic approaches.
Y'all couldn't come up with a less
central bank
suspicious
policy
name?
making. It's really a pleasure to join you today to discuss some of the current issues that are facing central banks and monetary policymakers. So in my remarks today, I will review some of the notable developments in the U.S. economy and in the financial system, as well as review key monetary policy decisions and communications since I joined the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System and became a permanent voting member of the FOMC in late November of 2018. As I look back over these 5+ years, I will consider how a range of uncertainties and risks regarding the macroeconomy and its measurement have affected monetary policy decisions and communications. I'll also highlight some considerations regarding financial stability risks and monetary policy. I'll conclude with my own views on the near-term economic outlook, some of the prominent risks and uncertainties surrounding my outlook, and my views on their implications for monetary policy going forward. So I'll start with setting monetary policy amid a wide range of uncertainties and risks. An ever-present challenge monetary policymakers face is how to account for uncertainties surrounding the current state of the economy and the economic outlook when we're setting monetary policy. Macroeconomic models that can help guide the setting of monetary policy often invoke unobservable concepts such as the natural rate of unemployment, potential output, or the neutral real interest rate. These unobservable concepts can be estimated, but only with a considerable degree of uncertainty. And those estimates may vary over time, for example, because of structural changes in the economy. Macroeconomic models are also subject to uncertainty, since they must make simplifying assumptions regarding the complex set of relationships and interactions between households, businesses, governments, and the financial system that also evolve and change. Moreover, the data that are used to estimate model parameters and to formulate the economic outlook are inherently uncertain, and they're often revised as statistical agencies refine their estimates or as they gather more information. In addition to uncertainties surrounding macroeconomic models and measurement, there are a number of risks that, if realized, could shock the economy and the financial system, making it even more difficult for policymakers to confidently assess the economy and the economic outlook. But despite these challenges, monetary policy making requires a forward-looking approach, as was discussed earlier, since its actions affect the economy, labor markets, and inflation with a lag. So I'll talk now about the post-financial crisis economy and monetary policy at the zero lower bound. When I joined the FOMC in late 2018, despite nearly a decade of accommodative monetary policy following the financial crisis and the subsequent recession, one of the primary concerns was that inflation had persistently been running slightly below the committee's 2% inflation target. There was a recognition that the natural rate of unemployment may have been lower than many on the FOMC had estimated, and that inflation may have become less responsive to reductions in the unemployment rate. This recognition meant that preemptive increases in the federal funds rate based on expected reductions in the unemployment rate alone may not have been needed to keep inflation and inflation expectations aligned with the committee's 2% target. A central topic of FOMC meeting discussions throughout 2019 was how monetary policy strategies and tools could best achieve the committee's dual mandate of price stability and maximum employment when structurally low interest rates and disinflationary forces kept inflation persistently below the committee's inflation target. There was also a concern that the federal funds rate, the FOMC's key policy rate, was too close to the zero lower bound, and that this proximity could limit the committee's ability to respond effectively to an adverse shock by using our primary monetary policy tool of lowering the target range for the federal funds rate. More broadly, many central banks around the world were grappling with the prospect of structurally lower interest rates due to a variety of factors, including demographic changes and higher savings rates, lower potential output and productivity growth, and greater investor demand for safe assets like Treasury securities. At the time, the FOMC assessed that downward risks to both employment and inflation were likely to remain prominent due to the proximity of interest rates to the zero lower bound. In August of 2020, the FOMC significantly revised its statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy to reflect this assessment. One notable change relative to the initial statement adopted in 2012 was a change in the language addressing how the FOMC would conduct monetary policy. The new statement noted that the committee would seek to mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations of employment from the committee's assessment of its maximum level and deviations of inflation from its longer run goal. By replacing the word deviations with shortfalls when describing employment, the committee's reaction to changes in employment relative to estimates of its maximum level, the committee indicated that it would not act preemptively to curb inflation based only on the perception of labor market tightness. Another notable change to the strategy statement was the adoption of what some refer to as asymmetric flexible average inflation targeting, or temporary price level targeting. Specifically, the new statement noted that in order to anchor longer-term inflation expectations at its 2% goal, the committee seeks to achieve inflation that averages 2% over time, and therefore judges that following periods when inflation has been running persistently below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. The revisions to the FOMC statement focused on monetary policy in a world of structurally low interest rates, disinflationary forces, and an apparent insensitivity of inflation to low levels of unemployment. Although the revised statement reaffirmed the commitment to the committee's inflation target, it did not describe how the committee would respond if inflation were to run persistently above its 2% goal. Given the timing of its implementation, the revised strategy guided how the FOMC responded to one of the largest shocks experienced by the US economy in recent years, which was the COVID-19 pandemic. This shock, combined with the policy responses of governments and central banks around the world, disrupted many of the dynamics that had influenced the economy over the previous several decades and the post-2008 financial crisis approach to monetary policy. These impacts will affect how we think about monetary policy going forward. But let's first put the COVID event and our response into better context. So I'll turn now to the COVID shock in monetary policy and our response. Toward the latter part of the FOMC's monetary policy framework review, in March 2020, the pandemic created an unprecedented shock to the global economy and the financial system. Widespread economic lockdowns and social distancing, combined with other pandemic effects, caused the swiftest and deepest contraction in employment and economic activity since the Great Depression. Many critical parts of the US financial system experienced significant disruption, or they completely ceased to function. The Federal Reserve responded forcefully to mitigate the financial market turmoil and the economic effects of the rapid shutdown of the US economy. And I'll have more to say on that topic later. But as a part of its response, the FOMC quickly lowered the target range for the federal funds rate back to 0 to 0.25%. And we began purchasing large amounts of Treasury and agency mortgage-backed securities. These purchases were initially designed to support the smooth functioning of securities markets and the flow of credit to businesses and households. Later, the purchases provided additional monetary policy accommodation to support economic activity and labor markets. Following the return to the zero lower bound, in addition to conducting asset purchases, the FOMC used forward guidance to provide additional monetary policy accommodation to keep both short and longer-term interest rates low. In its March 15, 2020 statement, the FOMC noted that it expected to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 0 to 0.25% until it was confident that the economy had weathered recent events and was on track to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals. Following the release of the revised framework in August 2020, the FOMC revised the forward guidance in its September post-meeting statement to be more explicitly outcome-based and state that the target range would remain at 0 to 0.25% until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment of maximum employment. And inflation had risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. In its December 2020 post-meeting statement, the FOMC added forward guidance regarding its asset purchases by noting that it expected that the current pace of asset purchases would continue until substantial further progress has been made toward the committee's maximum employment and price stability goals. This explicit outcome-based forward guidance, like the revised monetary policy framework, was very focused on supporting the economy during the COVID shock amid the risks of persistently low inflation and disinflationary forces with structurally low interest rates. The guidance was also quite restrictive in the criteria for slowing the pace of asset purchases, especially since the FOMC would stop asset purchases before it would raise the federal funds rate. One could argue the December forward guidance made it much more difficult for the FOMC to react to new information, suggesting that risks and uncertainties had evolved in response to the pandemic-related changes in the economy. Other uncertainties, such as the accuracy of real-time economic measurements, also presented challenges, as did significant supply-side disruptions and the uncertainty about the timing of progress toward their resolution, which I'll discuss next. So turning to the post-pandemic economy, the resurgence of inflation, and the rapid tightening of monetary policy. In the early phases of the pandemic, fiscal authorities around the world implemented support programs for labor markets and households and businesses. These generous policies, combined with very accommodative monetary policies, bolstered private sector and state and local government balance sheets. In particular, they led to what has become known to as excess savings, which are above normal household savings from extraordinary levels of fiscal support and a limited ability to freely spend it due to economic lockdowns, supply chain disruptions, and other pandemic and recession-related factors. In 2021, novel medical treatments, reduced social distancing, and innovative business approaches in adapting to the restrictive pandemic environment led to a sharp rebound. Strong demand, supported by stimulative fiscal and monetary policies, a reduced labor supply due in part to early retirements, childcare responsibilities, concerns about COVID, and a mismatch between available jobs and workers, all contributed to a very tight labor market. The unusually rapid rebound in economic activity, pandemic-driven shift to consumer goods spending, supply chain fragilities, and manufacturing component shortages led to crippling bottlenecks for a number of industries. These supply and demand imbalances, likely amplified by fiscal and monetary policies, led to a sharp rise in inflation over a period of just a few months. By the second half of 2021, inflationary pressures intensified and became more broad-based. Labor markets were extremely tight, though it was difficult to assess the true extent of the tightness given the decrease in labor force participation and the mixed data signals that we were getting at the time, which were all later revised. Of the many difficult issues the committee faced, one of the most important was whether inflation would persist or would resolve as supply-side issues eventually eased. The September 21 SEP showed the median FOMC expectation for PCE inflation of 4.2% at the end of 21, largely reflecting high inflation readings from the first half of the year. But for year-end 2022, the median expectation was for PCE inflation to decline to 2.2%. Private sector forecasters expected higher inflation of 5.1% at year-end 21, but also projected a slowing to just over 2% by the end of 22. With the benefit of hindsight, we now know that most forecasters, ourselves included, vastly misjudged the persistence of inflation at that time, with 5.9% PCE inflation for both 21 and 22. This example underscores the challenge that we face in identifying which factors were driving inflation and how long those forces would persist. In the second half of 21, it became clear that the FOMC's monetary policy stance was too accommodative in the presence of growing inflationary pressures, and that the committee needed to move toward a tighter policy stance. It seems likely to me that the experience of the years leading up to the pandemic, when inflation was persistently low, made it hard for many to foresee how quickly that situation could change. Of course, the inflation and labor data did not accurately reflect the economic conditions that were prevailing at the time, and they were subsequently substantially revised. Together, these factors, combined with the FOMC's forward guidance discussed earlier, contributed to a delay in the removal of monetary policy accommodation in 21. The shift in the committee's forward guidance toward the end of 21 and into early 22 was effective in moving longer-dated interest rates higher and in tightening financial conditions, even before the FOMC raised the federal funds rate. At our November 21 meeting, we announced that we would begin to slow the pace of purchases later that month. At the December 21 meeting, we doubled the pace of tapering, which accelerated the end of purchases to the following March. At the March 22 meeting, the FOMC raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points. And in May, the FOMC announced its plan to reduce the size of the Federal Reserve securities holdings, which then stood at around $8.5 trillion. Starting in June and at a pace much faster than in the previous episode of balance sheet reduction. The FOMC also continued to increase the target range for the federal funds rate over the course of 22 at a pace much faster than in previous tightening cycles, as it became very clear that inflation was higher and more persistent than many forecasters had expected. By July of 23, the FOMC had increased the federal funds rate to 5.25 percentage points and into restrictive territory, where it has remained. And we've continued to reduce the size of our securities holdings. The monetary policy experience during the pandemic highlights how difficult it can be to assess the current state of the economy and to predict how it will evolve in the presence of major supply and demand side shocks, possible structural changes in the economy, and real-time data measurement uncertainty. An important question that I will be thinking about going forward is how to make monetary policy decisions and communications more robust to these types of risk. So now I want to turn to separating the tools from monetary policy and financial stability, as again, you all set the stage nicely earlier in both of the panels. But we know that monetary policy transmission is most effective during periods of stable financial conditions, and that financial stability risks, if realized, can affect the economic outlook. While monetary policy and financial stability are connected, financial stability vulnerabilities and risks are most appropriately addressed using macro and micro prudential regulation and bank supervision. During periods of extreme financial stress, well-calibrated lending and liquidity programs can be used to address such conditions. Of course, where risks impact the outlook for economic activity, employment, and inflation, a monetary policy response may also be required.
Honestly, it's good she
Federal
keeps
Reserve's
talking.
use of
Yeah, you
liquidity
guys,
and
yeah,
lending
you're
programs
lucky
during
because the
early
only thing
stages
so
of the
far
pandemic
is the fact she
demonstrated
said
the
they would raise
effectiveness
rates
of
and then
emergency lending
just let her
tools as
water it down with
backstops
everything else
to
because she
support
hasn't
market
really
functioning
discussed.
and the
That was the
flow of
only thing out of
credit
this that's
in
really
times
hit
of
the
stress.
wire. That was.
Lending programs are most
Now it's
effective
just so it's
as
kind of good though,
backstops when
bittersweet,
those loans are
bittersweet. You know,
offered at
take
a
it all
penalty
in,
rate
enjoy it
and
on a
short
Friday. Yeah, I don't know.
duration.
Maybe you feeling lucky. Maybe something
When
will happen.
appropriately
So, I don't know, you
calibrated,
tell me.
they can help promote market functioning and the effective transmission of monetary policy, but limit the Federal Reserve's overall footprint in financial markets in the longer term. This experience also highlights the importance of clearly distinguishing monetary policy actions from temporary central bank asset purchase programs used to promote core financial market functioning, like those that were created to support the Treasury markets in early 2020. More recently, the bank failures last spring highlight that responsive, efficient, and effective bank supervision is a strong mitigant for financial system risks and vulnerabilities. The failures revealed that shortcomings in bank supervision can heighten financial stability risks. The primary focus of supervision should be to address a bank's critical shortcomings in a timely way. To effectively support financial stability, bank supervision cannot simply rely on pinpointing compliance issues, failed processes, or rule violations. It must go further to examine a bank's risk exposures, including anticipating how the evolving economic environment may influence a bank's financial condition and its assessment of risks. If the supervisory process fails to identify and escalate critical risks or to hold management accountable for known deficiencies like excess interest risk-taking and disproportionately large levels of uninsured deposits, this raises a potential
She
for
has.
safety
This is going to
and
go on
soundness
for like
concerns.
4 more hours. I think she has it's a big
Last
speech
year's
today.
bank stress also
It's very
revealed
important.
that the Fed's bank liquidity and payment tools, including the
It's
Fed's
been going on.
discount
See,
window
this has already
operations
been
and
going on for
FedWire,
hours. They've had
should be
intermissions and
available
stuff.
for extended operating hours.
I'm just
and
kidding. I don't know.
prepared to
It's not going to
provide
be 4
support
hours.
during times of stress.
Spy's hitting a high.
We should also consider what further steps may be needed to ensure that banks have access to liquidity support. In addition, we should encourage, but not mandate, the exercise of contingency funding plans and testing capabilities, requiring bank management to ensure adequate plans are in place. But in my mind, there is a very fine line between bank supervision and interfering in the decisions of bank management. Some measure of risk is inherent and necessary in the business of banking. While some changes to the regulatory framework may be appropriate to promote financial stability, we should be cautious that these changes don't impair the long-term viability of banks, especially mid-sized and smaller banks. In my view, regulatory reform can pose significant financial stability risks, particularly if those changes fail to take sufficient account of the incentive effects and potential consequences, like pushing activity into the more opaque non-bank financial sector. Poorly calibrated regulatory actions can also negatively affect economic activity and reduce the availability of credit by limiting the offering of financial products or services. These concerns are most acute when the reforms may be inefficient or poorly targeted. As an example, policymakers should carefully consider whether the significant capital increases included in the Basel III endgame proposal meet the standard of being efficient and appropriately targeted. So I'll turn now to a topic I'm sure you all have been waiting for. What's next for the economy and for monetary policy? So looking ahead, the FOMC will continue to face a number of risks and uncertainties as it seeks to return inflation to its 2%
she brings up that comment again. I don't know if it'll be good, but for now, market, I don't know if the market even cares. Bonds are one thing, but you're hitting another high. Enough cushion to go both ways, but you're starting to climb towards the higher end. You're starting to break out. High ticker doing the full RPM gas again.
Several scenarios and their potential economic outcomes using different benchmark monetary policy rules. This type of analysis can provide very helpful input in informing my own views on the appropriate path of monetary policy. And given the importance of transparency, it's also necessary that our communications explain not only how the economic outlook affects our monetary policy decisions, often referred to as the FOMC's reaction function, but also how those risks and uncertainties surrounding the economic outlook matter for those decisions. With that in mind, I'll conclude my remarks with my own views on the near-term economic outlook, including some prominent risks and uncertainties and the implications for monetary policy. At our most recent FOMC meeting, I supported keeping the target range for the federal funds rate at its current level of 5.25% to 5.5% and continuing to reduce our securities holdings. At its current setting, our monetary policy stance is restrictive and appears to be appropriately calibrated to reduce inflationary pressures. We have seen significant progress on lowering
Pfizer getting
inflation over the
CNBC
past
mention,
year,
final trade.
while economic activity and the labor market have remained strong. Consumer services spending has shown continued strength through February, and payroll employment increased at an extremely strong pace today with the data we got today, but especially over the first quarter. However, most employment gains over the past year have been in part-time employment, and some of the recent job strength and job gains may reflect stronger labor supply due to increased immigration. The 12-month readings of total and core PCE inflation through February printed at 2.5% and 2.8% respectively, much lower than a year ago. However, with the annualized 3-month PCE inflation readings moving well above the 12-month measures in February, I expect further progress in bringing inflation down to 2% will be slower this year. Still, my baseline outlook continues to be that inflation will decline further with the policy rate held steady at its current level, and that the labor market will remain strong, but with labor demand and supply gradually rebalancing as the number of job openings relative to unemployed workers declines. And should the incoming data continue to indicate that inflation is moving substantially toward our 2% goal, it will eventually become appropriate to gradually lower the federal funds rate to prevent monetary policy from becoming overly restrictive. However, in my view, we are still not yet at the point where it's appropriate to lower the policy rate, and I continue to see a number of upside risks to inflation. First, much of the progress on inflation last year was due to supply-side improvements, including easing of supply chain constraints, increases in the number of available workers due to, in part to immigration, and lower energy prices. It's unclear whether further supply-side improvements will continue to lower inflation. For example, the rebound in labor productivity last year may have reflected an unwinding of temporary pandemic-related labor market dynamics, such as a slowing in the high level of employee turnover that was occurring during that time. Therefore, if wage gains remain elevated going forward, these effects may no longer contribute to lower price inflation in the future. Geopolitical developments could also pose upside risks to inflation, including the risks from spillovers from geopolitical conflicts and the extent to which food and energy markets and supply chains remain exposed to these influences. Another upside risk I see to inflation is from additional fiscal stimulus or a higher spend-out rate from existing and new appropriations. Although some of the recent policies may increase productive capacity in the medium term, they may add to inflationary pressures by boosting aggregate demand. I also see upside risks to housing services inflation. Given the current low inventory of available and affordable housing, the inflow of new immigrants to certain regions could result in upward pressure on rents, as additional housing supply may take time to materialize. There's also a risk that continued labor market tightness and continued strong services demand could lead to persistently higher core services inflation. Inflation readings over the past 2 months suggest progress may be uneven or slower going forward, especially for core services. And finally, there is uncertainty regarding whether the federal funds rate will need to remain at a higher level than before the pandemic in order to effectively foster low and stable inflation and support full employment. In my view, given potential structural changes in the economy, like higher investment demand relative to available savings, it's quite possible that the level of the federal funds rate consistent with low and stable inflation will be higher than it was before the pandemic. If that is the case, fewer rate cuts will eventually be appropriate to return our monetary policy stance to a neutral level. In the most recent SEP, some FOMC participants indicated that they now see fewer rate cuts over 2024 and over the next 2 years than they did in December. Some also included a higher longer run level of the federal funds rate than in the past. And while it's not my baseline outlook, I continue to see the risk that at a future meeting, we may need to increase the policy rate further should progress on inflation stall or even reverse. So given these risks and uncertainties regarding my economic outlook, I'll continue to watch the data closely as I assess the appropriate path of monetary policy, and I will remain cautious in my approach to considering future changes in the stance of monetary policy.
Damn.
Reducing our policy rate too soon or too quickly
this is the bad part of the
result in a
speech.
rebound in inflation, requiring further
Kind of wish she kept
policy
yapping.
rate increases to return inflation to 2% over the longer run. So in closing,
she's ending it on
the
that.
experience over the past
Oof.
5 years highlights the enduring challenge of
Not bad
setting
though. Look at the
forward
market. Everything else
monetary
though.
policy
We're still
amid
within
a
just the
wide
same
and
range of the last
evolving
couple
range
days.
of risks and uncertainties. Taking into account this experience and the
This
lessons
is the Fed
I learned
hawkish
over my
zone,
tenure
more or
on the
less,
FOMC,
that we've
an
been in the
important
last couple
question
days.
I will be considering is how to make monetary policy strategy and its related communications durable to a wide range of possible shocks and changes in the macroeconomy. We will continue to learn about the post-pandemic economy, and if history is any guide, new shocks and changes in the economy
I don't know
will
if they're gonna
eventually
ask her
and
questions.
inevitably occur.
They have chairs,
So while the
but
future is full of risks and uncertainties, the FOMC's mandate
feel
of
like they're in a
fostering
small
price
room.
stability and maximum employment remains clear. Restoring price stability is essential for achieving maximum employment over the longer run. Thank you again, Athanasios and the Shadow Open Market Committee.
I don't like
Your
the name.
questions.
I'm gonna clap, but I don't like the name. Oh, he just sitting there? He
Thank
just
you,
sat there
Governor,
looking
and,
at
and
it?
again, thank you for your willingness to open this up and take
you have
some,
questions,
some
bro.
questions from us.
So
I'm
end it
gonna
on the
start
hawkish
by,
note. Now we got
with a couple of
Q&A.
questions, and one that really some in the audience would want to hear a little bit more.
Okay.
You mentioned, of course, in your remarks the challenges with the recent inflation, but you also mentioned following the correction in policy, the inflation has been coming lower and lower and lower, but it's been a bumpy ride, and we've seen the last few readings have not been as favorable, and now we see the communication coming out of the committee, and this is what I heard you say as well, is that we need to wait for greater clarity and some resolution of uncertainties before we see some more confidence for cutting the federal funds rate. And many in the room would really be interested in knowing a little bit more your views about what are you waiting for, given that inflation has been coming down, given that, as you correctly pointed out, if you don't do anything to the Fed funds rate, with inflation coming down, policy becomes more restrictive, so some adjustment needs to be made for that. So what are you waiting for? What are the pieces of information that you would like to see before you're more comfortable in supporting the cuts that markets are waiting for?
Well, I think the important issues that I discussed in my remarks, especially the fact that we have seen a great deal of progress on inflation since we last raised the federal funds rate back in July of last year, but that progress has stalled. And it's going up and down in the most recent readings. And I think until we see a return to a downward path in a sustainable and ongoing way, I won't be comfortable changing my view at this point to seeing a cut in the near future. I think there's so many other variables and things that need to be considered as we're looking at all of the data too, and as it's being revised, is that we have a very strong labor market. We have strong GDP growth, and we have inflation that has remained at a very similar level and has actually stopped its downward progress. So I think all of these things come together to help me formulate my views about the future path of policy.
Okay. But you're still in the camp of expecting some Fed funds rate cuts would be appropriate, as long as the baseline scenario materializes, recognizing that in the last few months it has not been as positive as it was in earlier months, and this is where we are right now.
Well, I think there are a couple of scenarios that could happen that would change my view. If we see a deterioration in the labor market, or if we see a deterioration in GDP, all of those things factor into how you think about making decisions on monetary policy. So even if inflation doesn't start to go down, if we see a deterioration in economic conditions more broadly, that would certainly influence how I think about decision making.
Okay, this reminds me of Peter Ireland's presentation on tracking nominal GDP growth and making sure that it's stable. So I would also like to touch on one other thing. I noticed in your remark something that struck me as quite important in reference to possible structural changes in the economy and real-time data and measurement uncertainty. You know that, quote, an important question I will be thinking about going forward is how to make monetary policy decisions and communications more robust to these types of risks, end quote. And this of course, is very close to our heart, how to nudge the committee. This is one of the things we have been trying to do over the years, to be more systematic and take in a systematic fashion these risks into consideration. This also reminded me, reading transcripts from a decade ago, when the committee faced, again, the issues of how do you best communicate monetary policy, taking into account these uncertainties. In 2012, I recall going through the transcripts, Charlie Plosser, for example, I hope you're still with us online, Charlie, had pointed out that the best way for the committee to communicate its intentions for future policy would be with a policy rule, because a policy rule is systematic, it's state contingent, it can handle the alternative scenario and so forth. So with this in mind, I'd be very interested to hear your views on this. You've talked about the challenges with forward guidance and communication. What do you see as a step forward? Do you think that current practices could be improved? Do you think that adopting a benchmark rule and communicating monetary policy with a benchmark rule, along the lines of what Charlie Plosser had suggested a decade ago, would be a way to go? Is this something that the committee should consider in the upcoming discussion on revising the policy framework?
So I think at any given point in our history, and I'll point to the COVID-19 experience more specifically, and I talked extensively about the challenges that we had with the data that we were receiving and how important it was for me in particular in the role that I have with the requiring experience for community banking or state bank commission experience. I had regular and frequent communications with people who were actually experiencing the economic conditions to help me understand what the data was telling us. And so I'm not sure that given that time period and my experience during that time, that I could look to any single policy rule that would have helped me more so than trying to get a narrative behind what the data was trying to tell us or that it was trying to indicate at the time.
Okay, this is where we flushed from yesterday. You're still above 5,200, but kind of interesting. You even bounced from here too.
And throw curveballs at us
a little baby
at
level
any given moment, and that the data that we're trying to rely on to make our monetary policy decisions can often be telling us something completely different.
Again, big divergence still between bonds.
I think, as I mentioned in my remarks too, I find value in monetary policy rules, and we have an entire section that evaluates how they would be predicting or
gold hit a high and then came down, then oil too.
With the current economic conditions. And oftentimes they tell us very different things, and they rely on unobservable concepts like R-star or the unemployment rate or those kinds of things. So while I think that they're extremely helpful and beneficial to informing a more robust decision-making regime, I'm not sure that I could, at this point today, with the experience that I've had, point to a single rule that would be able to encompass all of those different challenges that I've had to face over the past 5 years or so, and that I expect that we will have to face in the coming years as well. But I think that they're wonderful and very helpful to think about parameters and expectations of how things should be evolving.
Well, it's a fair answer, very much in line with the historical preference of current FOMC members.
Well, remember, I'm not a PhD economist. I'm just a lowly lawyer.
To maintain a lot of discretion. This is the thing that I find that people inside the institution, and I recall I was doing that as well. I don't know, Andy, if you would admit to be doing that as well, Jeff. There's always this tendency to try to defend maintaining a lot of discretion and flexibility. Mm-hmm. But if one looks at the history of monetary policy, not just in the United States but also in other countries, one can identify how many mistakes can be attributed after the fact to that flexibility that looked so nice. And this is the tension that would be useful to resolve. Again, it was discussed in 2012, as we know from transcripts. It was not resolved in a very definitive fashion. Would you be supporting that in the review of the policy framework there is additional effort to identify whether there would be benchmarks that could be useful guidance, that could offer useful guidance, or you think we've done enough work on that, so we don't even need to bother?
No, I think as we're looking at all of the different considerations and components of what that engagement will look like as we approach the time as it's appropriate to discuss that longer run statement, I think we should consider everything. But then I'm also someone who appreciates criticism, and I value criticism almost more than I value supportive comments, because I think we can always do things better. But I found your chart very compelling with the deviation between where we should have been raising interest rates and when we finally did. And it did lead to extremely steep and frequent increases in the federal funds rate that I think can create a financial instability, as I discussed too in my remarks. So I think it's important that at the very least we are consulting with those and understanding what they're telling us we should be doing and not ignoring that, but certainly thinking very deeply about the impact that it could have as we're considering that. But it's certainly, monetary policy rules should be a part of all of those conversations and discussions.
Yes, and they most definitely are. It's just the question some of us have is how closely committee members look at that particular section in the teal book, for example, when it's there.
We do also look at that risks and uncertainties section because we've been surprised more times than not over the last 3 to 5 years about what's actually happened and what we thought.
Before I open it up to the room, I should note that I want to give credit to the staff, and the committee, of course, has encouraged that, because indeed, looking at the evolution of the risks and uncertainty section in the toolbook, it has improved quite a bit from the old days. So I guess there is a little bit value added to the 700 plus economists that are there that we should be giving some credit for. So let's take some questions from the floor. I'm gonna start. Okay, Andy, I'm gonna start with you at the table, and then we're gonna go around.
Well, first of all, thank you again, Governor Bowman. We're really, really thrilled to have you with us today, and hopefully we'll have you back regularly over the next, we figured out 10 more years that you'll be. And by the way, I think it's great. I personally think it's great to have a diverse committee, including people with a law degree who've been a state commissioner in banking. You know, they're familiar with the challenges of community banks and smaller communities. And so I think that really strengthens the deliberative process. So 2 questions. One, Fed officials have regularly said, well, policy is restrictive, but then we keep seeing pretty strong GP growth, mostly above what we would usually consider to be the trend, and phenomenal employment growth that we're happy about. I need to look into the part-time, full-time. Thanks for flagging that. But so I kind of wonder if, in fact, maybe as we get further to ex post, that we're going to get further in the direction of saying, well, maybe policy wasn't actually all that restrictive, and that a lot of the decline in inflation was, as you said, easing of supply pressures. So I'm just curious, maybe you could share a little bit more about that. The other thing, just to follow up on Athanasios, is an alternative or even a complement to policy benchmarks is scenario analysis. And you mentioned it a couple times in your remarks and your response to Athanasios. I still puzzle, why doesn't the FOMC incorporate explicitly scenario analysis into your communications, right? It's in the staff teal book. It seems like it would be an easy way to say, as you did to some extent in your remarks, like, here's our baseline view, what we're hoping and anticipating, here's an alternative, and here's what we think we would need to do with the policy path in that. And of course, they're illustrative, because the reality is more complicated. But certainly we can imagine geopolitical events causing a downturn in the US economy in the not too distant future, and the Fed would need to respond to it. So it seems like it would be easier.
Bro, this is the craziest question ever, no?
Where scenario analysis
this is a question
really up to the committee at a given point in time to say, well, here's the risk that we can see.
Because I'm trying to like wrap this up. I'm like, okay, low key. I thought they were going to be fast, but now.
But at least to help the reaction.
He's still asking it.
Describing, sort of put it into a picture. So I'm just curious again. What are your thoughts about that?
I think that's a bigger question than a non-executive member of the board. Is that how we were described earlier? I liked that.
It's a bigger question.
I think we do discuss those kinds of things when we have meetings with the staff as we're preparing for FOMC meetings. So it's maybe because it's not a part of our official communications, and it could be confusing. I think if we were to engage in what ifs while we're talking to the press, that generally creates a lot of distraction from, I think, what we are trying to communicate. So it is important that we're thinking about what could happen and how we might be needing to react in the future. But in my view, those might be best kept behind closed doors until such time that we might need to talk about them in public.
But this is a very good way of answering this, and I would add and hope you would agree that. But it's something that is worth considering in the strategy review. That is, it should be underway already in some fashion, or it should shortly be underway with results for next year. Yes, please. And I should be taking 2 questions at a time. So here, there.
Interested in your views on the housing market.
Chair Powell's weighed in on this, said it's not part of the Fed's mission. Clearly, it is impacted by certainly the pace of increases, which has caused other dislocations, including the banking issue. But you addressed the problem of housing costs, and certainly buyers and sellers are on the sideline now, and it just sort of makes me wonder whether the idea of what Peter had proposed earlier, this idea of kind of a return to some normalcy in this environment might be sensible. And thank you as well for your service and for your comments today. Thank you.
See, that's
Thank
a question.
You. And the second question is Hugh.
Quick, short and sweet.
The next round.
I don't know.
Next
I have it
round.
raised to 8 decibels higher too.
Your comments,
that's the crazy part.
New aspect of the financial sector since
I feel like they're all looking at
the
me.
Payment of interest on reserves.
Stop looking at me.
The Fed is very generously.
I feel like I'm talking too
loud.
Everyone in this looking.
And it didn't make much difference when rates were zero, since. But now that they're over 5%, the Fed is losing money hand over fist. The net worth is minus $100,000 last I looked. When you take into account the quote deferred Treasury dividends to the Treasury, but the Fed is under no obligation to pay that interest on reserves. Why doesn't it just cut the rate to zero or reduce it substantially and cut its losses? I mean, it's in the same position as SVB, except that depositors at SVB could move their deposits to another bank, but depositors in the Fed can't move their deposits to another central bank. So the Fed really is in a monopoly position. Why is it so generously paying out all this interest on reserves?
It's a pretty good question.
Well, both of these are excellent questions. And
Yes,
I'll
they
start
are.
with the housing market. I think we obviously are not in the housing business, but we do recognize that challenges with inventory and available interest rates for mortgages and things like that really impact the number of homes that are sold or the availability of housing more broadly across the economy. These are all important constraints and challenges that I think affect other parts of the economy as well. So as I mentioned in my remarks, I think we already know that there's a housing shortage across the country, but we know that there are also a number of projects that have been embarked upon over the past few years for construction activities. So hopefully at some point there will be a little bit of easing as maybe mortgage rates decline and more housing becomes available. But probably didn't answer your question very well, but that's okay. And I think your question raises a lot of very important issues, and I don't have an answer for you, but I appreciate the fact that you raised the question.
And I think we have time for maybe 2 or maybe 4 questions. We'll see the time. So first there, then. No,
okay, 2 more. Yep. 2 more. Yalla.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk.
Thank you so much.
So my question pertains to whether reductions in the balance sheet are monetary policy in the same way that increases in the balance sheet are monetary policy, but sometimes members of the FOMC express views that reductions in the balance sheet are not monetary policy. And it matters to me, I think, because, well, for a lot of reasons.
Stand up.
In particular, because changes in the
kind of weird,
so large-scale asset purchases, as you know, work through several channels. One of which is reductions in the overall amount of interest rate risk in the market, right? Portfolio balance channels, the overall supply of duration into the market, right? That's sort of a quasi-fiscal operation because the amount of duration into the market pertains to the maturity profile of Treasury issuance, which is a decision made by the Treasury Department. Right? So the issue that becomes relevant when allowing the balance sheet to reduce in size is that the Treasury can effectively offset the increases in duration injected into the market by the reduction in the balance sheet by changing its issuance profile, right? So what Treasury has done in the last year or so has been to dramatically shorten the issuance profile of its debt issuance, right? Now, that's had the effect of offsetting the duration injection provided by the Fed's reduction in its balance sheet, effectively loosening financial conditions just as the Fed was trying to tighten them by reducing its balance sheet. So my question is, what evidence do you think it will take for the FOMC, for members of the FOMC to change their views
this one's actually a good
about
question.
Whether reductions in the balance sheet are monetary policy in the same way that increases are? Because by sort of eroding the barrier between fiscal policy and monetary policy, the Fed has allowed some of its independence to be impinged on by actions by the fiscal authority, by the Treasury, insofar as reductions in duration supply have been offset, reductions in increases in duration added by the Fed's balance sheet roll down have been offset by reductions in supply by changes in the Fed's maturity profile. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you pass the mic?
I feel like everybody's just flexing on her. They know she doesn't have answers to these questions.
This will be your balance sheet round.
They all just want to show
I have
what
a
they
question
know. They're
also.
like, well,
on the surface,
what
you
do
look
you
pretty
think
tight, right? You got
about
a high, relatively high real Fed
the theory of
funds rate,
relativity as it
and you've
pertains
taken
to
$1 trillion of
modern
liquidity out of the
Keynesian
markets with
economics.
QT. I think that's
And if the
approximately
balance sheet
correct.
runoff, quantitative
However, under
tightening,
the surface,
interest rate reserve,
or your backdoor,
is
as I like to
conducted
think of
in a
it,
restricted
you've got reverse
R-star
repos
manner.
winding down
Does
to
the
the tune of
inflation
$2 trillion.
variable
So while you've
economy
taken $1 trillion of
control
liquidity out
NASA?
of the markets with QT, $2 trillion has flowed in.
Yeah,
from
they're all like
reverse
explaining
repos.
their questions to her.
The track
That's
of
why I like
reverse
the other one
repos
though. I like what he was
coincides
saying with
stock
the
market,
switching,
boom
how the
that's
Treasury's
happened
been
in the
front
last few
loading the
months.
issuances,
And with the
and it
easing of
changes where
conditions.
and when the
So do you
interest gets
think,
paid.
broad
that was a very good
picture,
one.
do you think that the way you have your policy and balance sheet structured, where you're subject to these really uncontrollable reverse repo, or maybe they are controllable if you change rates, but that they're offsetting what you're trying to do with tightening policy?
I think these are all very complicated questions, and they're very important for us to think about as we're embarking on quantitative tightening or reducing our balance sheet. I think it is an important part of the decision making that we engage in at the end of sort of a quantitative easing cycle and understanding what the appropriate level of our balance sheet should be. We don't control the issuance that Treasury makes, and we recognize that their role is to support fiscal spending. So while it is related, it is
So while
it's
yelling
not
the
our
shrooms, I have no idea what
responsibility
she's up to.
To oversee or control that.
If she wants to do
It
a
is
mushroom
critical in my
or
mind
issue
that
more
we're
2 years or 30 years. I
continuing
can't.
to reduce the
can't
level of the
control that.
balance sheet. At
That's not in my
$8.5 trillion, as I
repertoire.
mentioned in my remarks, from $8.5 trillion to where we are now, which is
This is
just
Michelle
about
Bowman.
$1.4 trillion lower than
Not
we
to be
were then. I think
confused
there's still some ways for us
the
to
girl
go
from Hunger
before
Games
we're
with the bow.
at any point where we might
this is
define
Michelle
that
Bowman.
as ample reserves.
What's her name again?
So
I know it's Jennifer Lawrence.
I think we do need to
All I
continue
know is
doing that.
pay
I'm not sure that I
Katniss
think that it is
Bowman.
a monetary policy,
Katniss, the other Bowman.
monetary policy action to engage
Yeah,
in
Katniss.
allowing for the securities to roll off our balance sheet. And I think as we see financial conditions potentially being impacted by that, then we understand where the right level is for us to stop doing that or to ease up on the pace of balance sheet reduction. And again, you raise important points on the reverse repo issues and things that we're thinking about and talking about now. So I appreciate the
Thank you.
raising the issue.
And we're just about running out of time. I
Good.
wonder if we should take one or two
I
more
sent out a
questions.
stream alert.
Let's do two more questions, yes.
Good. Great timing. I was ready to
Okay,
wrap
something
this up.
maybe a little simpler than reverse repos and all the rest of it. There's a camp out there that says, hey, what's wrong with 3% inflation? Just relax.
Saying no rate
Policy's
cuts. Well, she
restrictive,
brought
cut
she
rates.
brought it up,
And I
but
think
she
the other
also
side
said
of that
rate
would
cuts
be, what
too.
if inflation stalls out
But she
around
did say
3%?
if the
That's roughly
data
where it
gets
is
in the
now,
way,
depending on which
we'll
measure you're
change the
looking at.
plan.
What do? Do you say, okay, fine, we'll just wait and see what happens? Would you think of raising rates, or would it be a case where if it stalls at 3%, that's okay, unless the labor market gets even tighter and hotter? How does that look to you? I know you're not there yet. You did say it wasn't your baseline, but you thought there could be a chance that you would actually have to hike rates in the future.
Okay, and one more question. At the very back, there was a
They're just
request
taking the
earlier.
questions. I'm done.
The last question.
Nope. That was the last question. In my book, I'm sorry. If I was the interviewer, I'd say, sorry, Michelle. It's time for PHILO. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's that moment. You're here. It's Friday. We've had a lot of fun already. We had fun yesterday. You got movement today, already crazy. Back and forth, a little bit of volatility. You got a lot of things going on in the market. We get even more next week. So I hope you guys have been locked and loaded, but I think it's a good time that we take a moment out of our day to talk about some things that hopefully we could apply to our lives in our future, or maybe just share between brothers and sisters. I don't know if y'all feel me, man. We didn't get to have a PHILO yesterday, so I'm very excited for this one. I hope you guys are prepared, man. And before we get into it, happy Friday and a happy PHILO. And I'm proud of y'all, man. I love to see it. I love to see my PHILO warriors and everybody getting involved. And just another big shout out to those taking personal responsibility, those making fruit, those keeping in mind the future self, because I've been giving y'all a lot of different shout outs. But don't forget, man, I got a real big shout out, man, and just if y'all taking care of the future self, you know what I'm saying, for real. And those of you who are really keeping in mind and being conscious and aware of your future self and the actions and what you're setting up today, man, for real. I love it, and I'm very, very proud of y'all. So this is an honor, and again, thank you for even sharing this moment with me. So that being said, today is going to be a little weird, maybe. Here's the thing. Fed is aware of gold, but it's not more important than other commodities. Fed Bowman just said that right when we turn it off as it hits a new high. But this one's a little weird because I'm gonna read something to you guys. I'm gonna read you one quote, man. It's a beautiful story, and in this story, it brings up a very, very good concept. And even in the story, it gives an answer, but it doesn't really give an answer. But it brings up a concept that I really think is fascinating, and that I think we all have to deal with. And I hope it brings you comfort. And at the end of it, although I may not be able to give you a step-by-step, I hope it becomes a priority for you to master what we are going to be talking about here today. So let me start it off with an appetizer. With something very, very simple that you have heard probably, because I know I've told you this, but some of you it may be new, but very simple. Are you all aware that you can only live at the level of your belief? So no matter where you are in life, no matter what you do, and I'm talking from stocks to money to spirituality, relationships, how you treat other people, how you view other people, you could only live at the level of your belief. We've talked about this, and we've even talked, that's why sometimes too, you can't know what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's why sometimes we get mad. Some of us, we've gone through stuff in life where you've had traumatic experiences because people expected you to know or do something that you could not do or that you did not know because you've never been exposed to it. How would you ever know, right? There's people right now in I love this stock market, and I hate it for this reason because, it's public, right? They call it, quote-unquote, public. It's in front of everybody. It's there, but, so many people at the same time have never heard about it. I've told you guys a story before. Bro, at one time, it's crazy that this was 10 years ago, almost. But I remember I walked into a Subway once and had a talk with a kid, and he's kid 16, 17 years old or 18, had no idea what the stock market was. You could only live at the level of your belief. So I'm giving you very worldly terms, but this same thing applies a lot mentally. I mean, again, you guys should be familiar with this. Some of you have accomplished things that at previous points in your life you would have never thought you were able to do. So this may resonate a lot better with you. Some of you may still be in that stage in your life where you kind of doubt what you can accomplish. Again, the level to which you believe, it all depends. But you could only live at the level of your belief. This is a categorical thing that I think is very philosophical. And I mean, again, you become what you think about. That's the beauty of all of it, right? My favorite. So that's your appetizer to all of this, man. And today's PHILO, man, I could only give you a reminder of something. And it has to do with belief, but it's a weird part. And you know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about believing and having belief, but not believing. Oh, I laugh because it is such a weird concept, and that's why it's so fascinating. And it's a simple story. Yeah, you're like, okay? What do you mean? I'll tell you what it is. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. There's a story. There's a guy, his son is sick. He goes up to Jesus, and he's like, yo, Jesus' disciples tried to heal the kid, and it didn't work. And he goes up to Jesus. He's like, yo, please help me. But, like, your disciples tried. It didn't work. And then he was like, if you can, please, like, help. And Jesus, it's funny because Jesus was like, if I can. And then, literally, this is the phrase the guy says. This is the quote I want to give you. It's from Mark 9. Mark 9:24. Well, 23. Jesus says, if you can, said Jesus, if I can, everything is possible for one who believes. Immediately, the boy's father exclaimed, I do believe. Help me overcome my unbelief. Oh, Chad. Stop it. I love this one. Because that's the most contradicting thing ever. But it's so real. Y'all don't feel me. That's why I said that. You said K. Oh, stop it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. All of you. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You may have had this conversation in a different setting with somebody. I don't know. You ain't never, what the situation is. Just as simple as it. I do believe, but help me overcome my unbelief. How can I believe and have to overcome unbelief? What? Man. And that's why I love this. Because today's PHILO, man, here's the thing that sucks. I can't give you anything. I can only remind you of this. Because like even if you read the story, he says pray. He even tells the disciples you got to pray, and he doesn't even tell anything to the guy. He just heals the kid after the crowd gets bigger. He don't say anything. He didn't tell the disciples or the boy's father anything. He didn't tell him to do anything. He said you got to pray. He said this has to do with prayer. But this concept to me is very fascinating, and I think it's very real. And it relates to living at the level of your belief. And I think this is something that happens a lot. This concept of believing but not believing. I'll tell you first and foremost, I feel like this is the story of my life. And now I could say this at times spiritually, but come on, bro. Look at this stock market. Dude, like, is stock news not the definition of this? Where you could believe and have unbelief at the same time. I don't know. I don't know if y'all feel me on this, man. I don't know. Y'all don't feel me. Something comes out and you see it and you're like, oh, well, that makes sense. And you believe something, but even then, sometimes how the price moves, if it doesn't move, you believe something, but you have a doubt. Again, even I could tie this into the long term. This is what this is what I'm telling you, man. And I do think on a spiritual level, bro, believing and unbelieving at the same time in that doubt, man, at the core of your soul, you're going to deal with this. But like I'm saying, too, even in a business context, even in a trading environment, and I honestly think for the better of your whole life, you have to learn how to move in this unknown. That's what we were talking about, to always move. You can't wait for things to be perfect. But like, dude, you're always not going to believe what you believe sometimes. There's always going to be moments where you believe things, and in what you believe, you are going to experience unbelief. And how you handle that will dictate how you respond. That's what I'm saying. You got to reflect on this and think about it. But the crazy part is how you truly respond to this does dictate and change the outcome. Oh, I don't know if y'all feeling me. If I can. Because again, that's why I'm saying in the beginning here, you will live at the level of your belief. But this is going to be something you will all go through. And I'm telling, if anything, the industry we are in with stocks, this is going to be something you're probably going to have to learn to master more than not. So think about it. This thing, living at the level of your belief is big, man. You will live at the level of your belief. Everything I'm saying now, good or bad, of what you believe. This is exactly why delusional people do good sometimes and logical people will fail. Like I'm saying, how they move in the moments of unbelief and the consequences, literally just a reaction of how you operate in that. Honestly, at the same time too, we talked about it. I bet you sometimes your problems, you may believe in those a little bit more than your problem even believes in itself. So Chad, learn to master. Learn to master the unbelief of your belief. And honestly, I probably should have said this first. Not that, but like this thing I'm going to tell you right now. I hope all of you know too, you are not alone. That is one of the best things about this. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm telling you, one of the number one things I see a lot too. Easiest trick of the devil, man. People, you going through something and you think you're the only one. You think you're the only one who's ever effed up heavy. Or the only one who's, no. And like I'm saying, you think you're the only one who ever believed and didn't believe. Who knew something and knew, but then, you did have a creeping doubt. Come on, you ain't the only one. Stop it. And that's what I'm saying. At the very least, I do hope that gives you some level of encouragement. That's why I'm saying this whole thing's fascinating. And all I could do is just give you a reminder. One, you're not alone. But also, two, like how important it is to master and understand how to move through this unknown all the time. And again, I mean, come on, man. Welcome to this year. You will live at the level of your belief. This whole year is running off of beliefs. See what I'm saying? So, Chad, you must master the unbelief, and you'll learn. It's going to come up a lot. So, I love you. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches MA channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. That's it, baby. That's it. Biden delivers marks on the bridge. Not now. Later. New York City after 4.8 earthquake. Oh my goodness. We need this. It's at home. I need this. Man. Okay. I need this, man. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's hit it. Well, we ended Bowman with Hawk. Ever since she ended it on hawkishness, we can't want to rap that. Other than that, we were kind of up prior.
Yeah. Doesn't out Pluto. Rollie on my wrist.
Yeah, it's loud.
I don't want to rap
My
that.
bad.
Pull up in a bed, buddy.
Right,
I
I'll
don't
be
put
right
a
back.
tap back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty. I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy. I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing. Y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley. Got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a fully on my wrist. Rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery, and maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully, and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Pull up in a beer, buddy. No, put it. Hello. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. On a Friday. Not hype. Friday, bro. This week flew by. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I feel like it was just the short week. But this week we had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So, I sold out of JRVR. And someone was asking me about gold. I covered my gold short last night. So believe it or not, I dodged the bullet. Uncle would be like, all I do is dodge bullets. Got me feeling like I'm Neo. Been a long time coming. Hope the haters see this. You know, so I sold out of gold. I covered it. So that saved me. I got a good profit on it, and I covered it. But now it's shot back up. I'm thinking about going for it again. I'm not going to lie to you. But that's it. The first gold short got me, but then literally I covered that with a 200 loss. I would have lost way more. And then we made 790 on the other one yesterday. And then I'm looking at it. Yeah, I think gold, I just like the range. I think you could even play to the upside. I was going to play to the upside, but every time the data comes in hot, I got a little hesitant. I thought the dollar was going to be a little bit more disrespectful today, but it wasn't. So I thought gold was going to have a difficult time. But like I'm saying, that range on gold is up or down. I do like the upside, but it's just hard. I mean, over the years, I've just seen so many gold pops, and it's easier for gold to sell off than it is to go up. And lately, gold has just gone up. That's why I don't know if it's a paradigm shift, but either way, it's just the range is there, man. The range is there. But I'm not in anything right now. So I could go up, down. I want to short it again. I want to buy it. I want to, and I got the gold. I got both, man. I got both. That is your gold. That's your silver. Just sound like like dinner. Like it sound like silverware. You know what I'm saying? Spot gold hits fresh high 230.30.06 per ounce. Yeah, futures are at 23.50. That's the crazy part. Silver sounds the same. It's a little bit higher. There's like gold has like a, I don't want to be that guy, but it has a sweet, sweet sound to it, man. Gold, I don't know. My ears, my ears, the way my ears are tuned, gold just, it does hit different. It's a lot sweeter. Like, I don't know how, like, it's a sound, but I define it with a taste. It's sweet. It's much more sweeter. It's like, ding. It's I can't, it's clean. It's something about it. It's nice. It's nice. Silver does sound, maybe I'm more used to the silver sound. Josh likes gold because it's worth more. Call me a gold digger? That's what you're calling me. Saying I'm really, I think I'm that shallow. So I'm literally only in it for the gold. That's what you're calling me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that answer better. You said it's my Middle Eastern blood. It's borderline offensive, but I think that's a more appropriate answer. I do. I've always been attracted to the bling bling. Tesla coming back down. Reuters, bro. Do you speak English? I can't believe that. Imagine the first thing you say to Lisa Sue is, do you speak English? Lisa. Lisa is a humble being. You know that? I would have not spoke English. If some fucking Australian come up to me, oh lad, do you speak English? I would have went, nope. I said, انت بتكلم عربي؟ ايه ده؟ انا مش بتكلم. اسكت. انا مش عايز كلام. That'd be crazy. Do you speak English? Man. See, man, it don't matter. You can make all the money in the world. People will still ask you if you speak English. That's insane. Lisa Su, bro. You know, Lisa Su single-handedly turned around AMD. He's like, do you know the 26 letters in the English alphabet? Jeez. How dare you, Sky News. So respect for, I know, right? I love Lisa Su. He didn't even know who she was. He didn't even know it was the CEO of AMD. That's crazy. NEM on the high. Shout out gold. Up 5-3 on the day. Speak is crazy. Again, they've been kind of lagging. I mean, some of the gold companies, they have not done as good as, what's it called? Gold. But that's why Nugget, ooh, we have more money on that random play now for sure. That probably went up $300. It may be up 1,000% now. Let's see. Did we do the PHILO? Yeah, you just missed it, man. It's like borderline. I think you tried to avoid it because we just wrapped it up. We just finished. The Nugget is up 800%. So $70 in the 655. So it's almost there. I'll sell out at 1,000%. Maybe we'll sell out at 700 or like 1,000 because that play expires in June. So we still got 2 months on that. ACB almost green. MPW keeps slipping. How is real estate today? I mean, banks did good. Again, their earnings is right around the corner. We'll see what they say with the dividend. But they've been, remember, it was the other news, the UNH one, but that one little headline, I think it disappeared. I looked for it today and I couldn't see it. Nugget is not the same as TLT, no. TLT is a bond ETF. Nugget is a inverse ETF of gold miners. So TLT is related to bonds, Nuggets related to gold. VIX is still pretty elevated considering we went up 1%. Again, remember, VIX closed near all-time highs. I mean, this is pretty up there. No live car chases. We had 2 this week, though. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's a lot of car chases. Then SPY coming down to VWAP. I don't know, man. SPY has a lot of cushion. That candle's getting a little bigger, but the VIX just went green. That's what I was going to say. It's like the VIX doesn't need much to go green, so everything's green right now. MO dying. You got MPW at the low, too. MO down 0.25%. Not quite death, but I feel you. Pfizer's down. It's up from when we got it in the morning. Amazon's dropping. TSM's a little higher than where we bought it, but we're about to go down to break even on that. Tesla, yeah, that's wild. Raul, dollar waking up a little bit. It was at the bottom. It's crazy, though. VIX is green. VIX is up almost 1%. VWAP explanation. Volume weighted average price. I got a video on it. It's essentially, every price doesn't occur at the same price, so it just moves around. And volume weighted average is kind of showing you like dollar volume, like where the average of transactions are occurring at what price. IWM, it's up by 0.5. It's the lagger on the day. Again, SPY going up to VWAP, and then the VIX going green. That's all that happened, but not like you have a headline or anything. I don't know. Yesterday, I mean, we've done that, I think, the day before that, too. Yesterday was kind of a repeat of the day before. Yesterday just got big. And then again, yesterday you had global tension headlines. You actually haven't really had a bad war headline right now. Only bad part is oil and gold are climbing. I do want to short gold again. It reminds me literally of yesterday. I think it did the same thing yesterday. Can you short gold with me? I can, but I kind of want to wait for a little bit because I like 23.50. I want it to go a little bit above, and then I want to do a bigger contract, but then I don't know how I feel about shorting it over the weekend. I kind of maybe just wait. We got a couple things. It's almost 11 o'clock. It is 11 o'clock. There it is. 2 more hours left. SPY at VWAP, BSIG on the high, SGML. Couple names on the low ticker too. And then bonds haven't moved in a while. They're still dead from the data. Market's still climbing. But again, you're like at the midpoint of yesterday. I think right above 50. No, you're right below 5,200 now. So we gave up 5,200. I don't know. I think dollar would just have to go up next week. But even then, gold rocketed with this. All right, I shorted gold. I did it on a bigger contract. I did a GC 23.44.50. I'm going to try to cover it by the end of the day and then look to double dip. What, 23.44.50? Too much war risk. It's just, I'm looking at it though, kind of, because spot gold is at 23.30. The futures are near 23.50. And then even the futures, they topped out at 23.30, then came down, and then they ran up. I kind of feel like gold spot might get another movement here. I think we're going to get more of this back and forth, but it's just high. And then if anything, if we did get a flip on the day, instead of going for the market, gold is the damn leader. So I'm kind of down for it. Well, I don't want to hold over the weekend. I mean, it could be an option, but like I said, ideally, we could just get it. I mean, again, this thing, you guys realize I closed out this morning or like this last night. So, I mean, on the futures, this is the same daily chart. So, I mean, it's just a lot higher. And that a lot of this happened in the last couple of hours here. So that's why I'm like, if anything is going to reverse, if you wanted to short anything, at least you're taking the one that recently just went apeshit versus the other stuff. And then again, the dollar's still elevated on all of this. That's the crazy part. They're kind of playing chicken with each other. But we'll see. Pump fakes. DJT getting flushed, $41. You ain't getting no love. Ain't no love in the heart of true so. Ain't no love in the heart of Facebook. Any alternative if we don't want to play futures? I mean, you could do short shares on GLD maybe. Because I don't like the options on the gold plays. On the non-future, they just suck, honestly. So that's why I like the futures for like gold and oil. It gives you a nice little flexibility. And then SPY, we have VWAP. We'll drop and pop again. Gold, I went up on that. I was up like $100, and I'm still up now, but still borderline dancing at that same level. $517. That's crazy though. We fell below the 5,200. 2 hours left though. I haven't looked at the volume. I mean, we got PHILO out the way. We've done everything. You left because the earthquake. You're back now. Hopefully you're okay. Yeah, so still below 5,200. See if we treat the level with respect or not, or if it just like runs through it. Low volume SMCI. I mean, I don't think volume here on the market's too bad. 47 million, 2 hours. I mean, it'll be not as high as yesterday, but at least decent. Then again, the daily candles don't look bad, all things considered. And then now add another non-farm days of hot data and then just ripping up. Any news coming next week? Oh, yeah, buddy. You're going to get your CPI. So very exciting. Very, very big news, Habibi. Very, very big news. Yeah, 71,000 government jobs. I mean, the average, I think, is 40 or 50. So it was slightly a little bit more. That's the smallest Raul of the week. I mean, wait till 12. I mean, we had some big moves on Euro close, like prior, but then also that like final 30 minutes, final hour, we'd get some interesting moves. So we'll see. But for now, it looks like a softer version of yesterday. Biden administration preparing preliminary climate model for sustainable aviational fuel subsidy that will be more restrictive than ethanol producers had hoped. What? Preliminary climate model for sustainable aviation fuel subsidy that will be more restrictive than ethanol producers had hoped. Are they doing an airline fuel subsidy? And SPY is making a move there. Ethanol not expected to automatically qualify as an SAF feedstock under the model unless made from corn linked to just one of 3 sustainable agriculture techniques. The gold contract, I think it's June. It's 55 days, so yeah. I'm down on it now. I'm down $90. DJT on the low still. The velocity, I mean, you're just going back and forth between like names going up and down. So very interesting push and pull for now. I'm CCJ. What are you saying? I'm not in CCJ. I sold out of it. I left $2. I left probably $2,000 on the table. I got a nice gain though. And I still have the puts too. And I got out of the gold short yesterday, and then I re-added to one right now. Ethanol for airline fuel. I didn't even know they were doing anything like that. And then you're moving up here though. This is good. I think you're getting above 50. Yeah, you didn't really like 5,200, kind of no respect. You flushed it yesterday. You got to it today. You bounced off it one time and then ripped through it. We flushed through it today, no hesitation, and then you just went right back above it. So 5,206, 5,207, we chilled out too earlier in the day. 1109. It's not bad. Question, you think instead of holding money as money market account, should I invest in Bill? Well, no. I think if you have a money market's better liquidity. So like the Fidelity account where I keep the cash, that's better than Bill because it gives me the 499. There's no fee and you get all the money and it's like immediately liquid. You don't have to do a sell transaction or anything. It's ready to go. So I prefer that if that's a available option. The interest is, I think it's paid quote unquote daily, but you don't get it daily. I think it pays at the end of the month depending on how long you held it. So like if like this month I held it for like 4 or 5 days, I think I'll get back like a couple pennies. But then if I used it, then there you go. I think. I got to double check. Well, see, there's a lot of things. There's government bills in both Canada and the United States that have been pumping up uranium ever since I bought it. I bought it on the government thing here in the States, and then there's one for Canada that happened, and then they rocketed up. And then not to mention just all the energy, especially as other energy gets expensive and people talk about uranium and nuclear and all that. It's just been a trend over the last 3 years. The overall price trend on uranium is just insanity in general. And that's why it's like it's already approaching another high. No expense ratio in Fidelity. It's not 0.011. I don't. It may be, if it is, it's lower than Bill, but I don't think so. I'd have to double check because I think that's why it pays out higher than Bill. Yeah, interest accrued daily, paid monthly. It's a 0.5 expense ratio. Do they have one? Because I know Bill has an expense ratio too. And then SPY's working its way up. Again, 5207. This was where we kind of built off that other rally. And then bonds, man, it'd be nice if they can move. And then gold, I'm getting clapped on that now. That ran up. We'll see if it goes to 2350 again. Go. VIASP. No idea what that is. VIASP. We're new. It's like a bond thing. J&J up. SVM. 3M. Where's Nikes? Nikes came back down to 89. I have 500 shares of Gil. I think I'm slightly down on Gil. I'm down like $40 still. It's like right below where I bought it yesterday somehow. Even though it says it's green on the day. VIX going up. MRNY. Didn't we see that the other day? Myrna option income strategy. Okay, wow. This has its own little Jeppy thing. Oh, I guess it's just like it's a yield max. It's like the NVIDIA one. Gil is a swing. Gil, I'm playing the buyout. Gil is like Nuve. So again, it still has some of that risk there too. So again, Nuve, remember there was the rumor, then we bought in, and then they confirmed it the other day, and it was a little lower. It already had the premium. So hopefully Gil, if it gets a higher offer, it's higher, but if the offer is around this price, it should play out like that. So I think we're at the same. Here's your pop, buyout rumors, still kind of holding up, and then now we're waiting. But then they have people, there's someone who owns like 5-10% of Gildan, and they think $42 is not a good enough price. Do you use your option time or cut once you're up? All depends on the type of play. I mean, sometimes when you hold to the expiration, that's where a lot of the craziness could happen. But then again, depending on if it's out of the money play, sometimes you can make more out of the money than you would have even in the money by expiration. So really does depend on the type of play that you're going for. The reason why, I mean, we dealt with that a lot with options. Remember that bug you talked about earlier? First time you found 3 in your car? Oh, really? I've never seen one. I've just heard them. I heard them in Palm Springs. That's how I know about them. Because in Palm Springs, you ever been to Palm Springs? It'll be nighttime and all you hear is, and it's not crickets. And it's the trees. The trees go bzzz. And I Googled it once. I don't think I've ever seen them. Market dropped like yesterday, bounced back up. Well, as of now, we don't have any events, but yesterday events came out of nowhere. Seems a little calm. But again, yesterday around this time, or 11:10, no, we were dumping by now. Oh, honestly, you're chilling. Because by this time, we were already starting the death spiral. Cicadas, yeah. We already started in the death spiral, though, by this time. So, honestly, I think you're doing a little bit better. Cicada. Yeah, you guys get them? I've never seen them, though. But, I've heard them. But you only get them in Palm Springs. I don't think anywhere else in Cali. I don't know if they're too common. Cicada. Sicario. What? It's a killer. The spotted bugs in New York? Oh, I don't know, man. Chegg on the high? Or CEG? Constellation? It's been a great day. A wild one. DSM, Marvel. At least we get that AI event next week. That'll be good. We asked why Walmart dropped when they split at all-time highs. I think people just like it. I mean, they were already at all-time highs. I mean, I think the split helped preserve their value, but again, their earnings were good, and in general, people have been liking them. Again, I wanted to buy them for the split too. I forgot Walmart did the split. They're trading $59. And look at that. Nutrila Gold AU. That's not gold, but where's gold? 23.46. Biden in 12 minutes. Probably an hour he'll be late. 518. PHM on the high. 116.60. Pulte. Someone was saying that earlier. They were saying how the home builders, XHB, weren't they going nuts? Yeah, that thing's up 1-1. Let's see the breakdown. I mean, remember, today was a weird breakdown early on. We were looking, it was like 50-50. Now you have 4 names red on the Dow, 26 names in the green. NASDAQ 100, 22 red, 79 in the green. And then S&P 500, 132 in the red, 369 in the green. Biden voiceovers? No, Biden is about to speak. I'm not allowed to do Biden voiceovers within 30 minutes of him talking. It's like a blackout period for sake of confusion. I don't want anybody mixing up whether or not it's me or the president. It's the Biden blackout. Thought that. Biden's supposed to be on for the Baltimore thing in like 30 minutes. CGC went green. Everybody in the CGC, put your up and follow me. Oh. Why are we dumping? We didn't really dump. We just gave up a little bit from the high as we wrapped up Michelle Bowman's speech, and she ended on a hawkish note, talking about maybe even raising rates, but it wasn't that dramatic. She still mentioned rate cuts, and then dollar moved around a little bit, but I wouldn't call it anything, and we're still just maintaining a rip so far after the strong jobs data, which has happened at the last 3 job releases. So it's kind of normal, as weird as that may sound. Yeah, the screen scrambler. Call me screen scrambler. Call me screen slammer. Screen stalker. God, the screen scorer, whatever you want to call me. I mean, I put on for the people. Oh, boy, I messed up the blackout. Fuck. Okay, sorry. I'm leaving. My bad. Forgive me. Shh. Biogen. They're on the low. I think I saw Abbeville on the low. Actually, Abbeville on the high. Remember, he was dying earlier. Is it foolish to believe in ME considering their stock price? What do? 23andMe. They have trials due in June. But it's like their gold mine of data. I think 23andMe, isn't it like the founder married to Google? So I don't know what their valuation is, but I do feel like 23andMe, it's probably going to be a buyout candidate. I mean, it's worth $23 million, $234 million. I mean, it's kind of a discount. I don't know anything they do, but that doesn't seem like too much. I don't know. I feel like the name 23andMe may be worth $200 million. I don't know. I'd have to look, but I could see them as a buyout candidate. I wouldn't buy it for any other reason than that, though. So I wouldn't buy it because I believe in the company. I would buy it because I think somebody would buy them because maybe they own a trademark or something that is worth some money. And Vite went out of business. Are they the same type of company? But 23andMe, again, I do think they have a lot of backing, but then again, I don't know in that space. $230 million though. I don't know what type of genetic assets or like genetic testing assets are at that level. I think there's more advanced stuff that people are willing to pay more or that same price for. Data. CEO of ME is the wife of Sergey Brin. Yeah, right. It's related to Google. But isn't she running for vice president? How many wives Sergey Brin got? No, wait, the other one's the ex-wife. I don't know, man. You didn't know Navite went bankrupt? That name sounds familiar. And Vite. Wasn't that a Kathy play? Grammatically, it's 23 and I. Or 23 in myself. Not 23 in me. 23 in I. That's why you failing. Bad grammar does no service for nobody. Market man. Welcome, my friend. Happy Friday. I hope you are living good. I hope you are living blessed. Gotta go to work later, y'all. GG. All right, enjoy it, Ken. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the Friday. I mean, it's almost done. We only got an hour and a half left. So not bad. A little bit more than an hour and a half. Spiral. Remember, we just had that little slip up. Bounced that VWAP. Came up. Had a couple of movements. Again, no real headlines. Slightly hawkish Bowman, but that was about it. I mean, definitely not as bad as your boy Kashkari yesterday. PHILO did always happen. You quit your corporate job yesterday? Oh, no way. How does it feel? Are you excited? You got a long term? What's the new venture? I see a meta headline. I don't even see any headlines coming across. Nothing, man. Your girlfriend is pregnant. Congratulations. Unless it's not yours, then I'm sorry. But either way, with pending further information, I could congratulate you or not, but that's exciting. That is exciting. He said his girlfriend. I don't know. He said, but he didn't say like I'm becoming a father. You know what I'm? That's why I said that, because he said my girlfriend is pregnant, not my girlfriend's having my baby, not I'm about to be a dad, or no. He just said my girlfriend is pregnant. I said, oh, so that's well, pending further information. I hope I can congratulate you. Unless you don't want to be congratulated, then I do not know. Congrats/condolences. You name your kid Chad. I might name my kid Chad. Even if it's a girl. Even if I have a daughter, I'll name her Chad. I'll be like, it's good. It's feminine. Gender neutral. It's good. You're going on. I'm going on timeout for that? Well, I thought that was I didn't know what was happening. Like I said, a lot of people, they're like, Josh, I'm about to be a dad. That one was just lacking some information. It's not my fault. Either I'm happy, I'm excited. I just don't. And then you might be like, Josh, when are you going to have kids? And then y'all going to act hella out of pocket and then be like, well, Josh, you don't have kids, so you don't understand. I'm like, no, I don't think that's it, sir. Nope. So I don't know. I don't want to hear it. I'm like, you going to have kids, Josh? No, I'm not going to have kids, okay? End of story. Okay, how come my girlfriend understands this better than some of y'all? I'll let y'all know. But I love it when my friends have kids, because then I continue to be the cool uncle. So let me be the cool uncle and let me play my role, and y'all get the long term, and then that's it. Amen, amen, amen. I am short gold, and I'm short in real life. So I'm down $70 on that. No, I'll have kids eventually. Not anything crazy. But that's usually how this conversation goes. Gilded Short King. How taller am I? I'm like 4'6". It's daylight savings, so I took a foot off. But it just depends, though. Sometimes I feel like I get shorter. Like sometimes, bro, I look at my girlfriend and she just look hella tall, like, and she's not, but like I feel like I got shorter that day. And like I was hunching over or something. And like I'll be like, damn, girl, I ain't trying to play defense. What the hell is this? Why is this? Who are you? Yeah, I have big personality, but I get really awkward in person. So like, I don't act the same in person. Like I get super awkward. I'm only good in behind a computer screen. So I get like super duper like, hi. Stop, you don't have a girlfriend. Yeah, you got me. It's fun to talk about though. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, you know, it's fine. Everyone likes to play along. You should live stream with my face. I don't think my face would be the right program to use. It's not even Wi-Fi compatible. Okay. This is getting out of hand. Biden is this man. Look at you. It's right at 3:30, 11:30 on the dot. You're like Biden, like he gonna come out right on time. Really? See, you clearly were not let down by your parents in life. Because I don't believe anybody when they say 11:30, especially Joe Biden. Joe Biden's worse than my Middle Eastern father. 10 minutes, don't worry. 10 minutes I will be. I see you in 15. Where are you? I am at the light. I am at the light right now. At the light. Y'all know, I don't know, did y'all foreign parents do that? Because my dad would do that. My dad, like, I'm not even kidding you, bro. Like, I would be like 12 years old. I'd be like, where are you? And I would call him. And I'd be like, where are you? And he would tell me, I am at the light. This man would tell me he is at the stoplight to our house. Because we have a stoplight, and then you would go up like this little hill, and then take like 3 turns, and then you were home. Right? He would tell me, I say, where are you? He'd be like, I'm at the light. He'd say he was at the light. And then he would not come home for another hour. Y'all think you think Joe Biden gonna show up at 11:30? You think I'm that gullible now? Pfft, at the light, my ass. That's what he would tell me. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy, bro. That's good. I'm glad to hear. A lot of different backgrounds. Y'all had that experience. That's awesome. Hell yeah, that's good to know. We all shared the same trauma. But then again, that's why, you know, I'm hard to disappoint now as an adult. I'm just saying. What's the worst food in San Diego that the locals absolutely love? Watch, I might get crucified for this. Phil's barbecue. Overrated. Not a fan. Like, I'll eat it and I won't like complain, but like I'm not, like, it's not that good. Yeah, Phil's barbecue. It's not that good. You love Phil's. That's you, man. That's fine. Listen, San Diego is a really accepting, tolerant place. So whatever you're into and like and enjoy, you know, that's up to you, man. But I think that place overrated. Puts on Phil's. You're doing Phil's for your mom's B-Day this weekend? Well, I'm not trying to shit on your mom's B-Day. That's not my intention. That's what I said. But that's like a popular San Diego place. It's a good one for barbecue. Maybe I just don't like I only like the hole-in-the-wall barbecues. Try Coops in Lemon Grove? That sounds good. Never heard of it. Sound more authentic. I need some authentic food. But Phil used to be like, that was the spot. But that's like one of the local places. I like islands, yeah. I took my girl to islands once because she didn't know what it was. Like, they don't have islands in Switzerland. She calls it the beach. She loved it. It's so funny because, like, you know, like all these restaurants with themes, I'm so used to it, like I don't give a shit. Like I walk, you know, like how restaurants, like they have themes if you haven't realized it or not. And they have like I don't give a shit about any of it. I don't like, I am so used to all of it. I'm like, all right, whatever. My girlfriend loves that shit, especially since she's not from America. And she like islands and like the surfboards and all the other, you're like, oh my God, look, oh my God, look, oh my God, oh, you fucking fob. And so she calls it the beach. She loves it. Mm-hmm. Cali Comfort Barbecue. Yeah, everywhere stands out for her. Phil's overrated, but Islands bomb. Def not taking food wrecks. I wouldn't say, okay, maybe bomb is a little overrated for Islands, but I like it. I don't think, but again, Phil, Islands isn't like advertised like, oh, what should I do when I go to San Diego? No one says go to Islands. Somebody might tell you go to Phil's, and like low key, you should try it just to try it out. You know, maybe be a part of the whole San Diego vibe. But like, you know, it's not like when is Islands coming up? Like I'm surprised homie even asked me if I've ever been to there. But that's why I decided to answer it. But yeah, well, you will get recommended Phil's. Somebody will recommend it to you. Mm-mm. Used to go to Islands in high school. I don't know why, in high school, Islands was like kind of a cool spot. But yeah, I haven't been in a minute. Tacos El Gordo's fire. Kim's Barbecue in Oceanside. I don't think I've ever been. Biden live. I don't see Biden live. He should be, but it's been 6 minutes. He's at the light. So any moment now, he'll come through that door. Don't you worry. I don't really go to that many barbecue. Like, I've been to a couple of barbecue spots, but I'm not really... I like barbecue, but San Diego don't really have good barbecue. Like, that's why, like, my sister's husband, Texas homie, he's from Texas, and he came for, like, Christmas, and he made barbecue, bro. Oh, my gosh. It was the greatest thing I've ever had. So, like, and then I've had one other, I forgot what it was. It was just, like, a random hole-in-the-wall place. It was good, but... I don't know. I don't think San Diego have good barbecue. You got good Korean barbecue, yeah. Barbecue's overrated in general. Now that's a hot take. Somebody hates America. What are you vote Democrat now too? Barbecue's overrated in general? Oh. I feel though, low key. It just, if it's not good, it's just all it is just like basic beef with like barbecue sauce, and if it's not done, but if it's done the right way, oh, man, it's fire. It's fire. The Grand Ole Barbecue, I'll check it out when I come across barbecue next. And then I still love a good katsu sandwich. That's barbecue. I don't know if that counts as barbecue, but that's good. It's still one of my favorite items ever. Oh, and then you guys know how I would tell you guys to go to that place, Huntress in San Diego, because they had the katsu sandwich. They took it off the menu. You're fucked. So, honestly, it's still a good food place, but nah. They don't have that. I'm sad. It's not there no more. So, unfortunately, one of my OG amazing recommendations for you has now disappeared. I don't know if it was inflation or not. Just not there. They don't have it anymore. I tried to order it anyways. I said, where is it? He said, nope. That's sad. I'm going to sell at close. I mean, markets, we got the jobs data. If anything, the digestion reaction might be a little bit bigger, but unless there's a bad headline from Israel or Iran, I don't think we'll react too much over it. And then again, I mean, every other non-farms, we melted up, and we are up 1% now. It's like both fascinating and not surprising at the same time. Why did BTTR rip up 90? Butter? Better choice. Still going up now. I have no idea. Pause due to volatility. They had an 8K yesterday. Arlene Dickinson resigned from the board of directors. Appointment of Ken Cunningham as director. He served as chief executive officer of a food, sports, active nutrition company. That's not good. And he at Mars Pet Care, owner of several pet institutions. So weird. So a board appointment yesterday, and then somebody resigned. That's weird. I've had Peruvian food, but I haven't had the thing that Chad told me. It's called Peruvian sushi. It's like a new trend of food. I haven't had it yet. I want to, though. There's one in Oceanside. I haven't been. It's like Oceanside or Long Beach. I think Long Beach, actually. Peruvian sushi. Ceviche's Peruvian? Well, yeah. No, it's called Peruvian sushi, though. It's not ceviche. It's sushi. It's like sushi style Peruvian food. So they take Peruvian recipes and then they like roll it in rice with like cucumbers and little meats and like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like Peruvian Japanese fusion. It's crazy. I've seen it. It looks amazing, but I want to go. It's a new trend in food. You may hear it if it gets more popular. Hey man, send me some places though if they're close. The only one I think there's a great place in Long Beach, but it's a little bit of a mission. JELD, Geldwin Holdings. I mean, this thing's popping 3%. SPY coming down to VWAP. I mean, bonds trying to move a little bit. Dollar staying pinned. I'm down $100 on gold short. That's staying pinned as well. We really haven't done much, honestly. We started slipping here after Bowman, but you're still maintaining the highs of the day in this melt up. The NASDAQ up 1.1, SPY 0.98, Dow 0.75, Russell 0.5, all in the green, and the Russell up 0.5. Everybody getting some, except the bonds. I said no. No, bad bonds, bad yields. No. And then Biden is effectively 13 minutes behind schedule. He's still at the light. Damn, Nike breaking 89. Well, I used my deposit on Pfizer today, just in case you missed that. TSM came down. We're still up on it, but just by a little bit. How bizarre. Nike, though, like I said, if it was like $80, though, I would have bought it. Search Foodie Land Houston. If it's this weekend. Oh, dude, does it come to San Diego? I went to one of those last year. Go if you can go. They had this like touring thing. It was like Foodie something. I went to one in San Diego last year, and it's just like all these like food carts and food booths. They come out, bro, and it's fire. So I would love to go to that. I'm gonna go to the one in San Diego. That's where I tried one of my first katsu sandwiches. I don't know if it's the name Foodie Land, but there's something, and they did it at Del Mar. They did it at the Del Mar Fairgrounds last year. It was fire. It was actually packed, too. And Spy holding Dell on the high. I need to go pee. I'm hoping I could just wait till Biden comes on, but like, my president is busy. NVIDIA. Yeah, he's not here. Well, we'll see. Gold short down a little more. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Oh, I thought this was the guy with the cool voice. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Happy Friday. Wow, you only have an hour, 15 minutes left? The day flies. The whole week. CPI next week, too. Yalla.
Master lock specifically, what's going on with how is it
look,
shifting
the master
production?
the master lock jobs are going. If you talk to the company says, this is part of our revamping our supply chains. They won't tell you where they're going. If you talk to the union guys, they'll tell you that these are jobs that are going to Mexico, they're going back to China, and they're going down to places like North Carolina.
It's interesting. There's, early on in your story, you mentioned that along with inflation and the deficit that maybe we're seeing in terms of some of these states and not necessarily seeing this industrial renaissance that, don't credit President Biden for a U.S. economy that by most metrics is historically in good shape. These are your words. But this point of we do the polling, right? And people aren't so upbeat about the economy. And this helps kind of explain perhaps this thinking.
Absolutely. I think, we tend to focus a lot on the aggregate numbers, like today's blockbuster jobs numbers, but those numbers look very different in different parts of the economy. And then, there are swing states where you have counties that have had negative growth over the last few years that are effectively in recession. We know that there are still parts of the country that are bleeding population. We're seeing people move south. We're seeing them move to the Sun Belt. And that is having an impact on growth in local economies. And we are seeing these big investments in factories, but those big investments in factories aren't in places like Milwaukee, which has had a really tough history with deindustrialization in recent decades. They're in these kind of places that are rich in land, that are on the outskirts of big cities, that are these what they call micropolitan areas. These are kind of smaller towns with farm fields around them, where there's a lot of land where you can build a brand new, flashy manufacturing facility.
Hey, Sean, you mentioned the politics of this, and you mentioned that a former president and current Republican frontrunner, likely nominee, Donald Trump, he didn't have exactly a strong track record either for bringing manufacturing back to these states. But politically speaking, I know it's not the focus of your story, but politically speaking, the onus is really on the incumbent, right, to show that there has been a resurgence, because it's that age-old question that politicians ask every 4 years. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago. And that's what people think about when they go to the polls.
Yeah, and the better question this year, maybe, are you better off than you were 5 years ago, given the pandemic, which happened 4 years ago? And 5 years ago, a lot of people will remember there being more manufacturing jobs in some of these places like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. So there is actually a kind of credible case for things were better at one point here. Now, this is all in the realm of political spin and so on, but you're absolutely right. The incumbent is the one who has to make the case, right? And a lot of people remember Donald Trump through rose-colored economic glasses, right? There were actually in 2019, the United States lost 40,000 plus manufacturing jobs because of the tariffs that he put in place, which hit the manufacturing sector and threw it into a bit of a manufacturing recession at the time.
And I want to just go back to something that you, I think, talked about in terms of locations and stuff, and where people are choosing to kind of set up industrial facilities, if you will, or manufacturing. I mean, this whole idea, if looking to replace Master Lock, where they are in Milwaukee, it's just, you talk about, the 30th Street corridors, industrial sites sit up against residential neighborhoods. Its buildings are old, truck routes are too long a drive from the interstate for logistics giants such as Amazon.com. So there is also, right, this overlayer of, what's going on in terms of where people want to create these industrial sites.
Right, and where it's easy to create these industrial sites, right? A lot of the old sites are really hard to redevelop. And I think that's one of the big points. But and they're heavily populated. People don't necessarily want a lot of heavy construction going on right next door to them. So there are all these structural things that kind of limit the power of presidents when it comes to bringing back jobs. That Master Lock factory in 2012 was visited by Barack Obama when he was president. And he was then hailing the return of jobs from China to that very factory. And now here we are, a little over a decade on, and that factory is shutting down, and some of those jobs are going back to China. Presidents make big promises, and they can't always keep them because the economics aren't always in their favor.
We're speaking right now with Sean Donnan, who is a Bloomberg News senior economics writer. He's got a new story featured in the new issue of Business Week magazine about the 39,000 lost jobs that undercut Biden's manufacturing wins. Sean, that's exactly where I want to go. Where you just left off is you follow an individual who's featured in your story, DeAndre Jackson, who was actually in 2012 met former President Obama and was featured in that factory as far as highlighting jobs in the area, who is now out of a job. Talk to us a little bit about your interviews with him and what he's planning on doing right now.
Yeah, so DeAndre is a really interesting character. He actually introduced Obama in 2012, and he told me this wonderful story of the president coming in, shaking his hand, and DeAndre was nervous, and the president said, "Look, calm down. It's okay. I'm just a guy," and he really, he really felt the connection and so on. And DeAndre, had gone to work at Master Lock in 2008 after he got hit by the property downturn and needed to find a job. And he had a good job there for 16 years. He would tell you that at one point he was making $100,000 or more a year thanks to overtime and what was really a kind of humming production line. But things had really slowed down. The company had stopped investing in new equipment in the plant, and things started to go south. And he was laid off in October as part of the shutdown of the factory, and he decided, partly because of his experience, I guess, introducing President Obama, to go into politics. And he ran for alderman on the Milwaukee City Council, and actually this week, on Tuesday, was elected to the 7th District of the Milwaukee City Common Council, and will be the new alderman for that district. And that is a district that doesn't sit, the Master Lock factory doesn't sit in it, but it's right next door, and it really does represent a lot of those communities that have been hit hard by the industrialization in recent years and could really use some new investment.
Sean, I think about all of the
that's pretty
work.
Oh, you think that's boring?
President Biden has done to show that
I'm like, that's inspiring, bro. You didn't just hear that? That was a pretty crazy story. What's his name? DeAndre. You say DeAndre Johnson? He said the guy introduced Obama. So, like, you know how we watch those speeches at the factories and the president comes out? So apparently this guy 10 years ago, in DeAndre Hopkins, he, wait, isn't that a wide receiver? You messing with me? It was Hopkins or Johnson? Yeah, wait, hold on. I swear I've drafted him on DraftKings. Stop it. But he introduced Obama, then 10 years later got fired from that same factory, which he was introducing Obama, and was like, yeah, we got the jobs. Gets fired, then goes into politics in his state, and then gets elected. That's pretty dope. I want to see this guy, DeAndre Johnson? I don't know what his name was. Thanks, Obama. Wild. He grew up to be a Houston's Astros receiver. Or not Astros, Texans. Type everything, Google will find it. That's cool, though. I type Biden, I can't find him. What now? Chattadonia. 5 minutes till power hour on a Friday. Wild move, but definitely more calm. Y'all don't remember. I listen, and even then, last non-farms, though, every other non-farms, I will tell you, everybody was a lot more pissed. Why? Because the other non-farms would be way, way bigger beats, and everyone was like, how is it going? Even though today was still 100,000 job miss, but then again, we've kind of been accustomed to that. Yeah, it came in 103,000 higher. So, very interesting for the most part. Oh, FISA, a little bit of volume. We'll take it. Yeah, government, they added almost 100% more than their average. Where is Pfizer? And then CYTK, they have a presentation. They gave an update on today. ALN&Y has a phase 2 update. So April 6th to 8th. Broker conference at Needham for biotechs 8th through 9th. ELVN data call on April 11th. ROG abstract April 12th. Alpine, April 13th, clinical data. And then late April, a couple more plays. These are for biotechs. But ALNY, so between now and Monday? Or what is it? The 8th? ALNY, they have a conference with data. SPNS on the high. Yo, what's this? 31 to 35? Yo, big pop. SPNS. Yo, SPNS, 13%. Looks a liquid as hell. Sapiens International. They file a report, 20F. They had earnings March 25th. Does anybody know what this is? That was just off 9,000 shares. It just popped up 13%. Exploring sale. SPNS exploring sale. Instagram generated almost 30% of Meta revenue in 2022. Halton. Womp womp. I would say 2022. I mean, things were a little worse for Meta then. So it kind of makes sense. But yeah, ALNY, they have biotech stuff coming up. That one looks pinned, but it's also moved a lot. Let's see. Yeah, they're a little out there. Intel more lows. I forgot about that from yesterday. All right, Chatadonia. Yeah. What's cooler than cool? I don't know why. I need to listen to that song. That's been stuck in my head. And I haven't even heard it. I know, it's weird. Songs you haven't listened to. It's just the phrases. Oh, we oh, ice, ice, ice. All right, Chatadonia. Here's the deal. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Oh, consumer credit comes out. 14.125 month over month. Estimate was 15 billion. But I made a trade. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did ALNY. I grabbed April 19th, 175 call for 40 cents. Oh, be careful. They just messed up the ask on that. But they have a drug event over the weekend. So they're going to be presenting the results for Cardia Phase 2 study of zilbressipran for the treatment of hypertension. Presentation at ACC April 6th to April 8th. So $40 for a biotech risk. Shares would have been a little too expensive, so kind of down. Yeah, and then consumer credit just came. Honestly, it's in line. I feel like every other consumer credit has been a major beat or miss. ALNY, yeah. Only. All on the lamb? Alnilam? 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 Is that how you say it? Alnilam? I think that's how you say it. Alnilam? Alni? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. CTNM. Oh, CNTX is up barely. And then bonds coming down. Wow. I know a lot of people wanted to buy the dip if it dropped here today, but that's not really holding up too well. And again, that divergence of the day is still staying pretty large. I'm still in the gold short. I'm up $120 on it now. So I was down on it. I think I went down like $100 or $200 on it. But yes, I'm still in that. DoorDash was killing it all day. I mean, didn't Uber get a price target upgrade today too? But remember, those companies, they report sooner than not. So those are right around the corner. Lots of shots. I mean, that Tesla bonds are flushing right now. But that Tesla thing was wild today, man. Reuters did him dirty. Even though Elon, again, you don't know if Elon's lying or Reuters is lying, but still. That's down 3.4. They were holding up even the other day. They were doing good. Biden is very late. There was an earthquake in New York this morning. That was crazy. Just seeing the Chad, all the East Coast Chads. Y'all ain't know how to react. SPNS is back. So, again, they're exploring a sale. It's a liquid as shit. That pop was on 9,000 shares, so be careful. Oxy, 52-week high of costs. ANLY. ALNY. 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 My name's Alny. I did the 175. They already got jacked up there. Again, I thought it was cheap. I think I got it at a negative on the day, but they have an event over the weekend, and then that's just outside of 2 standard deviations, but the option chain's not pricing in a lot for the data, so it may not move a lot. I just like how they've been pinned at this like 150 level after being sold off, and then again, biotech catalyst. Alny from Albany. Nice to meet you. Yeah, Oxy's hitting a high. I told you right when I got out. I needed to free up the space. Let them be freeing gold. Gold's like the lowest it's been in like, what, 2 hours? Not bad. We got a small gain on the gold. My only play, I'm gonna hold it. I got the April 19th. That's the only option they have, but just gonna hold over the weekend. I mean, by Monday, it's either gonna gap up or that play is gonna be dead. So you're either gonna lose $40 or you get lucky if they present good data, and then the stock could, it has a nice range. I mean, it was just at 180 or 150, I believe, or 170. Yeah, it was at 190 at the beginning of the year. J&J green to red. It's not really moving though. It's staying pinned, or what was it? Not Airbnb, Abivy. That one was red to green, unless it's red. It's just not loading. PayPal. My price is not showing me the low. There you go. Sapiens explores possible sale. Reuters. What's up, Reuters? Did everybody just come to work today on Reuters? They're just dropping all these headlines early today. Starting beef with Elon. We got 54 minutes remaining. Yields year-to-date high, 4.738 on the 2-year. Yep. Yeah, they actually got smoked today. The other days when bonds would get affected, the 2-year went down, but not as much. Reuters, rumor, Sapiens. Yep. And Tesla, they on top of it today. They came to work. VIX 1654. Actually, just went negative right there. I mean, we'll see where the bonds end up. Better, wasn't that one running? That was the one where they just got someone new to the board, right? Something like that. Sound like Patrick Mahomes. Thank you. That's what I try to do. I try to be like it. I try the more I'm one day I'll be there. You know? Good. I'm close. I don't have to adjust my voice much. I just a little more and I'm there. And I'm ready to throw the football and play some football. And I love Taylor Swift. And Taylor Swift is she's a good friend. Okay. No? Was that good? See, just a little adjustment. A little bit. China Apple sales down 30 figures. That was the thing that brought them down a lot the other time. I don't know if that'll hit as much. You're getting a little cheek lay. It could be just the market. Incoming rocket. CCTG on the high. Little small caps on the high. RSSS, CTG, CCTG, DSGN, STRC. All I see is small caps and Oxy on the high ticker, and then bonds coming down. AMD, big red. That's not as big as you thought it was, but it's getting a red candle alongside everything else. Yeah, Apple got a little red. I don't know. Someone posted a China headline. It could be older reiteration, but I mean, I think you're just moving around here. VWAP, you got 52 minutes remaining. Small caps in Oxy. Yeah, I mean, well, small cap just mean I'm seeing like random, just like $2, $3 stocks. I don't know that necessarily small caps are lagging on the day, but yeah. CNBC, do they got anything? No, we're supposed to have Biden. Biden's supposed to be flying around Baltimore, saying what's up, kissing babies. I don't know if he's going to do that, actually. DPZ
Record high.
Domino's? Oh,
But they,
Jeremy, you just saw Jeremy the other day.
They landed the
Jeremy
plane,
Siegel.
but it doesn't mean that we can forgive him for what happened over 4 years with a cumulative inflation of 20%. He's landing the plane on a soft landing, and I give him credit for that. But I certainly am still extremely critical of the Fed in the first 2 years following the pandemic.
Let's look back at the market, which we said, obviously it's had a bit of a turbulent week. And now we're on the cusp of earnings, which are going to have a large decision in where this thing goes from here. What are you expecting? I mean, expectations are down from where they were. We're still looking for 4 to 5% growth in the quarter. But what are your own expectations?
I think that those are right. I mean, what normally happens when you look out on expectation is they come down during the year, and then they go
He said we already
low
landed.
so that firms surprise by a penny or 2 pennies or 5 cents on the upside. It's called the hook. So you see them start going down over time, and then about a week, 2 weeks before the announcements, they hit their low, and then we beat by 2 or 3%, and that's pretty good. In terms of looking at
He sounds like Dr.
year-over-year.
Sturgis.
It looks like GDP is in the low
And that's
twos.
pretty good.
The Fed thinks 2.1 for the whole year. I actually think it might be even higher than that.
Atos on the low.
So, and
Actually, where's
in the
Atos?
background, Scott, we do have AI that I think is really over the next 10 years going to raise productivity by 1% or more in the economy. And that's a very positive long-term outlook for equities.
And some people have looked at the market, obviously, with the kinds of stocks that have gone up, chips and things related to AI, beyond the names that are in the marquee lights, so to speak, like NVIDIA and such, but still don't necessarily see a bubble. That was what Steve Cohen said to the network this week. David Einhorn told me a couple of days ago, it's not a bubble. Right. Do you share that view?
Yeah, I share that view. I did the article about the internet stocks in January, February, March of 2000. And those were big cap stocks. And their average price earnings ratio was 200. The average price earnings ratio of these stocks at the NVIDIAs or the Mag 7 are about 30. 30 looking forward on earnings. So they're 1 quarter. Now, it was way overvalued then. Right. I mean, the NASDAQ went down 75% from that peak and, way overvalued then. But we are not there. I mean, we're really at PE ratios that are 1/3 to 1/4 of where they were in the beginning of 2000 in the internet bubble. Nice. So, I'm not
that
saying
means we're not
it's
bubbly.
impossible to get there. Anything's possible, speculation in the market. And I think I even mentioned maybe on your show earlier that if NVIDIA is priced like those, JDS, Uniphase, the EMC, Sun Microsystem, Oracle, and all those were priced, 24 years ago, NVIDIA would be somewhere around $3,000 to $4,000 a share.
Wow, your point's well taken.
Yeah,
I
and that's the important thing to remember.
Let's bring in CNBC contributor Bryn Talkington of Requisite Capital into our
3,000-4,000 a
conversation.
share.
Bryn, it's good to see you. Of course, as always, you've heard what the professor has to say. What's your own view?
Well, it's always great to be on with you and the professor. I think as it relates to, I want to spend more time going forward, but as it relates to, Powell, I agree, but I think more the frustration is, we've had so much fiscal spend really over the last 8 years, but really the last 6, and that the Fed did not acknowledge the simple math equation of what all of that fiscal spend would do to the inflationary pressures, to me is the issue that I have looking back.
Okay, let's
right?
not look back. Let's look forward.
Yeah,
the
perfect.
rally, is it
Yep.
going to continue, or,
Yep.
or are we exhausted? Are we resting? What are we doing?
I think the market looks a little tired here.
Biotech,
And obviously we're having a good
oncology,
day today after
ALXO, big
yesterday's
pop.
sell-off, which I think we're actually
Again, a
more
lot of these
inspired
small
by
caps are
Neil
running. It's
Kashkari's
Friday.
Comments, about rates. I think that we're going to be in this consolidation phase for a while because I think the market has definitely woken up to the fact that, hey, we may only get 1 cut, we may get 0 cuts. We have a very strong economy, which is wonderful. I will say on the very positive side, you can have a strong economy and not have high inflation. Those don't have to be positively correlated because once again, wage growth is growing at a, I think, benign rate, and so you do have the, more people in the workforce. So I think it's great to see growth. I think that the PCE over the next couple of months will be really key to see if the Fed cuts rates, and also as it relates to energy.
And then SPY, if it could get above here, I mean, before you know it, you got
can't
45
do
minutes
about
left.
Energy doesn't look at energy, and so I think those type of inflationary pressures that the Fed can't control are not going to mandate their narrative on whether they cut rates or not.
How much time, Bryn, do you think, and I use it, how much time, so to speak, do you think Powell has?
Okay, yeah, that's not even I don't know if Siegel's going to come back, but that's what we were signed up for. Is that Pfizer? Oh, I thought it said 27.6. I was like, what? I'll take it. I'm still in the GLD short. I'm up $350 on that. So again, the other one I made 700, but it was smaller. This one's just a lot bigger. So it didn't even move. It moved like 0.25% off of that. But yeah, I'm still in that. Again, like I said, it would be a little riskier to hold overnight, but I would like to cover that by the end of the day. So I think there's a little bit more downside in gold. It'll work its way out. We'll see when it gets to 23.30. But it just depends. We'll see on the cushion. Bond just got murdered there again, though. And again, the 2-year is finally giving up. So I was showing you guys that at the beginning of the week. The 2-year, it's been a lot safer just because it didn't move as much as the other bonds. But, again, word to the yield curve, you're going to start watching that. This is starting to break out now. So that was the only one. December 13th, pretty much are right before the Fed. This is now starting to break about. So now the whole curve is higher than the dot plot from December. Where is it? 2-year, 10-year. Nothing but love, but Biden isn't on schedule. Oh, yeah. He's not. He's at the light. He'll get here. It's weird, though. The other rates are moving. I thought that would kind of uninvert us a little bit if the 2-year goes down. Or, again, 2-year higher is going to further invert us. He's at the light. Don't worry. He's coming. He is coming. Twin on the high. MD. What was the other? Wasn't there MDIA? And then Fresh Pay. I had that one up. That one's running. Pfizer went up a little bit. Apple, again, 1.1 on the NASDAQ, SPY 1.0, Dow 0.8, and then Russell 0.47. Not bad. Gildan ain't doing nothing. Bausch. Dell is great. I mean, actually, Micron. I don't know if you guys want it, but every Friday, when this thing's down, all these Mondays on Monday Micron Mondays. I don't know if it'll do it 3 times in a row, but Micron Mondays is a thing. I feel like it could be. I don't know. We'll find out. Hezbollah says Iran response to attack on Damascus consulate is inevitable. Financial Times. So, I mean, maybe watch oil and gold, see if that gets you moving, but I feel like we heard something like that in the morning. End of the day, monopoly money. We'll find out in about 12 minutes. He'll get the market on close, boys. They'll start getting numbers. Why has the 10-year been ripping with the market? Well, that's the weird part, because usually if the 10-year rips, market would go down. So it's just weird that the market is going up so much with rates, but it's all just been on this rate stuff going on, or excuse me, the data, and everybody slowly going from, okay, we're not getting 7 cuts, we're going to get 3, and then now they're like, okay, we may not even get 3. So that's literally where we are at when it's all said and done. It's been going well. Again, as of this week, remember, we started off the week with rates hitting a new high of the year. That was on the 10-year, the 30-year, 5-year, everything but the 2-year. Then the 2-year just finally broke above that even right now. So it just in general this week kind of, and that was part of the whole, oh my gosh, wait, are we going to get 3 cuts? Maybe it's only 2 or less. Dell's going up. Dell's already up. That one could be another one for Monday. Dell, Micron, I think even IBM, some of those other ones. But remember, I mean, literally last Fridays, they both would be down and go crazy. CAR, I sold out of that one too early too. CAR's ripping 39 almost. Bro, I sold out at 34. I could have made another 5 Gs off that, I think. CART's been killing it. Yeah, CART's running now at the high. CART, very strong CART. You know, very, very strong. Wow. Expo on the high. Pfizer. Uber is losing money. Well, we'll see on their next earnings, but the whole idea of them going profitable last time, that's what got everybody hyped. But then again, that could always change. Have you paid yourself not less than 1/10 of all you've earned? Amen. It's a good question. We should all ask ourselves. I think Uber is considered tech. It is transports, though, too. That's why they recently added it to the Dow Jones Transport Index, but it is also some element of technology. But I do think it's more on the element of what's it called? More on the element of a transport, mobility. And then bonds lower. Carts at 39. That was going crazy. It's best to roll over covered calls closer to expectation or when the stock is up. It's better to roll the covered calls before they go in the money, if that's the case, or closer to expiration is when I like to. Biden's live. It's a little late now, Biden. It's been almost an hour.
My father was born and raised here in Baltimore.
What the fuck? I thought he was in Spring.
Strong connections. Still have family in the region as well. Governor Moore.
Born here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Senator Baltimore,
Holland,
Puerto Rico.
Congressman Fumi.
Fucking
Mayor Scott,
my father.
County Executive Johnny
came here from America.
I like that.
I like that. I fuck with that heavy.
Johnny ho ho.
Ho ho, I fuck with hoes. I fuck yeah.
All the military members and first responders.
I'm kidding.
And most importantly, the people of Maryland. I'm here to say your nation has your back, and I mean it. Your nation has your back. And you've got, without exaggeration, one of the finest delegations in the Congress of any state in the Union, and they know how to get things done, and we're going to get this paid for, aren't we?
Yes.
All right. I was just briefed by the Unified Command about the ongoing impact of this tragic collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge last Tuesday. The damage is devastating, and our hearts are still breaking. Eight construction workers went into the water when the bridge fell. 6 lost their lives. Most were immigrants, but all were Marylanders. Hard-working, strong, and selfless. After pulling a night shift fixing potholes, they were on a break when the ship struck. Just seconds before, one of the men, named Carlos, who was only 24, left a message for his girlfriend. Here's what it said. "We just poured cement. We're waiting for it to dry," he said. Well, to all the families and loved ones who are grieving, I've come here to grieve with you. We all are. It's not the same, but I know a little bit about what it's like to lose a piece of your soul, to get that phone call in the middle of the night to say family members are gone. I've been there. It's feeling like having a black hole in your chest, like you're being sucked in, unable to breathe. The anger, the pain, the depth of the loss is so profound. And we know it's hard to believe, and you're probably not going to believe me, but I can tell you now from personal experience, the day is going to come when the memory of your loved one as you walk by that park or the church or something that you shared together is going to bring a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It's going to happen. It's going to take a while, but I promise you it will happen. And that's when you know you're going to be able to make it. I promise you it will come. Our prayers for you is that time comes sooner rather than later, but it will come. We'll also never forget the contributions these men made to this city. We're going to keep working hard to recover each of them. And you know, my vow is that we will not rest, as Carlos said, until the cement has dried on the entirety of a new bridge. A new bridge. Earlier this afternoon, we took an aerial tour, a survey of the wreckage. You know, from the air, I saw the bridge that's been ripped apart. But here on the ground, I see a community that's been pulled together. I want to thank you all, the first responders, the port workers, state and local officials, who sprang into action before dawn, who've been here ever since. And we did talk, I think it was 2 or 3 in the morning. You were out here. You were here. Within minutes of the collapse, the U.S. Coast Guard arrived on the scene. Within hours, I ordered personnel from the Army Corps of Engineers, the Navy, the Department of Transportation to assist in every way possible. Within a day, we stood up a unified command. In the weeks to come, I want you to know we're going to continue to have your backs every step of the way. I guarantee you. I guarantee it. First is our priority to reopen the port. This is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs. And it's the top port in America, both in importing and exporting of cars and light trucks, the #1. Simply put, the impact here has a significant impact everywhere, up and down the coast and around the country. Thousands of tons of mangled steel remain lodged in the water, blocking ships from moving in and out of the harbor. I've directed the Coast Guard, the Navy, and the Army Corps of Engineers, who are, by the way, the finest engineers in the world, and the state officials to work together to help remove this steel as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. So far, our team has been able to clear 2 small channels for essential ships, helping clear the wreckage. And yesterday, the Army Corps announced that by the end of April, they'll be able to open the third
Card
channel
is ripping
for commercial
39.12.
traffic, including
I think
car
that's
carriers.
all-time high almost for that IPO.
By the end of May, we'll open the full channel. The full channel.
Yeah, glad. Fuck yeah, we're opening it up. Subscribe to the channel. YouTube.com/stock
Our
market.
task force on supply chain disruption has been engaging with union, rail, trucking, shipping, state and local leaders to minimize the impact on our supply chains. And I'm proud to announce that the federal government will provide over $8 million in grant funds to make the infrastructure improvements at Sparrows Point as the only port unaffected by this collapse, which will allow Sparrows Point to take on more ships. And that's happening now, will happen shortly. Second, we're focused on protecting the workers and businesses. Folks, 20,000 jobs depend on this port. 20,000 families depend on this port to buy groceries, to make rent, to pay their bills. Today, my administration is announcing the first tranche of dislocated worker grants, fancy phrase, which is dimes. All it is there to make sure it helps create jobs for workers involved in the cleanup of this incident.
You got
Additional
that?
jobs. My Small Business Administration has also issued a disaster declaration, which will allow the SBA to offer low-interest loans for small businesses impacted by the collapse in order to keep things moving. The state, the city, the county are also stepping up in impressive ways to help workers and businesses who have been affected by this disaster. But folks, we all need to step up. Amazon, Home Depot, Domino Sugar, and many other companies all rely on this port. And they have committed to keep workers and payrolls on their businesses in Baltimore and move as quickly and clearly as possible to change the channel. I'm calling on every company at and around the port to do the same thing, the same exact thing, commit to stay. And the customers who use this port, we're coming back. We're coming back soon. Folks, finally, we're going to move heaven and earth to rebuild this bridge as rapidly as humanly possible. And we're going to do so with union labor and American steel.
Who was the woohoo in the
Simple
back?
reason, they're the best workers in the world, and that's not hyperbole.
That wasn't me.
Every day, over 30,000 vehicles traveled across this bridge. And I was one of those people. I commuted every day from Delaware for 36 years to Washington, D.C., back and forth.
It was not me.
And about one-fourth of that time by automobile. I've been to every part of this port. Folks, we now face a question no American should ever have to ask. How will I get to work? How will I go to school? How will I get to a hospital? Response, everyone, including Congress, should be asking only one question, and they're going to be asked a question by your delegation. How can we help? How can we solve that problem? My administration is committed, absolutely committed, to ensuring that the parties responsible for this tragedy pay to repair the damage and be held accountable to the fullest extent the law will allow. But I also want to be clear. We will support Maryland and Baltimore every step of the way to help you rebuild and maintain all the business and commerce that's here now. As the governor can tell you, within hours of the Maryland request, we approved $60 million in emergency federal funding. I fully intend, as the governor knows, to have the federal government cover the cost of
Dell going up now, 132, even more.
All of it.
Run it up.
As we've done in other parts of the country in similar circumstances. When I stand here, I call on Congress to authorize this effort as soon as possible. Let me close with this. This port is over 300 years old. As a matter of fact, as I said, my great-great-grandfather worked here as a waterman in this bay. This port is older than our republic, and it's been through tough times before. During the War of 1812, a young Marylander named Francis Scott Key,
longer than
to whom
America?
the bridge is named after,
So
sat in a boat in this very harbor, and he watched the British troops launch an attack after attack on American forces. But as the dawn broke, we saw the American flag still flying. Baltimore was still standing, and our nation, as he wrote in the Star-Spangled Banner, had made it through a perilous fight. Folks, this is going to take time, but Governor Moore, Senator Cardin, Senator Van Hollen, Congressman Mafumi, Mayor Scott, County Executive Johnny O, and others are going to rebuild this bridge as rapidly as possible. And folks, we're determined to come back even stronger. We're the only nation that's gone through every crisis that we've had. We've come out stronger than we went in, and we're going to do it here as well. And once more, to make this perilous challenge. You know, because we're the United States of America, there's nothing Nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. Think about that. Remember who we are. We're the United States of America. Nothing is beyond our capacity. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops, our first responders, and all those who gave their soul. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's it. Okay, it was a little late, but it was worth it. He visited. That was fast. He did visit that. That was good. All right. They said open by May. I mean, again, some people were worried about supply chain issues with that. We'll see how that plays out. That'll be a continuing situation to follow. And that was your only Biden of the day. I don't think that we didn't even get a press conference. You really didn't even get that many like global headlines, like even politics. Remember, it's funny because yesterday was such a global politic day, and like you got a couple of headlines there. I mean, oil still went up, but not so much, man. Not so much. And then oil did fall from the highs, only up a quarter on the day, but it's still there. What'd he say? He said the bridge will be open in May. They're going to do all they take. You know, Americans should have to worry about how they're going to get to work. And the people who lost their bridge and everyone in Congress, we're going to put everything down in Congress to get the bridge back up. That's what I said. What else? You have any other questions? You talk to Karen. She'll tell you in the channel, on the YouTube. Subscribe to my channel, and we'll clear the channel in the Baltimore waterway. That's what I'm going to do. And the bridge are going to open by May. Grand opening. New opening. It will be done. It'll be great. Big. I'm telling you, from the middle out, we're going to build the bridge. People try to rebuild. They try to go from the start to the finish. I'm going to go from the middle to the beginning and then the middle to the end. Now watch what we do. Yeah, you'll see. Anyways, Dell's on the high still. The market irrational. The market's done this every time, though. I don't know. I feel like today's move is definitely more watered down. Why? Because you're still lower than yesterday. So even though it's a melt up, it's not like you're melting up higher than where you were at. And then every other non-farms, the jobs report was even crazier. Higher numbers, higher wages, higher everything. And then we would still just rip up. So I think today was a little less punitive, maybe a little less punishing, more or less. But either way, the path, the optimism, the hope, the waiting game, it's all still there. Good afternoon, Chattadonia. Love you, Josh. I hope you're doing good, Romeo. Good afternoon, baby. Oh, Romeo, get a long term. Yeah, I know you got the long term. Won't you hold for 10 years minimum? Okay. Oh, Romeo, get the long term. I told you, I just got the long term. Won't you hold for 10 years minimum? It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. I hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're feeling blessed. Welcome to Q1, man. I hope Pal got y'all locked and loaded, but also patient too, though. Patient too, you know? You just got to be patient because, I mean, again, somebody asked a great question today about how outlooks may have changed, and, like, literally nothing has happened, you know? So that's, like, the whole point. We're not really following the data. We're following a path. And in that whole sense, man, you know, nothing has changed. Policy hasn't changed. Your bill is still paying as much money, if not as the most it's ever paid. I think a little off of it, you know. And, like, policy hasn't changed yet. You know, nothing has actually occurred yet. And even though people are worried about inflation, it's not as if this 3 or 4 months is enough to outweigh what we've already seen and what people on the Fed are saying. Yeah, PIMCO was the one they adjusted today. They lowered their expectation to 2 from 3. So that was one bank today. And I think Goldman and Bloomberg kept their expectation the same, or Goldman yesterday kept it the same at 3. And then we got, 22 minutes remaining? Not bad. FFIV on the high, Nuvale on the high. Dell had a very, very crazy day. Again, Micron too, if you're into that. Airbnb. What was the other one? TSM was up, but then that came back down. Baidu, low came down. Baba, break even. Pfizer, That'd be nice if it closed green. Either way, I hope over the next couple of days, I hope it uses this as a low instead of going lower. But we'll find out. I don't even think they have any catalyst. Emotions have changed, not the message. That's a good way to put it, honestly. I mean, and the data has changed, but not enough and not long enough, big enough, meaningfully enough to change the message. But people are worried that the data will change the message, and then meanwhile, Powell's like, nah, it's cool. We expected this. But y'all got to be patient. And some of the other Fed speakers are like, maybe we don't cut. Why would we? Good point. Thoughts on the Robinhood card? Do you think they'll maintain the 3% cash back? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people they're going to accept, right? So aren't they going to like have a certain amount of people? I mean, 3% cash back on everything is a lot. Usually people do it based on specific purchases, but I think for the most part, and then if they do ever have to get rid of it, they're probably going to give you some other weird promotion. Like they'll be like, instead, now we give you free options. I thought it was already free. Well, we've been charging you a quarter lately after you got mad that we turned it off with the GameStop and you started looking into us a little bit more and we had to change it and now we disclosed the quarter. But now we'll give it to you for free if you use your credit card that we give you and pay the $1,000 annual fee. Thank you. Is there going to be an annual fee on it? Or do you just pay them with your data? No. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Is it 180 or 80 for the card? So I think it's cool, though. I like a lot of the news that's been coming out of Robinhood lately. I really feel like they've been coming up with some things, and it may be another vertical for them. I mean, it could be a whole nother segment, and it could end up pretty good. I would like to see it, and then, I don't know, maybe they get a cool rewards thing, or it could just be a waste of time and money. But we'll find out on the next episode of Robinhood Wants Your Money. They're going to hide the cancel card button. Robinhood, man. Everyone loved them until the GameStop thing. Then it just got weird. And then they start again, everything. And half the time. But they did good, though. I mean, they went from booking your crypto to the wallet. You know, they've been making adjustments. They've been trying. They got a lot of things on there, too. You have to be that guy. Did we play anything? Did you like the video? Yeah, sorry to be that guy. Did you like the video? That's a big ask. You're asking a lot without a like on the video. And you missed it. Kelly Klein today. That's Calvin Klein's sister. You missed that too. Is he still here? Robin Good. What's up? Loyal, successful, success, energy, motivation, loyal, brotherhood. What are you saying loyal? You can't. That's your response? You said, did you like the video? That's a yes or no. Not loyal. You turned into DJ Khaled on me, man. Yeah, we made a couple of plays. I bought TSM in the morning. I was going to flip it. I'm still in it. I'm only up $20 on it now. I covered my gold short last night on the watch list, if you were there. And I re-shorted gold. I'm up $300 on that now. And then I made a play on a biotech with data over the weekend. ALNY. I grabbed an April 175 call for $40. And that's all I did today. That's all I did. It's all I ever wanted. Long time. So tell me what to buy now. 'Cause I'll hold for 10 years. Down, down, out. Everybody. long time. Rock your body, long time. No, long terms up. All right. No, dumping. We're not dumping on that. A little red, but we've been holding right above VWAP here for a little bit. It was raining in Fashion Valley. It was like borderline hailing, snowing earlier. Cringe AF. Laughing face. Shashwat. Shashwat, your room is messy right now. Okay? You need to calm down. It's big talk for a messy room. Okay? You need to clean up your room before you talk to me like that, sir. Okay? And then we can have a discussion. Okay? It's Friday, man. You still got time. His room is filthy. He knows it too. He knows. Everybody. Oh, Bosch, finally. What do we got with that? That one, we're barely up on that, but that one's finally moving. Again, it did that random pop that other time. Bosch. And then Pfizer. I think Pfizer might go green. We'll get a little discount. I did get the sink fixed, thankfully. It was good. The guy who fixed it, he was like, that was harder than I thought. And I was like, I'm glad you did it, man. Thank you. Well, we got it done. Biotech was ALNY. They have a presentation over the weekend. So I grabbed the option because it's pretty expensive for shares too. And then I don't even think it's pricing in a lot for the event. So it's quite interesting. $45, $40 risk. If I'm wrong, I lose $40. If the data is good, we get a nice little popper. My thoughts on BSE. Oh, Shashwat. You know what? I won't bring up your room, okay? What's BSE, bro? I know Bosch. Back. Streams. Back. All right. Can anyone confirm Ryanair emergency? Or? No, I've not seen anything on that. And then Treasuries fall to the lowest since mid-December. I don't see anything on Ryanair. Booking on the low? Oh, Bombay Stock Exchange? I have no idea. I know India's killing it. I wish I bought the Ambani dip when everybody was hating on him. But I know India's bigger than Hong Kong now, but I don't know much about Bombay. TSM big candle, up or down, Habibi? We take a up a little bit, a little one, but you know, market's moving like that. 13 minutes left, so is it Adani? I thought it was Ambani. Ambani, Adani, Habibi, Lekeda. The 30 million, yeah, that was an inside job. There was apparently a cash. I didn't even know they had these cash storage facilities. It was a cash storage facility in LA, and they've robbed $30 million over the weekend. And people didn't know it got robbed until Monday. So, like, they didn't set off any alarms. They didn't do anything. They just went in there, and it was a place that stores cash, and they stole $30 million in cash. This was on Easter. He is risen. All right, a couple of poppers here. It's literally Grand Theft Auto. It's literally GTA heist. TSM, what was the other one? Pfizer. Pfizer is back to break even on the day, or I guess 0.01 down. Bonds at the low, though. Bonds are a massacre. My goodness. And then TSM going up a little bit. And then you got 12 minutes remaining. We're a little bit up on the gold. We'll see how that closed. Not much is going on, though. GE 6%. Again, a lot of people since that little split thing. It's been going pretty nuts. And those data dogs, those are the same price. Where's Marvel? Marvel at the Marvel. No love on Lunar. Bosch is up, so I got a little gain on that. Can they track the money? If they have the serials, if they keep those in storage. Is that weed? Why is weed popping up now on the high? Weed low-key out of nowhere. AMD still back down. Again, AI event with Marvel next week. That's why he's still holding. SPY's holding up, man. Again, more names were up than not. It was pretty ugly in the morning, but that flipped real quick. Back streets, back. All right. All right. 10 seconds until the 10-minute rigged. I thought weed sold off earlier. Oh, no, it's been up. That was yesterday. It sold off. I'm tripping. Yeah, it's came back up. Back to 10. Oh, we could have double dipped. We sold it higher than 930. The TSM, I'm down to flip it in the next week or get out. But, like, I had good gains on it. I don't know, like $200 near the top. And then I thought they'd get more upside from their investor day and then maybe benefit off of the Marvel stuff. But depending on where it's at towards close, a couple more minutes here, if it could get a pop, I'd be down to get rid of it. Everybody. Yeah. U.S. lawmakers to unveil bipartisan data privacy bill. I mean, SPY's just holding up. I mean, it's already been a good day, but only as good as making up like half of your losses yesterday. And then it puts you like near the low and kind of where you started off the week. So you didn't leave this week unscarred, but, you know, you could have ended it a lot worse, and then you definitely could have been a lot better, but looks to be there. 920 million buy-side market on close. Not bad. 920 to the buy. Yesterday, wasn't it like to the billions in buys? Baba to test rockets for delivery? Like Alibaba? Yeah, was it 6 billion buy? I know, yes. I think it was yesterday. $3.3 billion buy side yesterday. There you go. It's big money, man. Big buy side. You know? This guy's crazy. Created long-term with Pfizer. Wow. Welcome, my friend. Congratulations. That's very exciting. Stick with it. The first seed has been planted. Continue to grow thy garden, brother. All right. SPY climbing up here. 10-minute rigged. A little bit to the upside. So we'll wait till the final 2.5 minutes here. Pfizer. TSM climbing. Tesla. Reuters casualty. Oh, there you go, Pfizer. Proud of you, little man. Let's go get us a good dividend. Thoughts on MPW with fear of less rate cuts? I mean, there's a reason why they're underperforming even REITs right now. Rate cuts or rates are bad for them, but rates aren't MPW's biggest problem. So MPW's biggest problem is that they owe like $1 billion in change in the next like 12 months. So that's really what it's coming down to. So I do think as far as rates, it doesn't matter as much to them if they sell off these properties, raise the capital, and pay off the maturities for 2025, 2026, then they're good to go. If not, then they have a bigger problem. And then again, I don't know. I saw, who was it? I was showing it yesterday. I brought it up on the watch list. I have all of the properties. So if you were on the watch list yesterday, I went over all of the, like literally, I have every single, or like most of them, all the addresses of every property they own. But did you guys know, that MPW's second biggest tenant is Centene? So there's like another publicly traded like healthcare stock, but that's their second biggest tenant at $49 million a month, I think, in revenue. The whole Amazon thing, bro, I did see that and I'm shocked. I'm kind of mad. You know why? Because I've been to that store, and that means some Indian dude was just watching me shop. You know that? He didn't. Maybe he knew. Maybe he didn't. He was just watching Josh Answers in my TTF sweater, just running around at Amazon Fresh, and just throwing random shit in my cart. You guys didn't hear? So, you know, I remember I told you I've been to one of these places. It's called like Amazon Fresh. So Amazon made these stores, and it's like supposed to be where like you don't even have to use a checkout. You just scan your account when you walk in, and there's like a bunch of cameras, and like you buy stuff, put it in your cart, Amazon Go and Amazon Fresh, and then you just walk out and it charges you. And they claimed that it was their AI. So they were like, oh shit, excuse me. That scared me. But they claimed that got me scared. They claimed that it was AI and like it was like their cameras and weight sensors doing it, right? But apparently it was a call center in India. It was a call center in India, and they just had thousands of employees in India going over the cameras and charging you. So it wasn't even AI. Isn't that crazy? Bro, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. So, Chad, but you know what else is insane? The effects of what loud noises does to people on the internet. So I've learned that over the years. The chat has let me know that when it gets too loud in here, their eardrums bleed, their days get bad, their families fall apart, all because of the loud noises. And we don't want any of that to happen because the week has already been glorious and has gone by. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers because it is going to get extremely loud in here. It gets so loud, everything I just listed is minor in comparison to what could happen. So be careful, protect yourself. The safe word is earmuffs, okay? Sounds good? Sounds good. Oh, earmuffs. Yeah, it slipped. Oh, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that brief interruption and lack of earmuff warning, but as we make our final approach, we're going to be, if you're holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. on Sunday evening. Then we're going to be taking off around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 58 degrees and cold. Some people would say snowing, maybe raining, but otherwise pretty poor weather alongside a poor jobs report that was good, but it should have been bad. But just like every other month or this quarter, it went up. The market didn't care. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way, God. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get to that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat. and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow. Chatadonia. It's time to bring it home. You don't have much time left. You only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. I just finalized one. I sold out of TSM. $117 profit. Bring it home. You got CPI next week, but we made it. That's it. We did it. We did it, man. Not too bad. Let's go. But that's it. Less than 30 seconds. Let me get this out. TSM sold. Net 117. Not a record. Do not trade. And that's it. We done. Oh, gold. Shit. Where's the gold? Where'd the gold go? I forgot where the gold go. I'm up 180. Oh, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold the gold. I'm going to hold the gold. I'm going to hold the gold for a little bit. I like it. I'm going to push it to the limit. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ding, 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. 5 days of the week. We just wrapped it up. A wild week. Even more next week. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed. Plays, news, vibes, information, personalities. You are part of it, baby. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. Let's go. And listen, without a GG, you ain't got good sportsmanship. You just a baby back. That's on you. Don't get banned. Don't get banned. Good game, baby. It's your brothers and sisters. It's everybody as one. We stronger as one. I see you too, Twitch. In spirit. In spirit, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out the members, the non-members, the stream alerts. My people throwing in donations. My people who are here every day this week. My people who watch the Watchlist. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down. Way to show some love. Let's go. That's it. What a week. We got even more. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? God bless you, baby. JJ. Oh my goodness. God bless you. That's it. Good game. Good game, man. God bless you. Have a good weekend. GG. God willing. I'll see you next week. GG, bro. GG. Good game. 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 I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. No, I want Biden. Give me Biden. I want Biden. Give me Biden.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on.
Yeah.
I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey.
Chad.
Shout out to Percy, that's me.
It.
You can just call me JP.
That's
I
it.
do not answer no questions.
Honestly. Oh, wait. I should tell y'all. Maybe let me. I'll play. I'll come back. But that's the weekend, baby. I won't go fully away, but that's Friday, baby. We made it. I love you all. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. We got a lot more work to do. A lot more work to do, baby. God bless you, Chatadonia. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you all.
500 mil to Ukraine every day. Javelin's keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had it 9, fuck a roll. Now we going back to cold. 100 my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mentioning cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh, I did a breakfast. How I got it, how to chefs. Yeah, how I got it, fake it's one car. Station on your block, took off, mixing up my words. I'm live, so I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
He said sanction on your block. That goes hard, bro. Because he's not saying, like, that's crazy. Sanction on your block took off. That's what he said. Oh, my gosh. Chatadonia. So, listen, man. It's Friday. I love you all. We made it. I got good news and bad news. So, good news, we have Bible study today. Bad news, I can't stay till 3. But, on it was close. It was getting very close. I might have not been able to stay today. You know that? I'm telling you. So I was like, but we couldn't do 3 in a row. Because, again, we had the holiday last weekend. We didn't even have a Friday. You know what I'm saying? The one before that, I had to go. You all cloaked up, baby? So, listen, man. Go get your cloaks. If you're going to leave, though, I really hope you have a great weekend. And I really hope that you get some rest. I hope you relax. You chill out, make the most of it, and hopefully you don't get too disappointed by whatever happened this week because we got a lot more next week. It's still just the first quarter, man. Y'all even remember how last year played out. Every year has been wild. So shout out to the long term, too, but enjoy your weekend. Use the time. And again, we were just coming off the holiday, so come on. You know what I'm saying? But make the most of it. If you got to head out, if you're going to stay, go get the cloak. We're going to rebuke a couple of heathens. I'll get you a couple of jams. You know what I'm saying? We'll get you a couple of jams. See what we're working with. We'll see what we got here. Oh, this is what they want to play them? Oh, I don't know. They can have this one. Oh, wow. This is a wild one. But yeah, I'm going to go get me everything I need. And then it'll be good. We'll be good to go. But I love you, Chatadonia. Okay, I'll be right back. Go get what you need to. If you have to go, though, thank you again for being here. And get rest. Rest is good. You know what I'm saying? Rest is good. No, I don't know. Let me see. Where's the other one? These playlists are wild. Oh, this is a good playlist. This is an old soul play. I like it, though. I like it. Let's start with this. Let's start in the morning. You're eating. We woke up early today. We woke up early today, baby. You know what I'm saying? We woke up early. I love you. God bless you.
Hey man, it's a cop. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earning season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. I could go and change your life before, not 30. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the race steps, it's the ABC. Talking AKs and 22s, what? I'm talking AKs and 10 Qs, hey. Or the best play, the slow move, hey. Want my whole life for damn school. So sit your ass down while your ass quit the speed. You gon' get your ass clapped cause you confuse what want with need. When they think I bad down is when I'm rising to my feet. You saw me do this shit for free and still make 100 G's. I'ma pull up in a Jeep, one that's made by Mercedes. I'ma buy it when it's cheap and sell it for a preem. Know that water kinda D, so I'm so mad while I think. You gon' probably need a team if you gon' run it up on me. Don't bring a crew to a coat fight. Better buy some more time. Hold it till there's no time. Meet me at the goal line. Dropping this like oh nah. The devil on my phone line, but haters kiss the decline. I'm buying contracts at the money. They said that I'm stupid. If you really think that you should 2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways. Always. I can buy the whole chain. Go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit. No games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hitching the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your ass a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, could kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new
son, no vacations. I'm really not trying to be flagrant when I tell you that most of my calls will be naked. Funny when I make a bad play, I get a standing ovation. It's like I'm addicted to antibiotics. Try to chart, I already know you can't handle it. You ain't making moves, you a mannequin. You ain't got that flame, that candlestick.
They ain't got that flame. Tell them it's a cult, not a game. Walk through the mud and the rain, just bring a little hope to the people in pain. I don't want lies, I want honesty. Negative vibes bother me. Stay up on your grind until you make it out of poverty. You ready? I'm ready. Let's get it, my bag on heavy. I'm zoom to Fetty. My pockets look full, not empty. You loaded, I'm loaded. We never gon' fold, you know it. That's fast right there, go quote it. It's coke, we goated. Different level, it's level, untold. They watching, we popping like options. You know, it's real, it's really real. Like PHILO time. Cause you can't help but make a meal if your people blind. Restless, cause I've been up grinding, I just want the Lexus. Cooking up like I'm making breakfast. Oh, I'm eating good, but you know I had to bless it. Looked inside the mirror, told my demons hit the exit.
That was Benny, that was level. Fuck the demons, fuck the devil. Throw the pebble, be successful. You can't tell me code ain't special. I got rich, I made a stencil like a chair. It's really simple, the framework is intellectual. Like curry on the chain, my brother, you know, wait, I know you know name. You ain't never seen my face, probably watch us in the game. Did it with a couple plays, let me kick a little lesson. You ain't never get a chase. What's yours, you always get. So what I'm really trying to say. Longer that you on the stock, more that's getting safe. You ain't like the shit I say, I ain't trying to make it stay. Hey, I'm hitting plays, I'm hitting waste. Your portfolio all day, smiles filled with mostly grace. Apple, Amazon, and Facebook. You probably know the names, you probably thought that you should wait, then went and bought a course to trade. Benny, get some clothes and buy to close this shit. Clap them if they talking on some hopeless shit. Cause I've been there and going back. I told y'all that I'm focusing. I know they getting mad. The news is fair as well as motivating. Let's go and a shout out to the vets. Hit the players, then we sending in the jets. Don't be shy, you could send a pray request. And the list got everything you missed. I love y'all, baby. It's a cup. 2020. Talk to me in 2030.
You know what it is, baby. Cold music, 2020, we coming. Watch out, on the radar. Tell them I just want the Lexus. We out here making moves, baby. Let's go.
In the good.
Oh, whoa. Oh, okay. Bro, my computer is tweaking. Okay, come on, stop tweaking, bro. Do it for the people. For the people.
Hey, yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Read a book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan.
No, you ain't getting all that. Stop it. Stop it.
It's a cult, baby.
Alright guys, listen to the blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. So tan to my rag, got it all in one place. I all in one take. I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my heart to stay. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Cap it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is I use you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking on what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already hit the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like
I say, oh, you ain't getting nah. Y'all ain't getting, I say, y'all ain't getting nah. Nah, bro. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up, then it's finger to the sky. Throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. Chattadonia! We've been here for 5 days this week. 3 months now. It's the... Lily sees adjusted GAAP EPS charge with IPRD charges about 1 cent. That doesn't seem bad. And then Longeveron had something. I think they closed the offering, but then that's all I saw. Charges of $111 million pre-tax. They said, Ozempic, don't worry. You write it off, Ozempic. Ozempic, man. Ozempic. If I'm throwing hands up, then it's finger to the sky. Chad, I'm getting too hyped, man. It's been a wild week. It's been exciting. It's been exciting. Yo, Najee Wolf. Sheesh! Let's go, baby. Oh, it's fire. Shout out to uncle and nephew. One more time. I can't give you, I could, why? Y'all, I mean, I guess. I'm down. Y'all won't get all of it. It's good. Y'all, I think I showed you the beginning of this a while ago. We finally got it done,
guys,
which is good.
It's the blues riff and
It's
beat.
good.
Watch me
It's
for the
good.
changes and try to keep up.
Try to
okay?
keep up.
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up, then it's finger to the sky. Throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my heart to stay. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Cap it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is I use you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking on what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already hit the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved.
I love that. That's true. He had some bars, and he said, onomatopoeia. Sound like money make them all involved. That's, I don't know, man. Some of y'all, if y'all like some certain things, too. I'm just, man, onomatopoeia sound like money make them all involved. Oh. But what's up, man? What's going on, Chad? What's going on? What's the plans for the weekend, baby? What a week. We're going to do the same thing next week. It's going to be exciting. I don't know if it'll be as exciting as this week, because this was like start of the quarter, hit you with the data. You got everything, baby. My goodness. My goodness, man. So what we got? Pickleball? Who said pickleball the other day? What was that? What were we listening to? They brought up pickleball. Try to do it casually. With the pista. Listen to PHILO and Uncle Leaks. Yeah, man. You got a little bit of that today. Don't worry, you'll get it all soon. It's good. On the way. Look at on my account and try to perfect or come up with ideas. That's good. And then do the same looking away from the account. You know, that's one thing, bro. I always loved it when Hugh, like, listen, I'm not going to do shrooms. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I like what Hugh says. You got to look away, you know, and let the world inspire you. I mean, sometimes you might need shrooms if you need to do it like that. But at the end of the day, you know, do both, man. Get really involved in what you're doing. Focus on it. And then also, you know, think and look around and get inspired from everything around you as well. And learn. Let the world teach you, my friend. God bless you. One more time. One more. I got you, Miguel. I got you. I got you too, Frank. You ever see people playing your music in public? Nah, because, like, anybody who would be playing it in public is probably inside listening to me while I'm inside. I think so. Because, like, I only have one song. It's a country song. Uncle, on the other hand, I don't know. I don't go outside enough to know. But, yeah. Hoping I could eat. You didn't eat for 2 days because of food poisoning? Oh, do you have that, like, do you have the sulfur farts? I'm sorry if I'm getting too intense with it. But do you have sulfur farts? Like, you know, those, like, weird smelling farts. It smells like sulfur. Like, it's literally a demon. You know, they do compare sulfur to that. But or even like a sulfur burp. Ugh, that's the worst. I hope I did not make you just vomit by saying that out loud. But at the same time, I feel your pain. I still, to this day, I'll just never forget. You didn't have that? Then Habibi, life could be much, much worse. Don't worry. You good, drink water, hydration. No, you will be fine. Don't you worry. Seeing Tom Segura and going to some fancy restaurant. Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, you'll know. You know how fancy it is if when you go, everybody paying for their water. And you guys know that's how you guys, do you want me to teach you that? If you guys want to ever flex, if you guys ever go out and want to flex, like, I don't know, it's a waste of money. But it is or if you are in Las Vegas or any other desert climate, but mainly Las Vegas, only Las Vegas, you ever want to flex, you know what you do? When you go to a restaurant, I want you to pay for your water. You just say, I want still water, please. Still. No, not sparkling. Just still, please. Still bottle. Thank you. That's how you know it's fancy. But that's too, if you want to be fancy, you could make any place fancy by paying for your water. Oh, man. But what else we got? Blasting Uncle music everywhere. Good, man. That's good. Let's move CPI. We'll talk about that next week. We got time. Taking the kids to the Great Wolf Lodge. What's that? That sounds awesome. Kind of dangerous. I don't know. Great Wolf Lodge. Hopefully you guys are safe. Church Food Pantry. Oh, nice. What's that? Encinitas. I've been to Encinitas. Why are you talking like Encinitas is a foreign land? You must come to Encinitas, brother. You will see it. Trust everybody love Encinitas. Wow. You will see, man. Birthday going out with the fam. Happy birthday, bro. Another one. God bless you, bro. Happy birthday. That's a lot of birthdays today. I think today might be the peak. Fancy McDonald's. Well, I don't think it worked. Okay, that trick don't work at McDonald's. Sorry. You did that by accident because I thought it was the same as tap and I got rung up. Yeah, but like some places, the water, like you're going to wish you ordered still. You're going to finish a little gold and silver. Let's go, bro. I like it. I like what I heard last time. I was impressed. Bring it back, man. Get him back in the studio. Super salad. Yes, I'll take the super salad. Please, thank you. Dropping the kids off at the pool. You have to go poop? Go potty. Go potty, my friend. Why does what sound familiar? I forgot. We're talking about a lot. Church Food Pantry is free food. Oh, you're going to give out food? Or are you going to go collect it? You've been to the Wolf Lodge? What is the Wolf Lodge? Was that the one? There's a lot going on. We got a lot going. It didn't scroll, and now it's scrolled. Great Wolf Lodge. Sounds. I feel like it's either very naturey, and then I said it out loud one more time. Maybe a little Confederacy too. I don't know. Like, this could go either way, but it seems safe generally. Yeah, you guys said it's dope. It's for kids. Yeah, so that sounds good. Great Wolf Lodge. Otherwise, I'm like, nah, it's some weird Mason shit or something. Nah. Pulling off Airbnb for now. Prepping for a long-term tenant. Wow. What made you decide? Too much work? Not worth it? Oh, wait, Palm Springs. Is that why? Did they get you? Wolf Lodge Indoor Water Park. Oh, wait. I think is it the big giant one? I think I may have heard of that. I know there's a big giant indoor one in America, like the biggest one. I've actually seen that. It looks cool. I would like to go to that. I like water parks. Is that weird? I'm not like, I just don't like water. Like, I'm not like I won't go out of my way to swim. Like, I'll go in a hot tub. I'm a big fan of the hot tub. But, like, I don't like to, like, go and swim and, like, especially if it's cold and shit like that. But, like, I love water parks. I could do a water park easily. Like, and I don't like roller coasters, but I like water parks. Is that weird? Because I'm down with them. They're dope. I get the hotel hack for my Italy trip. They're expensive. Bro, I feel you, and I feel your pain, and I love you. And, like, bro, the amount of times you have asked me, like, this is the thing, because, like, I believe the Bible, and I really do, and I love it, and like, you're doing what it says to do. Like, be consistent, be, like, be persistent with annoying and asking for the sugar. Like, you've asked me, I want to say, more than everybody quite consistently. And I appreciate it. Don't get it twisted. I'm not throwing any shade. I love you. I appreciate. That's why I'm like, damn, I respect it, and I believe it, but I'm not giving it to you. I'm still not. So I love you, but I'm not giving it to you. So yeah, all that being said. No, I could pull up the chat facts. I know he's a good guy. Joey's a good guy. We played Fortnite together too. He's my guy. He's been here for a minute, so he knows. But he's been consistent. He's asked a lot. But unfortunately, I'm not releasing it. Maybe one day, who knows? Maybe the Lord will, I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to test the Lord. I'm not. I definitely am not. But I think I've been explicit. I don't think the hotel hack will ever come out. I've ever been on a cruise with a water park. Oh, I've never been on a cruise in my life. You mean 2K golf? Oh, I've seen that. That's hard. I want to play golf. Do you know how to golf? Like real life golf? I could play real life basketball. I won't do it, but at the same time, yeah, I can't golf. Yeah, bro, Fortnite. A lot of working, keeping up with friends. We're looking for a rental, so it's a win-win. Oh, for the Airbnb? And it is a lot. Canada, what's the GWF? Wolf Lodge, North Carolina, come on and raise up. Oh, I was going to say, are you guys doing anything for the eclipse? But don't we have time? The eclipse is on Monday. So you get the whole weekend and then the big event happens? Did you guys see the map? Do you see this? These are the fully booked Airbnbs across the United States. Isn't that crazy? So all along the path of the eclipse, all those darker, like, is that what, like purple? Those are all fully booked. And then these ones for some reason too. A lot of activity here. And then somebody is in the ocean, I think. Axios events. Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Maybe it could be a little bit of a positive tailwind for them. Give them a little boost. A little boost. Boosty woosty. What else we got, baby? Any other? You guys are like, how are you guys settling into 2024? You remember we were like 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 12 weeks later. How do y'all feel now? How have you guys settled into the year? You got long term, you got the jobs, the economy. How we feeling, Chad? How we feeling? Are we feeling good? We feeling great? We feeling blessed? What do we got? God is good. Amen, baby. Amen. Your college town was booked. You couldn't believe it. Why? It's not college town's popping sometimes. I feel like Arizona is always active. And like Tucson, the dirty T. It's wild how fast with the count, right? It's already tax day in a couple days. Tax day. Hot dog. Looking for an apartment. Nice. Remember, if you're a real estate agent, or if you have a real estate agent friend, and you go and you rent from like an apartment building that's like a corporate, like a big apartment building, you could get a commission even for a rental. So if you're an agent, you could save on your rent, or if your homie does it, he could give you some of it back, and then boom, that's like an instant cash rebate on your new rental. Ta-da! Inspection for 2 multi-units for your clients. Nice. Good work. Good luck. Good luck, my brother. Good luck. But yeah, this time needs to slow. You don't know it goes January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. That's how this year is going to play out. So that's why we're about to get ready. It's been kind of slow in a weird way. Nothing has really changed. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, brethren. Anyone need inspections in Kentucky, Indianapolis, or Ohio? You could do Ohio. I mean, next Ohio property, I got you. That's good to know. Ohio. CFA studying all weekend. Back to work. Let's get it, baby. I think CFA pass rates went up on the latest one. And remember, they were in the gutter the last couple years. They finally jumped up. So that's good. I don't know if the test got easier or people are like, oh, shit, we got to study. So that's the good part. You could do Ohio, just got it. Nice. Ohio. Ohio is such an interesting place. Such an interesting place. Now I want to go to North Carolina. I want to go to this Wolf Lodge. I want to go see this water park. Indoor water park. That'd be nice. I want to go on a cruise still, too. But I don't know. There was one over Easter, but it would have taken me out an extra day. And my girlfriend's not as excited to go on a cruise. She's not. She's kind of scared I'm still scared too. I still think they are floating cesspools. But then again, they look kind of fun. It looks like that'd be cool for a little bit, be on the ocean. I don't know if I'd get seasick or not. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. You asked that even before I said that, right? After I said that. Like, I have no idea. Yeah, I would be scared of it, but I think I can handle it. Cruise to Alaska. Oh, I've seen the Antarctic ones are scary. Fuck all that. I've seen some of them. Isn't there one like where you go into the ice and it's like dangerous? I ain't doing that one. I'll go to Alaska if it's safe, maybe in the summertime. I don't know how global warming be. But no, I ain't doing none of that Antarctic. Like, what's it called? It's called Drake's Passage. I think that's what it's called. Wow, my memory. Is it called? I think it's called Drake's Passage. It's either I got a really good memory or I instantly associated the danger of the Antarctic with October's very own. I don't know. I don't know which way. I think it's Drake's Passage. It's like dangerous, though. Yeah, fuck all that. Nope. Excuse me, but no. I'm not. No, that's dangerous. They went on Alaska. Alaska, I think, is safer. Southern Ocean. I ain't trying. All the ocean is terrifying. I'm like stuttering. I can't even. I'm telling this. Nah, man. Ocean. I don't mess with that. That's why I've never been on a cruise. I've been on a boat. I've definitely been on a boat a couple times, but several times. But I'm not like out like crazy at sea. Like I'm not. I want to go see one of those oil tankers. And you're like, is that what it is? Like, is it an oil tanker or like the platforms where they destroy the environment? Fossil finance, Jay. Fossil finance. Floating casino, that'd be cool, but I'm not anywhere floating casinos are popular. I'm not trying to go. The fuck you mean floating casino, man? Kind of redneck bullshit you want? I do want to go, though. I have an affinity for a lot of redneck activities. Boat casinos, redneck activity, is it not? I feel like they put those in swamps. Is that not? Am I misinformed? I could be. Forgive me if I am. Don't hold it against me. But yeah, isn't it like kind of like in the sticks? But that's cool. I'd be down to go once. I don't know if I'd make it a thing. Like, you want to hit up the riverboat casino tonight? I'm not gonna be like a regular. I'm not gonna get a card. I won't get a player's card, but I'll check it out. I think that'd be fun for the whole family. I think it is about getting around the laws. Yeah, something like that, or it's more lenient. Mississippi type bait. I want to go to Mississippi. They got good properties, but the economy, many parts of it out there in Mississippi. It's a very interesting one. Cheap houses, though. Am I going anywhere for the eclipse? Nah. Although I've heard so many things. Isn't it like this is the first time in like 100 years, like so many things happen at the same time or something? I don't even know, but nah, I think, I don't think I'm going to be there. I got the glasses. I don't even think can I see it from California or no? Is that something like, am I limited by my geography, or how is this going to work? Have I ever been mudding like in a car? Kind of, but not like officially. Like I've not gone in like a decked out off-road vehicle, but like I've taken like a 2004 Escalade off-road just because it was a 2004 Escalade and it was raining and it was really muddy. And I was like, let's fucking try it. So we tried it. And then I told you at one point, it was a low point in my life. I took a F-150 on the median because it was like a dirt median because everybody was driving like an idiot. And I needed to remove myself from that dangerous situation. So I proceeded to go into the median with the F-150 because it was off-road. And then I was able to get around traffic. Not proud of it, though. Because I filmed it. What? Yeah. Mm-hmm. The moon is an artificial construct. That's an old one, man. I've heard that. But yeah, so wait, can I see it though or no? Like if I'm in Cali, like San Diego, am I not going to you're going to work for the eclipse? He's like, that is my job. How do I can I see it without going anywhere? Or do I have to like get an Airbnb? Damn, so I can't see it in Cali? So nothing happens in Cali? Dang, that's crazy. That's kind of stupid. So I don't get anything? Like 60%, Habibi. That is better than a 50-50. Yalla. Come on. Good deal. Good deal. Take it. Take it. Cash. Take it. Y'all hear this? I think it's hailing again. Bro, I got like, it's going bop, 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 bop. There'll be 100 live streams on YouTube. Yeah, maybe I should watch it there. But I have the glasses. I need to find them. I still haven't located them, actually. They're somewhere in one of my random drawers. But I always feel like I'm risking it when I look at it. It was so cool, though. Last time there was an eclipse and I put on the glasses, bro, I stared right at it. I was fascinated. I was like a little child. It was pretty cool. I'm usually not into like space shit, but then again, I was like, God is good. I was very humbled by the Lord, you know? I was like, that's cool, bro. It was tripping me out. But I don't know. Every time I do it, I feel like I'm risking a part of my retina. You were at the Four Corners for the last eclipse by chance? What are you trying to summon something, bro? What do you mean? I approached the Four Corners at the last time the last thing happened in the last 176 years. What the fuck? You're on your way to Colorado. I want to go to the Four Corners. I would like to be in 4 places at once. That'd be cool. Boeing CEO total compensation rose 45% in 2023 to $32 million. Hell yeah. Pay the man. Pay the man. Just like imagine. You made $32 million. You can't even screw in your doors. Okay, I'm sorry. Watching it from work. Going to Bowling Green. Wait, you're going to... Oh, never mind. Bowling Green sounds like some Midwestern shit. I thought you were going to go bowling. But I put 2 and 2 together. Bowling Green is a geography, I assume. Yeah. I was like, what do you mean Bowling Green? What kind of arcade golf bowling is this? That's amazing. Western Kentucky. I like Kentucky. Never been. Everybody I know from Kentucky, though, is chill. Kentucky people are nice. I feel like everybody I've ever met from Kentucky is, like, chill. I've never had a problem with Kentucky. So shout out to Kentucky. One day I'll visit you guys. Yeah, I heard it's lit. Y'all go a little crazy out there, too. Putt-putt bowling. Man, gold and silver going up after hours. I went from green to red on the put now. Or on the short. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. You went to UK? Oh, I thought you meant United Kingdom. Huh, look at that. University of Kentucky. Kentucky. Is it Whiskers, Kentucky? and what about George in Texas? Okay. I'm tempted to do the exactly, but it's a little different. Okay, now, thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Good weekend. Kentucky. That's crazy. Kentucky. What are the odds the moon and the sun are the same size from our perspective? Sus. I don't know, man. Jesus. Amen. Amen. I don't like space is a trip. Space is cool, though. I don't know. The older I get, I feel like space is slowly becoming cooler. You'd think I'd like it more as a kid, but I never really fucked with space. Even as a kid, bro, I never wanted to be an astronaut. You know that? I never was like, oh, yeah. I was like, nope. Like, I never was, like, fascinated by stars and shit. But now, like, low-key, it's kind of growing on me. It's kind of growing on me. But we'll see. We'll see how this eclipse goes. Any other plans for the weekend? That eclipse is on Monday. I don't even think that's a weekend plan. Boeing teams have added additional inspection build process, have opened factories to 737 operators for additional oversight. While Alaska accident shows company has much work yet to do, board believes Calhoun responded to the event in the right way. Elon Musk says Tesla unveiling robo-taxi on August 8th. Tesla shooting up after hours. Elon says robo-taxi August 8th. Should we trade it? Tesla? Last call. You're getting it kind of early. Elon says robo-taxi unveiling August 8th. I don't know. Is Uber coming down on that? There it is. Finally. Oh, Uber a little drop. Ho-ho. Uber like, what? What if it's like powered by Uber? Elon's like, yeah, it's a robo-taxi and the robot's a Uber driver. Welcome to the future. Wait, that's what I did. I'm Jeff Bezos. Sorry. Build my fucking boat. What? So I don't know, man. I don't know. That'd be crazy. We live in a crazy world. That's all. That's the moral of the story. That's what I'm trying to elicit. He doing damage control. I know. I bet you, like, he was going to cancel the Model 2. And then the report came out. And then he was just like, fuck that. And then he was like, Reuters is lying. And then he was like, and then in the last 6 hours, he was like, fuck it. We're launching a robo-taxi. That's it. And then he just, hit a couple lines of ketamine, you know. I assume he snorts it even though he's prescribed. Like, come on, let's be real. And then I figured that he went back to the plan. He was like, fuck it, we got a robo-taxi now. And then he started. He's like, fucking Grimes, draw me a picture. Fucking draw me a robot or that looked like a car. And then he was like, fuck it. Then he's like, I hate you, Sam Altman. But then he used ChatGPT to get like an image of it. And then boom. And then he's like, August 8th, they're ready to go. Fuck it, let's go. Now what? Now who canceled anything? And then he's going to forget by tomorrow morning. He's not going to have any idea. I'm just kidding. I love you, Elon. It's just a funny scenario that my imagination depicted in my mind within a split second. I work in a mysterious way. Not in a godly way, though. That sounded too ominous. More like a ADHD mystery. Yeah. Anyways. I assume he snorts it is a very high-level joke. Especially if he's prescribed. Like, come on, bro. I'm just saying, I know a couple people who like their ketamine, and I'm just saying, I don't think that's what you're supposed to do. I think you're using it a little different, sir. I don't think you, damn, that's a prescription. That's crazy. Damn, your doctor told you to crush it. How many times you supposed to, okay, this. I do buy some art here and there. I haven't bought a piece in a little bit. But, yeah. I saw some cool ones when I was on my trip in the winter. But I saw a lot of prints. I saw a really cool Salvador Dali collection, but they were all prints. So it was kind of disappointing. And then I want to find the guy who did it originally. It's so crazy. Have you guys seen these? This is in the art world right now. There's like pretty much, it's like a $30,000 to like $300,000 table. And it's a table that's built like a watch. So it's like artists do these. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if it's contemporary or it's like, it feels like steampunk. And like they look amazed, dude. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen, but they're like 30 grand all the way up to like 300. And like, I forgot the artist who did it. Oh, but dude, it's beautiful. And like, it's a cool little thing. And a lot of people it's nuts. It's like a coffee table or like desks. And it's like literally, it's like you see mechanisms and and it's nuttiest thing I've ever seen. Yeah. All the parts move. Some of them are very elaborate. Like they have things sticking out. You see all the moving pieces. It's nuts. I'm surprised, but I was like, man, every time if you ever go to any, I don't know, why don't you guys do that? Do any of you guys have any local art galleries? I don't know if they have them actually. Because there's an art gallery in downtown San Diego. I walked by it the other day, but I haven't gone in there in a couple months, maybe like a year. But I don't know. They might have one. But that's it. They have an art room or scattered. Some art I keep, some art I have stored. So like if it's like really expensive, I won't put that shit in my house. I'm fucking messy and dirty, and I don't know how to care for them the same way. But I got some stuff that if it's borderline, replaceable or not like insane, I keep it in my house. Otherwise, you could pay people to store it and like get like safes in safe rooms, kind of like a safety deposit for art. But if you go to like San Diego, they might have one of those clock things. But I was going to tell y'all, maybe that's something you guys should do this weekend. You guys should just go to any local art gallery. You should see if they have them. But that's always good to look around if you ever want something to do. You can spend like 20, 30 minutes in there walking around. Look up Bullish Arts. It's your cousin. What we got? Is it Bullish Arts? Oh, nice. Does he have like, are these like physical? Yeah. That's dope. If he starts doing galleries, you tell me what's up. I go. Come on, yalla. Big fan. Today's your son's 3rd grade art show. Tell him, say, come on, we gotta get you. 3rd graders, I'm telling you, these look like the best. These look like George Condo painted these. I'm telling you, Basquiat, you guys are in 3rd grade. You're terrific. These 3rd graders, even though they took a year, 2 years off of school because of COVID, The Democrats wanted them to go home. Sent them home, no learning. Their artwork, look at how they draw. Look like TikTok on the page. It's amazing. So that's beautiful. Basquiat. Look like Basquiat. Kazuma. He looks like a Kazuma. He's beautiful. I'm telling you, it's phenomenal what they're doing with these art schools. Just I'll tell you, children, don't go to college to study art, though. Even though Joey B will promise to pay off your loan. Don't go do that, okay? Good. Basquiat, straight ass. Aren't you the contrarian? Huh? Is that what you do? You hang around art galleries, pissing people off? Do you wear a leather jacket and smoke skinny cigarettes? Well, Basquiat's ass. I tell you, the Basquiat and all of these artists, they have misinterpreted the meaning of art. I don't know. I do the hands every time. But yeah, y'all should go check out your local art gallery. You might have fun. Can't wait for Trump on the news if he gets elected. Everybody. Not just you, CNN, Fox, that's like the silver lining. They're like, no, we hate him. But if he gets elected, bro, everybody be watching the news. They're like, today, Trump said to drink bleach as a chaser. They're like, what? Today, Donald Trump threw aid at people in need and said, good luck, good work, you're doing terrific. But like, that's it, they're doing it, that's it. I love everybody, you guys are great people, I will kill for you. Today, Donald Trump said he will kill all of the people in front of him. This has been the Daily Report. How could he say, what? So, I don't know, man. It's going to be like, they love it. So, everyone's going to love Donald on the news. That's the most entertaining 4 years for everybody. It's like entertaining and anger, and then everybody get weird. Either way, I mean, sadly, it sounds the same for Biden. Like, I really thought, like, Biden, like, people did say, like, unify. And they were like, Biden will, like, calm, like, some of the political ideology. But, like, that shit didn't happen. You guys remember that when they were like, oh, Biden will calm the okay, he's like an old neutral guy, yeah, like it'll calm the politics down, and he'll be more like level-headed, we don't have to worry about this. It's like, nah, man, none of that shit, man. This is bullshit. It's the same thing. Everybody's a partisan. Identity politics is everywhere. So, yeah. The Trump-Powell beef. It wasn't even beef. Like, I love Powell, you know what I'm saying? And, like, Powell took a very Christian approach. You know what I'm saying? Because that wasn't Trump and Powell beef. That was Trump bullying Powell. Do you realize Powell just sat there and, like, nodded and said, okay, thanks, I'm sorry. Like, like, Powell just got bullied by Trump. Trump would be like, jackass! It's literally the scene in Happy Gilmore where the guy gets hired to harass Happy, and he's like, jackass! That's literally what Donald was just doing to Jerome. Like, Jerome was just like, remember, this is Jerome's first term. Obama homie back in the day, comes in, even though Obama background low-key gets elected by Trump to be put into the Fed chair first term, and then Trump's just like on Twitter, jackass, lower the rates, jackass, this guy's gonna crash everything, jackass. It's like, dude. So, and then Powell didn't. Powell's like, well, I won't get involved in any of that, and we don't like to comment, and we like to be independent, and if that's how he feels, then that's fine, and I'm not, but I'm not. Like, dude, Powell just ate shit for like 3 to 6 months, very, very gracefully. Like, again, everybody it's easy to focus on Donald Trump and Donald jackass, but Powell was very, he just took it. It's just like Powell just took it. He just took it in, bro. He just took it all in, and then eventually, made some moves, and then they all got over it, and then now we're here. And nobody called Powell a jackass in 4 years. Powell, and then Powell's been doing whatever he wanted. Powell been like, okay, I fucked up transitory, my bad. Maybe Powell did better with a little bit of pressure. Maybe Donald Trump is just the coach Powell needed. That's it. Because I'm just saying, when Trump was calling him a jackass, Jerome Powell was on top of his game. That's all I'm saying. Maybe his love language is tough love. Jerome Powell, it kept him sharp. Because I'm just saying, now transitory this, and now dot plot, and then banks collapsing. That's all. When we were like, oh, that's it. They were easy on Powell. Now Powell's just fucking up. Now Bostic fucking made 18 trades on municipal bonds. Like, what the fuck? Fucking Kaplan or whatever fucking bought a baseball team, Netflix stock. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. That's all when we started being nice to Powell. Right when we started being nice to Powell, shit got out of hand. When Donald Trump was bullying him, actually, like for no apparent reason, like Powell was on top of his game. I know it's a hot take. I'm not encouraging bullying. I'm just noticing if this was a Venn diagram, Kamala Harris would appreciate this. So y'all ain't feel me. If y'all ain't feel me, then that's all I'm saying. So yeah. And nerve and patience. He really does. He's chilling though. I mean, he's old though. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like maybe that's it. Like maybe we just underestimate how old he is because his beautiful hairline that will never cease to dissipate. My goodness. But other than that, he's old. Like he could be patient. Why no tin lately? We've had some tin. Tin every day is tin foil, bro. Real life, there was a boat hit a bridge and the bridge fell down. You know what I'm saying? The tin foil is around you every day. It snowed in San Diego today. There was an earthquake in New York. The sun is going to be covered by the moon, but you can only see it in certain areas and locations. Act now today on Airbnb. All bookings are available. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. What? It's a lot. Every day is tinfoil, man. Every day. The stock market is up. Tinfoil. The stock market is down. Tinfoil. We're really out here. I know 30 million stolen. That's pretty wicked. That's pretty wicked. U.S. preparing for a significant attack by Iran that could come within the next week. Say it out loud. It sounds scary. There's been scarier times, though, I will say. Granted, you have like 2 active conflicts internationally. We've seen scarier times. Like, low-key, bro. Again, COVID. You've all lived through COVID. Dude, they shut down everything. Some of y'all worked for the government for 6 months. You didn't get like a government paycheck, but like y'all straight, stay inside! Where did y'all like, you know what I'm saying? So like, what do you want to, do you mean to tell me this shit sounds scary? And you got everything? Nah, come on, we chilling, man. We chilling. I don't think they feel me, man. I don't think you can handle it. I don't think you're ready for this yet. I don't think you're ready for this. Oh, look who we have here. Say hello. Say hello. I don't know if he could speak yet. Say hello. Oh. Eat it. Talk to them. Speak your language. Lick it. Oh, thank you. Don't lick me. You just lick that. Hello. I have the animal. The animal in Swiss Miss has arrived. How are you, Swiss Miss? Take him? Why?
My arm hurts.
So that's it? I get him now? Oh, the puppy. Someone was just asking. He's good, man. He's good. I got him. You know, he doesn't shit too much. So that's the good news. That is the good news. Oh, thank you. He's a good guy. Your dog says hi. Tell him hello. That's good. He's not crying yet. I want him to say hello to you. I don't want him to cry, but yeah. She's whispering. She's mad. Are you mad?
I was hoping you were playing 2K so I could commentate.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't even tell him, actually. I forgot. So the other day, this was actually a couple weeks ago, I was playing 2K. And then, like, 2K is hella toxic. Like, everybody on there is just, like, hella. And, like, I just, like, sometimes, like, I don't even, like, I won't even have the headset on anymore. And then, like, I was playing and she came in the room while I was playing, and then I was like, talk to him. And I put the headset while I would play, and then she would just put on the headset and she would talk to him, and it would just be the funniest thing because, like, she doesn't know shit about basketball. She didn't know what she'd say. They would get hella mean, and then she would try to, like, say shit back to them. And, like, if she does not know how to shit talk, that's what I learned. It's the funniest thing ever. It's like the weird character in movies who's like, well, you're a potty bitch. It's like, it was bad, but then, like, they get weird, too. One guy, by the end of it, like, eventually my girlfriend got bored with it. Like, she couldn't sit there through the whole game. She's like, all right, fuck this. And she gives me the headset, and then the rest of the game, I have this other dude on the team who's, like, talking shit. And then at the end of it, he's like, so, like, are you really a girl? So, like, are you really a girl, or is that your boyfriend? Are you really a girl? Is that really with the girl? And I'm just silent. I just muted it. I let him wonder for the rest of the day. The rest of his life, he'll never know. He'll never know. So you were hoping, yeah. No, I didn't think we'd have time for 2K today. So no 2K. And I got banned on Twitch. Yeah, I thought I told you. I think I did. Oh, I didn't tell my girlfriend I got banned on Twitch. Oh, my bad. That was like 2 weeks ago, a week ago. There's a labor union negotiation. It's a long time. Can't tell if he smells good or bad. He's a good boy, though. He's a good boy. We got banned on Twitch just for a little bit. It's like I call it a labor negotiation. Some people call it a ban. Life is what you make it. It's all about perception. I call it a labor union negotiation. Ban, suspension, whatever. You know? Either way. I'll see you soon. A couple weeks. Don't worry. So no gaming. No gaming. No gaming. I talk like this to the dog. I love this dog, though. He's a good guy now. He's grown on me. And now that he doesn't shit everywhere, big fan. Big fan. And I just practically ignore him, so that goes a long way. Long way. So I get his cuteness at the right time. Oh, Tesla's still going. I said we could have played it. Could have made $3 on that. Just a little guy. He's tired. You're looking forward to the Twitch reunion. I know, man. I've been seeing some of the Twitch names in YouTube. You know, the extra light you have to put down that. Oh, yeah. I know, I will. And I hope you're doing okay. Don't worry. Are you going to get another dog, or you gotta rest for a little? Oh, his stomach is making a...
He farted a lot.
It's making a poop feeling. When my stomach does what I just felt, that means I am about to make a fire. Like a very big one. Okay, are you about to shit everywhere, buddy? I noticed when I stopped pooping everywhere, my relationships really matured too. Yeah, it goes a long way. Oh. Is someone here? Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. Without you guys, you can't imagine. Thank you all. Thank you, baby. God bless you. Have a good weekend. Tesla's going up. We should have played it. No, I'm just hugging this pup. But, Chad, that being said, I think it's time. We got to wrap this up. Coming home again. Do you think about it now and then? This rate's going on. Dude, the robo-taxi news, bro. Yeah, 172, I dropped that news early. I got it early. That's why I said if you want to play it, it was at 168. I said you had your opportunity. You had it. So, Chadadonia, we'll leave it on that note. God bless all of you, man. Thank you again for another week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be blessed. You know what I'm saying? I will see you over the weekend with the watch list. And then on Monday, baby. And then we got CPI and all that. So don't worry. We got a lot to deal with. But, Chad, get some rest. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverb New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. Why, baby? Why, man? We got a lot, man. And why we got to master? We got to master the unknown. The unknown in the faith, baby. You could only live at the level of your faith, baby. Why, baby? Why, yeah? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia, that's it. I said, oh, he's freaking out. I forgot. He's going to freak out more with everything else. But I love you. Have a wonderful weekend. And peace. Yeah, the dog. I got a little puppy. Ranger. Roberto. Roberto? Who's Roberto? I meant Rangero. Ranger. Or Sergeant. Surgeon General warning. I mean, fuck. Sargento. Cheese. Sargento cheese. Fuck, I got to go. I'm going to take a weekend break. I'm a Lakers. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good. Well, no, sure, no hyperbole. I mean it. Anyway, you have a good day. I'll see you later. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow. Exactly. I'm just gonna that's a lot to digest already. You have a wonderful weekend. Goodbye.